The Earth of the New Sun by Gene Wolfe. Copyright 1987 by Gene Wolfe. Narrated by Roy Avers.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Annotation. Severian, formerly of the Torturers' Guild, and now Autarch of Urth, travels through time and space in his quest to become the new sun and save his dying planet. Sequel to The Citadel of the Autarch, RC 20057, 1987. From the Book Jacket. The Book of the New Sun, Gene Wolfe's 4-volume work, has attained classic status. It is the single most acclaimed event in contemporary SF. And now Wolfe has produced a sequel to The Book of the New Sun, perhaps the most eagerly awaited event since The Silmarillion, The Earth of the New Sun, a single book comparable only to the finest works of all time in SF and in contemporary American literature. The prior work won the World Fantasy Award for Best Novel, the Nebula Award, the John W. Campbell Award, both the British SF and British Fantasy Awards, and the French Prix Apollo. The many fans of that work have been intensely excited by the news that Wolfe planned to write The Earth of the New Sun. Damon Knight said, "Gene Wolfe is a national treasure. No other writer to emerge from the SF field in decades has garnered such enthusiasm and praise." We return to the world of Severian, now the Autarch of Urth, as he leaves the planet on one of the huge spaceships of the alien Hierodules to travel across time and space to face his greatest test, to become the legendary new sun, or die. The strange, rich, original spaceship scenes give way to travels in time, wherein Severian revisits times and places which fill in parts of the background of the 4-volume work that will thrill and intrigue particularly all readers of the earlier books. But The Earth of the New Sun is an independent structure, all of a piece, an integral masterpiece to shelve beside the classics, one itself. Dedication. This book is dedicated to Elliot and Barbara, who know why. Awake, for morning in the bowl of night has flung the stone that puts the stars to flight. And lo, the hunter of the east has caught the Sultan's turret in a noose of light. Fitzgerald. Chapter 1. The Mainmast. Having cast one manuscript into the seas of time, I now begin again. Surely it is absurd, but I will not be so absurd myself as to suppose that this will ever find a reader, even in me. Let me describe, then, to no one and nothing, just who I am and what it is that I have done to Earth. My true name is Severian. By my friends, of whom there were never very many, I was called Severian the Lame. By my soldiers, of whom I once commanded a great many, though never enough, Severian the Great. By my foes, who bred like flies, and like flies were spawned from the corpses that strewed my battlefields, Severian the Torturer. I was the last autarch of our Commonwealth, and as such the only legitimate ruler of this world when we called it Earth. But what a disease this writing business is! A few years ago, if time retains any meaning, I wrote in my cabin on the ship of Tzadkiel, recreating from memory the book I had composed in a clear story of the House Absolute. Sat driving my pen like any clerk, recopying a text I could without difficulty bring to mind, and feeling that I performed the final meaningful act, or rather the final meaningless act, of my life. So I wrote and slept, and rose to write again, ink flying across my paper, relived at last the moment at which I entered poor Valeria's tower, and heard it and all the rest speak to me, felt the proud burden of manhood dropped upon my shoulders, and knew I was a youth no more. That was 10 years past, I thought. 10 years had gone by when I wrote of it in the House Absolute. Now the time is perhaps a century or more. Who can say? I had brought aboard a narrow coffer of lead with a close-fitting lid. My manuscript filled it, as I knew it would. I closed the lid and locked it, adjusted my pistol to its lowest setting, and fused lid and coffer into a single mass with a beam. To go on deck, one passes through strange gangways, often filled by an echoing voice that, though it cannot be distinctly heard, can always be understood. When one reaches a hatch, one must put on a cloak of air, an invisible atmosphere of one's own held by what appears to be no more than a shining necklace of linked cylinders. There is a hood of air for the head, gloves of air for the hands. These grow thin, however, when one grasps something and the cold seeps in, boots of air, and so forth. These ships that sail between the suns are not like the ships of Earth. In place of deck and hull, there is deck after deck, so that one goes over the railing of one and finds oneself walking on the next. The decks are of wood, which resists the deadly cold as metal will not, but metal and stone underlie them. Masts sprout from every deck, 100 times taller than the flag-keep of the citadel. Every part appears straight, yet when one looks along their length, which is like looking down some weary road that runs beyond the horizon, one sees that it bends ever so slightly, bowing to the wind from the suns. There are masts beyond counting. Every mast carries 1,000 spars, and every spar spreads a sail of Phrygian and silver. These fill the sky, so that if a man on deck desires to see the distant suns blaze of citron, white, violet, and rose, he must labor to catch a glimpse of them between the sails, just as he might labor to glimpse them among the clouds of an autumn night. As I was told by the steward, it sometimes happens that a sailor aloft will lose his hold. When that occurs on Earth, the unfortunate man generally strikes the deck and dies. Here there is no such risk. Though the ship is so mighty and filled with such treasures, and though we are so much nearer her center than those who walk upon Earth are to the center of Earth, yet her attraction is but slight. The careless sailor drifts among the shrouds and sails like thistledown, most injured by the derision of his workmates, whose voices, however, he cannot hear. For the void hushes every voice, except to the speaker himself, unless two come so near that their investitures of air become a single atmosphere. And I have heard it said that if it were not thus, the roaring of the suns would deafen the universe. Of all this I knew little when I went on deck. I had been told that I would have to wear a necklace, and that the hatches were so constructed that the inner must be shut before the outer can be opened, but hardly more. Imagine my surprise, then, when I stepped out, the leaden coffer beneath my arm. Above me rose the black masts and their silver sails, tier upon tier, until it seemed they must push aside the very stars. The rigging might have been cobweb, were the spider as large as the ship, and the ship was larger than many an isle that boasts a hall and an armiger in it, who thinks himself almost a monarch. The deck itself was extensive as a plain. Merely to set foot on it required all my courage. When I sat writing in my cabin, I had scarcely been aware that my weight had been reduced by 7/8. Now I seemed to myself like a ghost, or rather a man of paper, a fit husband for the paper women I had colored and paraded as a child. The force of the wind from the suns is less than the lightest zephyr of earth, yet slight though it was, I felt it, and feared I might be blown away. I seemed almost to float above the deck rather than to walk on it, and I know that it is so because the power of the necklace kept outsoles of air between the planks and the soles of my boots. I looked around for some sailor who might advise me of the best way to climb, thinking that the decks would hold many, as the decks of our ships did on Earth. There was no one. To keep the cloaks of air from growing foul, all hands remain below, save when they are needed aloft, which is but seldom. Knowing no better, I called aloud. There was, of course, no answer. A mast stood a few chains off, but as soon as I saw it I knew I had no hope of climbing it. It was thicker through than any tree that ever graced our forests, and as smooth as metal. I began to walk, fearing 100 things that would never harm me, and utterly ignorant of the real risks I ran. The great decks are flat, so that a sailor on one part can signal to his mate some distance away, If they were curved, with surfaces everywhere equally distant from the hunger of the ship, separated hands would be concealed from each other's sight, as ships were hidden from one another under the horizons of Earth. But because they are flat, they seem always to slant, unless one stands at the center. Thus I felt, light though I was, that I climbed a ghostly hill. Climb it I did for the space of many breaths, perhaps for half a watch. The silence seemed to crush my spirit, a hush more palpable than the ship. I heard the faint taps of my own uneven footfalls on the planks, and occasionally a stirring or humming from beneath my feet. Other than these faint sounds there was nothing. Ever since I sat under Master Malrubius's instruction as a child, I have known that the space between the suns is far from empty. Many hundreds, and perhaps many thousands, of voyages are made there. As I learned later, there are other things, too. The Undine I twice encountered had told me that she sometimes swam the void, and the winged being I had glimpsed in Father Aneri's book flew there. Now I learned what I had never really known before, that all these ships and great beings are only a single handful of seed scattered over a desert, which remains, when the sowing is done, as empty as ever. I would have turned and limped back to my cabin if I had not realized that when I reached it my pride would force me out again. At last I approached the faint descending gossamers of the rigging, cables that sometimes caught the starlight, sometimes vanished in the darkness or against the towering bank of silver that was the top hamper of the deck beyond. Small though they appeared, each cable was thicker than the great columns of our cathedral. I had worn a cloak of wool as well as my cloak of air. Now I knotted the hem about my waist, making a sort of bag or pack into which I put the coffer. Gathering all my strength into my good leg, I leaped. Because I felt my whole being but a tissue of feathers, I had supposed I would rise slowly, floating upward as I had been told sailors floated in the rigging. It was not so. I leaped as swiftly and perhaps more swiftly than anyone here on Ushas, but I did not slow, as such a leaper begins to slow almost at once. The first speed of my leap endured unabated. Up and up I shot, and the feeling was wonderful and terrifying. Soon the terror grew because I could not hold myself as I wished. My feet lifted of their own accord until I leaped half sidewise, and at last spun through the emptiness like a sword tossed aloft in the moment of victory. A shining cable flashed by just outside my reach. I heard a strangled cry, and only afterward realized it had come from my own throat. A second cable shone ahead. Whether I willed it or not, I rushed at it as I might have rushed upon an enemy, caught it and held it, though the effort nearly wrenched my arms out of their sockets, and the leaden coffer, which shot past my head, almost strangled me with my own cloak. Clamping my legs around the icy cable, I managed to catch my breath. Many alouattes roamed the gardens of the House Absolute, and because the lower servants, ditchers, porters, and the like, occasionally trapped them for the pot, they were wary of men. I often watched and envied them as they ran up some trunk without falling, and indeed seemingly without knowledge of the aching hunger of earth at all. Now I had myself become such an animal. The faintest tug from the ship told me that downward lay toward the spreading deck, but it was less than the memory of a memory. Once, perhaps, I had fallen somehow. I recalled recollecting that fall. But the cable was a sort of pampas trail. To go up it was as easy as to go down, and both were easy indeed. Its many strands provided me with 1,000 holds, and I scrambled up like a long-haunched little beast, a hare bounding along a log. Soon the cable reached a spar, the yard holding the lower main topsail. I sprang from it to another, slimmer, cable, and from it to a third. When I mounted to the spar that held it, I found I was mounting no longer. The whisper of "down" was silent, and the greyish-brown hull of the ship simply drifted somewhere near the limit of my vision. Beyond my head, bank after bank of silver sails rose still, apparently as endless as before I had mounted into the rigging. To right and left the masts of other decks diverged like the tines of a birding arrow, or rather like row upon row of such arrows, for there were still more masts beyond those nearest me, masts separated by tens of leagues at least. Like the fingers of the Increate, they pointed to the ends of the universe, their topmost starsails no more than flecks of gleaming tinsel lost among the glittering stars. From such a place I might have cast the coffer, as I had thought to do, into the waste, to be found perhaps by someone of another race, if the Increate willed it. Two things restrained me. The first, less a thought than a memory. The memory of my first resolve, made when I wrote, and all speculations about the ships of the Hierodules were new to me, to wait until our vessel had penetrated the fabric of time. I had already entrusted the initial manuscript of my account to Master Ultan's library, where it would endure no longer than our Earth herself. This copy I had, at first, intended for another creation, so that even if I failed the great trial that lay before me, I would have succeeded in sending a part of our world, no matter how trifling a part, beyond the pales of the universe. Now I looked at the stars, at suns so remote that their circling planets were invisible, though some might be larger than Serenus, and at whole swirls of stars, so remote that their teeming billions appeared to be a single star. And I marveled to recall that all this had seemed too small for my ambition, and wondered whether it had grown, though the Mysties declare it no longer grows, or I had. The second was not truly a thought either, perhaps, only instinct and an overmastering desire. I wanted to mount to the top. To defend my resolution, I might say that I knew no such opportunity might come again, that it scarcely accorded with my office to settle for less than common seamen achieved whenever their duties demanded it, and so on. All these would be rationalizations. The thing itself was glorious. For years I had known joy in nothing but victories, and now I felt myself a boy again. When I had wished to climb the great keep, it had never occurred to me that the great keep itself might wish to climb the sky. I knew better now. But this ship at least was climbing beyond the sky, and I wanted to climb with her. The higher I mounted, the easier and the more dangerous my climb became. No fraction of weight remained to me. Again and again I leaped, caught some sheet or halyard, scrambled until I had my feet on it, and leaped once more. After a dozen such ascents, it struck me that there was no reason to stop until I reached the highest point on the mast. That one jump would take me there, if only I did not prevent it. Then I rose like a midsummer's eve rocket. I could readily have imagined that I whistled as they did, or trailed a plume of red and blue sparks. Sails and cables flew past in an infinite procession. Once I seemed to see, suspended, as it appeared, in the space between two sails, an indistinct golden shape, veined with crimson. In so far as I considered it at all, I supposed it to be an instrument positioned where it might be near the stars, or possibly only an object carelessly left on deck until some minor change in course had permitted it to float away. And still I shot upward. The maintop came into view. I reached for a halyard. They were hardly thicker than my finger now, though every sail would have covered 10 score of meadows. I had misjudged, and the halyard was just beyond my grasp. Another flashed by, and another, 3 cubits out of reach at least. I tried to twist like a swimmer, but could do no more than lift my knee. The shining cables of the rigging had been widely separated, even far below, where there were for this single mast more than 100. None now remained but the startop shroud. My fingers brushed it, but could not grasp it. Chapter 2. The Fifth Sailor. The end of my life had come, and I knew it. Aboard the Samru, they had trailed a long rope from the stern as an aid to any sailor who might fall overboard. Whether our ship towed such a line, I did not know, but even if it did, it would have done me no good. My difficulty, my tragedy, I am tempted to write, was not that I had fallen from the rail and drifted aft of the rudder, but that I had risen above the entire forest of masts. And thus I continued to rise, or rather to leave the ship, for I might as easily have been falling head downward, with the speed of my initial leap. Below me, or at least in the direction of my feet, the ship seemed a dwindling continent of silver, her black masts and spars as slender as the horns of crickets. Around me the stars burned unchecked, blazing with splendor never seen on earth. For a moment, not because my wits were working, but because they were not, I looked for her. She would be green, I thought, like green Luna, but tipped with white where the ice fields closed upon our chilled lands. I could not find her. nor even the crimson-shot orange disk of the old sun. Then I realized I had been looking in the wrong place. If Earth was visible at all, Earth would be astern. I looked there and saw not our Earth, but a growing, spinning, swirling vortex of Fuligen, the color that is darker than black. It was like some vast eddy or whirlpool of emptiness, but circling it was a circle of colored light, as though a billion stars were dancing. Then I knew the miracle had passed without my notice, had passed as I copied out some stodgy sentence about Master Gurlos or the Asian War. We had penetrated the fabric of time, and the Fuligen vortex marked the end of the universe. Or its beginning. If its beginning, then that shimmering ring of stars was the scattering of the young suns, and the only truly magical ring this universe would ever know. Hailing them, I shouted for joy, though no one heard my voice but the Increate and me. I drew my cloak to me, and pulled the leaden coffer from it, and I held the coffer above my head in both my hands, and I cast it, cheering as I cast it, out of my unseen cloak of air, out of the purlieu of the ship, out of the universe that the coffer and I had known, and into the new creation, as final offering from the old. At once my destiny seized me and flung me back, not straight downward toward the part of the deck I had left, which might well have killed me, but down and forward, so that I saw the mastheads racing by me. I craned my neck to see the next. It was the last. Had I been an ell or two to the right, I might have been brained by the very tip of the mast. Instead, I flashed between its final extension and the stawsail yard, with the buntlines far out of reach. I had outraced the ship. Enormously distant and at a different angle altogether, another of the uncountable masts appeared. Sails sprouted from it like the leaves on a tree, and they were not the now familiar rectangular sails, but triangular ones. For a time it seemed I would outrace this mast too, and then that I would strike it. Frantically I clutched at the flying jibstay. Around it I swung like a flag in a changing wind. I clung to its stinging cold for a moment, panting, then threw myself down the length of the bowsprit, for this final mast was the bowsprit, of course, with all the strength of my arms. I think that if I had crashed into the bow I would not have cared. I wanted nothing more and nothing else than to touch the hull, anywhere and in any way. I struck a staysail instead, and went sliding along its immense silver surface. Surface indeed it was, and seemed all surface, with less of body than a whisper, almost itself a thing of light. It turned me, spun me, and sent me rolling and tumbling like a wind-tossed leaf down to the deck. Or rather, down to some deck, for I have never been certain that the deck to which I returned was that which I had left. I sprawled there, trying to catch my breath, my lame leg in agony, held but almost not held by the ship's attraction. My frantic panting never stopped or even slowed, and after 100 such gasps I realized my cloak of air was incapable of supporting my life much longer. I struggled to rise. Half suffocated though I was, it was almost too easy. I nearly threw myself aloft again. A hatch was only a chain away. I staggered to it, flung it wide with the last of my strength, and shut it behind me. The inner door seemed to open almost of itself. At once my air freshened, as though some noble young breeze had penetrated a fetid cell. To hasten the process, I took off my necklace as I stepped out into the gangway, then stood for a time breathing the cool, clean air, scarcely conscious of where I was, save for the blessed knowledge that I was inside the ship again, and not wandering wrack beyond her sails. The gangway was narrow and bright, painfully lit by blue lights that crept slowly along its walls and ceiling, winking and seemingly peering into the gangway without being any part of it. Nothing escapes my memory unless I am unconscious or nearly so. I recalled every passage between my cabin and the hatch that had let me out onto the deck, and this was none of them. Most of them had been furnished like the drawing-rooms of chateaux, with pictures and polished floors. The brown wood of the deck had given way here to a green carpeting like grass that lifted minute teeth to grip the soles of my boots, so that I felt as though the little blue-green blades were blades indeed. Thus I was faced with a decision, and one I did not relish. The hatch was behind me. I could go out again and search from deck to deck for my own part of the ship, or I could proceed along this broad passage and search from inside. This alternative carried the immense disadvantage that I might easily become lost in the interior. Yet would that be worse than being lost among the rigging, as I had been, or in the endless space between the suns, as I had nearly been? I stood there, vacillating, until I heard the sound of voices. It reminded me that my cloak was still, ridiculously, knotted around my waist. I untied it, and had just finished doing so, when the people whose voices I had heard came into view. All were armed, but there all similarity ended. One seemed an ordinary enough man, such as might have been seen any day around the docks of Nessus, one of a race I had never encountered in all my journeyings, tall as an exultant, and having skin not of the pinkish brown we are pleased to call white, but truly white as foam, and crowned by hair that was white as well. The third was a woman, only just shorter than I, and thicker of limb than any woman I had ever seen. Behind these three, seeming almost to drive them before him, was a figure that might have been that of a massive man in armor complete. They would have passed me without a word if I had allowed it, I think, but I stepped into the middle of the corridor, forced them to halt, and explained my predicament. "I have reported it," the armored figure told me. "Someone will come for you, or I shall be sent with you. Meanwhile, you must come with me." "Where are you going?" I asked, but he turned away as I spoke, gesturing to the two men. "Come on," the woman said, and kissed me. It was not a long kiss, but there seemed to be a rough passion in it. She took my arm in a grip that seemed as strong as a man's. The ordinary sailor, who in fact did not look ordinary at all, having a cheerful and rather handsome face and the yellow hair of a southerner, said, "You'll have to come, or they won't know where to look for you, if they look at all. It probably won't be too bad." He spoke over his shoulder as he walked, and the woman and I followed him. The white-haired man said, "Perhaps you can help me." I supposed that he had recognized me, and feeling in need of as many allies as I might enlist, I told him I would, if I could. "For the love of the Naiades, be quiet," the woman said to him, and then to me, "Do you have a weapon?" I showed her my pistol. "You'll have to be careful with that in here. Can you turn it down?" "I already have." She and the rest bore calivers, arms much like fusils, but with somewhat shorter though thicker stocks and more slender barrels. There was a long dagger at her belt. Both the men had bolos, short, heavy, broad-bladed jungle knives. "I'm Pern," the blond man told me. "Severian." He held out his hand, and I took it, a sailor's hand, large, rough, and muscular. "She's Gunnie." "Burgundofara," the woman said. "We call her Gunnie. And he's Idis." He gestured toward the white-haired man. The man in armor was looking down the corridor in back of us, but he snapped, "Be still." I had never seen anyone who could turn his head so far. "What's his name?" I whispered to Pern. Gunnie answered instead, "Citero." Of the three, she seemed least in awe of him. "Where is he taking us?" Citero loped past us and threw open a door. "Here, this is a good place. Our confidence is high. Separate widely. I will be in the center. Do no harm unless attacked. Signal vocally." "In the name of the Increate," I asked, "what are we supposed to be doing?" "Searching out apports," Gunnie muttered. "You don't have to pay too much attention to Citero. Shoot if they look dangerous." While she spoke, she had been steering me toward the open door. Now Idis said, "Don't worry, there probably won't be any," and stepped so close behind us that I stepped through it almost automatically. It was pitch dark, but I was immediately conscious that I no longer stood on solid flooring, but on some sort of open and shaky grillwork, and that I was entering a place much larger than a common room. Gunnie's hair brushed my shoulder as she peered past me into the blackness, bringing with it the mingled smells of perfume and sweat. "Turn on the lights, Citero. We can't see a thing in here." Lights blazed, with a yellower hue than that of the corridor we had just left, a jaundiced radiance that seemed to suck the color from everything. We stood, the four of us, crowded together in a compact mass upon a floor of black bars, no thicker than a man's smallest finger. There was no rail, and the space before us and below us, for the ceiling just above us must have supported the deck, would have held our Madichin tower. What it now held was an immense jumble of cargo, boxes, bales, barrels, and crates of all kinds, machinery and parts of machines, sacks, many of shimmering translucent film, stacks of lumber. "There," Citero snapped. He pointed to a spidery ladder descending the wall. "You go first," I said. There was no rushing toward me. We were not a span apart, and thus no time for me to draw my pistol. He seized me with a strength I found amazing, forced me back a step, and pushed me violently. For an instant I teetered at the edge of the platform, clawing air, then I fell. Doubtless I would have broken my neck on Earth. On the ship I might almost be said to have floated down. Yet the slowness of my fall did nothing to allay the terror I felt in falling. I saw ceiling and platform revolve above me. I was conscious that I would land on my back, with spine and skull bearing the shock, and yet I could not turn myself. I clutched for some support, and my imagination fervently, feverishly, conjured up the flying jib-stay. The four faces looking down at me, Cidero's armored visor, Idas's chalk-white cheeks, Pern's grin, Gunnie's beautiful, brutal features, seemed masks from a nightmare, and surely no waking unfortunate, flung from the top of the bell-tower, had so long in which to contemplate his own destruction. I struck with a jolt that knocked out my breath. For 100 heartbeats or more I lay gasping, just as I had panted for air when I had at last regained the interior of the ship. Slowly I realized that though I had suffered a fall indeed, it had been no worse than I might have suffered in falling from my bed to the carpet in some evil dream of Typhon. Sitting up, I found no broken bones. Bundles of papers had been in my carpet, and I thought Citero must have known they were there, and that I would not be hurt. Then I saw beside me a crazily tilted mechanism, spiky with shafts and levers. I got to my feet. Far above, the platform was empty, the door that led to the corridor closed. I looked for the spidery ladder, but all except the uppermost rungs were obscured by the mechanism. I edged around that, impeded by the unevenly stacked bundles. They had been tied with sisal, and some of the cords had broken, so that I slipped and slid over documents as I might have over snow, but greatly aided by the lightness of my body. Because I was looking down to find my footing, I did not see the thing before me until I was actually peering into its blind face. Chapter 3. The Cabin. My hand went to my pistol. I had it out and leveled almost before I knew it. The shaggy creature seemed no different from the stooped figure of the salamander that had once nearly burned me alive in Thrax. I expected it to rear erect and reveal the blazing heart within. It did not, and until too late I did not fire. For a moment we waited motionless. Then it fled, bouncing and scrambling across the boxes and barrels like an awkward puppy in pursuit of the lively ball that was itself. With that vile instinct every man has, to kill whatever may fear him, I fired. The beam, potentially deadly still, though I had reduced it to its lowest strength to seal the leaden coffer, split the air and set a solid-looking ingot to clanging like a gong. But the creature, whatever it was a dozen ells away at least, and in another moment it had disappeared behind a statue swathed in protective wrappings. Someone shouted, and I thought I recognized Gunnie's husky contralto. There was a sound like a singing arrow, then a yell from another throat. The shaggy creature came bounding back, but this time, having regained my senses, I did not shoot. Pern appeared and fired his caliver, swinging it like a fowling piece. Instead of the bolt I expected, it shot forth a cord, something flexible and swift that looked black in the strange light and flew with the singing I had heard a moment before. This black cord struck the shaggy creature and rapped it with a loop or two, but seemed to produce no other result. Pern gave a shout and leaped like a grasshopper. It had not occurred to me before that in this vast place I could leap myself just as I had on deck, but I imitated him now, mostly because I did not wish to lose contact with Citero before I had revenged myself, and nearly dashed out my brains against the ceiling. While I was in the air, however, I had a magnificent view of the hold beneath me. There was the shaggy creature, which might have been fallow under Earth's sun, streaked with black, yet still skipping with frantic energy, Even as I saw him, Sidero's caliver blotched him more. There was Pern nearly upon him, and Idas and Gunnie, the latter firing even as she ran in great leaps from high place to high place across the jumbled cargo. I dropped near them, climbed unsteadily atop the tilted breach of a mountain carronade, and hardly saw the shaggy creature scrambling toward me until it had bounced almost into my arms. I say almost, because I did not actually grasp it, and certainly it did not grasp me. Nevertheless, we remained together. The black cords adhered to my clothing as well as to the flat strips, neither fur nor feathers, of the shaggy creature. A moment after we had tumbled from the carronade, I discovered another property of the cords. Stretched, they contracted again to a length less than the first, and with great force. Struggling to free myself, I found myself more tightly bound than ever, a circumstance that Gunnie and Pern found highly amusing. Sidero crisscrossed the shaggy creature with fresh cords, then told Gunnie to release me, which she did by cutting me free with her dagger. "Thank you," I said. "It happens all the time," she said. "I got stuck onto a basket like that once. Don't worry about it." Led by Sidero, Pern and Idas were already carrying the creature away. I stood up. "I'm afraid I'm no longer accustomed to being laughed at." "One time you were. You don't look it." "As an apprentice, everyone laughed at the younger apprentices, especially the older ones." Gunnie shrugged. "Half the things a person does are funny, if you come to think of it. Like sleeping with your mouth open. If you're quartermaster, nobody laughs. But if you're not, your best friend will slip a dust ball into it. Don't try to pull those off." The black cords had clung to the nap of my velvet shirt, and I had been plucking at them. "I should carry a knife," I said. "You mean you don't?" She looked at me commiseratingly, her eyes as large, as dark, and as soft as any cow's. "But everybody ought to have a knife." "I used to wear a sword," I said. "After a while I gave it up, except for ceremonies. When I left my cabin, I thought my pistol would be more than adequate." "For fighting? But how much do you have to do, a man who looks like you do?" She took a backward step and pretended to evaluate my appearance. "I don't think many people would give you trouble." The truth was that in her thick-soled sea boots she stood as tall as I did. In any place where men and women bore weight, she would have been as heavy, too. There was real muscle on her bones, with a good deal of fat over it. I laughed and admitted that a knife would have been useful when Sidero threw me off the platform. "Oh, no," she told me. "A knife wouldn't have scratched him." She grinned. "That's what the whoremaster said when the sailor came." I laughed, and she linked her arm through mine. "Anyway, a knife's not mainly for fighting. It's for working, one way or another. How are you going to splice rope without a knife, or open ration boxes? You keep your eyes open as we go along. No telling what you'll find in one of these cargo bays." "We're going in the wrong direction," I said. "I know another way, and if we went out the way we came in, you'd never find anything. It's too short." "What happens if Sidero turns out the lights?" "He won't. Once you wake them up, they stay bright until there's nobody to watch. I see something. Look there." I looked, suddenly certain she had noticed a knife during our hunt for the shaggy creature and was merely pretending to have found it now. Only a bone hilt was visible. "Go ahead. Nobody'll mind if you take it." "That wasn't what I was thinking about," I told her. It was a hunting knife with a narrowed point and a heavy saw-backed blade about 2 spans long. Just the thing, I thought, for rough work. Get the sheath, too. You can't carry it in your hand all day. That was of plain black leather, but it included a pocket that had once held some small tool, and recalled the whetstone pocket on the manskin sheath of Terminus Est. I was beginning to like the knife already, and I liked it more when I saw that. "Put it on your belt." I did as I was told, positioning it on the left, where it balanced the weight of my pistol. "I would have expected better stowage on a big vessel like this." Gunnie shrugged. "This isn't really cargo, just odds and ends. Do you know how the ship's built?" "I haven't the least idea." She laughed at that. "Neither does anyone else, I suppose. We have ideas we pass along to each other, but eventually we usually find out they're wrong. Partly wrong, anyway." "I would have thought you'd know your ship." "She's too big. and there are too many places where they never take us, and we can't find for ourselves or get into. But she's got 7 sides. That's so she'll carry more sail, you follow me? I understand. Some of the decks, 3 I think, have deep bays. That's where the main cargo is. They leave the other 4 with wedge-shaped spaces. Some's used for odds and ends, like this bay. Some's cabins and crew's quarters and what not. But speaking of quarters, we'd better get back. She had led me to another ladder, another platform. I said, I imagined somehow that we would go through a secret panel, or perhaps only find that as we walked these odds and ends, as you call them, became a garden. Gunnie shook her head, then grinned. I see you've seen a bit of her already. You're a poet, too, aren't you? And a good liar, I bet. I was the Autarch of Urth. That required a little lying, if you like. We called it diplomacy. Well, let me tell you that this is a working ship. It's just that she wasn't built by people like you and me. Autarch. Does that mean you run the whole Earth? No, I ran only a small part of it, although I was the legitimate head of the whole of it. And I've known ever since I began my journey that if I succeed, I won't come back as Autarch. You seem singularly unimpressed. There are so many worlds, she told me. Quite suddenly she crouched and leaped, rising into the air like a large blue bird. Even though I had made such leaps myself, it was strange to see a woman do it. Her ascent carried her a cubit or less above the platform, and she might honestly have been said to have floated down upon it. Without thinking, I had supposed the crew's quarters would be a narrow room like the forecastle of the Samru. There was a warren of big cabins instead, many levels opening onto walkways around a common air shaft. Gunnie said she had to return to her duty, and suggested I look for an empty cabin. It was on my tongue to remind her I had a cabin already, which I had left only a watch before, but something stopped me. I nodded and asked her what location was best, by which I meant, as she understood, which would be nearest hers. She indicated it to me, and we parted. On Earth, the older locks are charmed by words. My stateroom had a speaking lock, and though the hatches had needed no words at all, and the door Sidero had flung open had required none, the olive doors of these crew compartments were equipped with locks of the same kind. The first 2 I approached informed me that the cabins they guarded were occupied. They must have been old mechanisms indeed. I noticed that their personalities had begun to differentiate. The third invited me to enter, saying, "What a nice cabin." I asked how long it had been since the nice cabin had been inhabited. "I don't know, master. Many voyages." "Don't call me master," I told it. "I haven't decided to take your cabin yet." There was no reply. No doubt such locks are of severely limited intelligence. Otherwise they might be bribed, and they would surely go mad soon. After a moment the door swung open. I stepped inside. It was not a nice cabin compared with the stateroom I had left. There were 2 narrow bunks, an armoire, and a chest, sanitary facilities in a corner. Dust covered everything to such a thickness that I could readily imagine it being blown from the ventilating grill in grey clouds, though the clouds would be seen only by a man who had some means of compressing time as the ship compressed it. If a man lived as a tree does, perhaps, for which each year is a day, or like Gial, running through the valley of Nessus for whole ages of the world. While thinking of such things, which took me much longer to meditate upon than it has taken me just now to write about them, I had found a red rag in the armoire, moistened it at the laver, and begun to wipe away the dust. When I saw that I had already cleaned the top of the chest and the steel frame of one bunk, I knew that I had decided to stay, however unconsciously. I would locate my stateroom again, of course, and more often than not I would sleep there. But I would have this cabin as well. When I grew bored, I would join the crew, and thus learn more about the operation of the ship than I ever would as a passenger. There was Gunnie, too. I have had women enough in my arms to have no conceit about the number. One soon comes to realize that union cripples love when it does not enhance it, and poor Valeria was often in my thoughts. Yet I hungered for Gunnie's affection. As Autarch I had few friends save her father and Erie, and Valeria was the only woman. Some quality in Gunny's smile recalled my happy childhood with Thea. How I miss her still, and the long trip to Thrax with Dorcas. It had been a journey I had counted mere exile at the time, so that each day I had hurried forward. Now I knew that in many ways it had been the summer of my life. I rinsed the rag again, conscious that I had done so often, though I could not have told how often. When I looked about for another dusty surface to wipe, I found that I had wiped them all. The mattress was not so easily dealt with, but it had to be cleaned in some fashion. It was as filthy as everything else had been, and we would surely want to lie upon it occasionally. I carried it onto the walkway overhanging the air-shaft and beat it until it yielded no more dust. When I had finished and was rolling it up to take back into the cabin, the wind from the air-shaft brought a wild cry. Chapter 4. The Citizens of the Sails. It came from below. I peered over the twig-thin railing, and as I peered, heard it again, filled with anguish and a loneliness that echoed and re-echoed among the metal catwalks, the metal tiers of metal cabins. Hearing it, it seemed to me for a moment that it was my own cry, that something I had held deep inside me since that still, dark morning when I had walked the beach with the Aquastor Master Malrubius and watched the Aquastor Triskele dissolve in shimmering dust, had freed itself and separated itself from me, and that it was below, howling in the faint lost light. I was tempted to leap over the rail, for then I did not know the depth of that shaft. As it was, I flung the mattress through the doorway of my new cabin and descended the narrow winding stair by jumping from one flight to the next. From above, the abyss of the shaft had seemed opaque, the strange radiance of yellow lamps beating upon it without effect. I had supposed that this opacity would vanish when I reached the lower levels, but it solidified instead, until I was reminded of Baldander's chamber of cloud, though it was really not so thick as that. The swirling air grew warmer too, and perhaps the mist that shrouded everything was only the result of warm, moist air from the bowels of the ship mixing with the cooler atmosphere of the upper levels. I was soon sweating in my velvet shirt. Here the doors of many cabins stood ajar, but the cabins themselves were dark. Once, or so it seemed to me, the ship must have had a more numerous crew, or perhaps had been used to transport prisoners. The cabins would have done well as cells, if the locks were differently instructed, or soldiers. The cry came again, and with it a noise like the ringing of a hammer on an anvil, though it held a note that told me it rang from no forge, but from a mouth of flesh. Heard by night, in a fastness of the mountains, they would have been more terrible than the howling of a dire wolf, I think. What sadness, dread, and loneliness, what fear and agony were there! I paused for breath and looked around me. Beasts, so it seemed, were confined in the cabins farther down, or perhaps madmen, as we of the torturers had confined pain-crazed clients on the third level of the oubliette. Who could say that every door was shut? Might not some of these creatures be unconfined, kept from the upper levels by mere chance or their fear of man? I drew my pistol and made sure it was at its lowest setting, and that it had a full charge. My initial glimpse of the vivarium below confirmed my worst fears. Filmy trees waved at the edge of a glacier, a waterfall tumbled and sang, a dune lifted its sterile yellow crest, and 200 creatures prowled among them. I watched them for a dozen breaths before I began to suspect that they were confined none the less, and for 50 more before I felt sure of it. But each had its own plot of ground, small or large, and they could no more mingle than could the beasts in the bear tower. What a strange group they made! If every swamp and forest on earth were combed for oddities, I do not believe such a collection could be assembled. Some gibbered, some stared, most lay comatose. I holstered my pistol and called, "Who howled?" That was only a joke made to myself. Yet a response came, a whimper from the rear of the vivarium. I threaded my way through the beasts, following a narrow and nearly invisible track made, as I soon afterward learned, by the sailors sent to feed them. It was the shaggy creature I had helped catch in the cargo bay, and I beheld him with a certain warmth of recognition. I had been so much alone since the pinnace had carried me from the gardens of the House Absolute to this ship that to meet even so queer a being as he was seemed the second time almost a reunion with an old acquaintance. Then, too, I was interested in the creature himself, since I had assisted in his capture. When we had pursued him, he had appeared almost spherical. Now I saw that he was in fact one of those short-limbed, short-bodied animals that generally live in burrows, something like a pica, in other words. There was a round head atop a neck so short that one had to take it on faith, a round body, too, of which the head seemed a mere continuation, 4 short legs, each ending in 4 long, blunt claws and 1 short one, a covering of flattened, brownish-grey hairs, 2 bright black eyes that stared at me. "Poor thing," I said. "How did you ever get into that hold?" He came to the limit of the invisible barrier that enclosed him, moving much more slowly now that he was no longer frightened. "Poor thing," I said again. He reared upon his hind legs, as pikas sometimes do, 4 legs nearly crossed over his white belly. Strands of black cord still streaked the white fur. They reminded me that the same cords had stuck to my shirt. I plucked at what remained of them, and found them weak now, some crumbling under my fingers. The cords on the shaggy creature seemed to be falling away as well. He whimpered softly. Instinctively I reached out to comfort him, as I would have an anxious dog, then drew my hand away, fearful he might bite or claw me. A moment later I cursed myself for a coward. He had harmed no one in the hold, and when I had wrestled with him there had been no indication that he was trying to do more than escape. I thrust a forefinger into the barrier, which proved no barrier to me, and scratched the side of his tiny mouth. He turned his head just as a dog would have, and I felt small ears beneath the fur. Behind me, someone said, "Cute, ain't it?" and I turned to look. It was Pern, the grinning sailor. I answered, "He seems harmless enough." "Most are," Pern hesitated. "Only most die and drift off. We only see a few of 'em. That's what they say." "Gunnie calls them apports," I remarked, "and I've been thinking about that. The sails bring them, don't they?" Pern nodded absently and stretched a finger of his own through the barrier to tickle the shaggy creature. "Adjacent sails must be like 2 large mirrors. They're curved, so somewhere, in fact in various places, they must be parallel, and the starlight shines on them." Pern nodded again. "That's what makes the ship go, as the skipper said when they asked about the wench." "I once knew a man called Hathor, who summoned deadly things to serve him, and I was told by one called Vodulus was not to be trusted, I'll admit, that Hathor used mirrors to bring them. I've a friend who works mirror spells too, though his are not evil. Hathor had been a hand on a ship like this." That captured Pern's attention. He withdrew his finger and turned to face me. "You know her name?" he asked. "The name of his ship?" "No, I don't think he ever mentioned it." "Wait. He said he'd been on several. 'Long I signed on the silver-sailed ships, the 100-masted, whose masts reached out to touch the stars.'" "Ah," Pern nodded. "Some say there's only one. That's something I wonder about sometimes." "Surely there must be many. Even when I was a boy, people told me of them, the ships of the Kakagins putting into the port of Lune." "Where's that?" "Lune? It's the moon of my world. The moon of Earth." "That was small stuff, then," Pern told me. "Tenders and launches and so forth. Nobody never said there wasn't a lot of little stuff shuttling around between the various worlds of the various suns. Only this ship here, and the other ones like it, allowing that there's more than the one, they don't come in so close, generally. They can do it all right, but it's a tricky business. Then, too, there's a good bit of rock whizzing around close in to a sun, usually." The white-haired Idus appeared, carrying a collection of tools. "Hello," he called, and I waved to him. "I ought to get busy," Pern muttered. "Me and that one are supposed to be taking care of 'em. I was just looking around to be sure they were all right when I saw you, Severian," I said. "I was the Autarch, the ruler of the Commonwealth. Now I'm the surrogate of Urth and its ambassador. Do you come from Urth, Pern? Don't think I've ever been, but maybe I have. He looked thoughtful. Big white moon? No, it's green. You were on Verthandi, perhaps. I've read that its moons are pale grey. Pern shrugged. I don't know. Idas had come up to us by then, and he said, "It must be wonderful." I had no notion of what he meant. Pern moved away, looking at the beasts. As if we were two conspirators, Idas whispered, "Don't worry about him. He's afraid I'll report him for not working." "Aren't you afraid I'll report you?" I asked. There was something about Idas that irritated me, though perhaps it was only his seeming weakness. "Oh, do you know Citero?" "Who I know is my own affair, I believe." "I don't think you know anyone," he said, and then, as if he had committed a merely social blunder, "But maybe you do. Or I could introduce you. I will, if you want me to." "I do," I told him. "Introduce me to Citero at the first opportunity. I demand to be returned to my stateroom." Idas nodded. "I will. Perhaps you wouldn't mind if I came there to talk with you sometime? I hope you'll excuse me for saying this. You know nothing about ships, and I know nothing about such places as, Earth? Nothing of worlds. I've seen a few pictures, but other than that, all I know are these." He gestured vaguely toward the beasts. "And they are bad, always bad. But perhaps there are good things on the worlds, too, that never live long enough to find their way to the decks." "Surely they're not all evil?" "Oh, yes," he said. "Oh, yes, they are. And I, who have to clean up after them and feed them and adjust the atmosphere for them if they need it, would rather kill them all. But Citero and Zelizo would beat me if I did." "I wouldn't be surprised if they killed you," I told him. I had no desire to see such a fascinating collection wiped out by this petty man's spite. "Which would be just, I think. You look as though you belong among them yourself." "Oh, no," he said seriously. "It's you and Pern and the rest who do. I was born here on the ship." Something in his manner told me he was trying to draw me into conversation, and would gladly quarrel with me if only it would keep me talking. For my part, I had no desire to talk at all, much less quarrel. I felt tired enough to drop, and I was ravenously hungry. I said, "If I belong in this collection of exotic brutes, it's up to you to see I'm fed. Where's the galley?" Idas hesitated for a moment, quite plainly debating some sort of exchange of information. He would direct me if I would first answer 7 questions about Earth, or something of that sort. Then he realized I was ready to knock him down if he said anything of the kind, and he told me, though sullenly enough, how to get there. One of the advantages of such a memory as mine, which stores everything and forgets nothing, is that it is as good as paper at such times. Indeed, that may be its only advantage. On this occasion, however, it did me no more good than it had when I had tried to follow the directions of that lockage of the Peltasts, whom I met upon the bridge of Jaiol. No doubt Idas had assumed I knew more of the ship than I did, and that I would not count doors and look for turnings with exactness. Soon I realized I had gone wrong. 3 corridors branched where there should have been only 2, and a promised stair did not appear. I retraced my path, found the point at which, as I believed, I had become lost, and began again. Almost at once I found myself treading a broad, straight passageway, such as Idas had told me led to the galley. I assumed then that my wanderings had sent me wide of part of the prescribed route, and I strode along in high spirits. By the standards of the ship, it was a wide and windy place indeed. No doubt it was one that received its atmosphere directly from the devices that circulated and purified it, for it smelled as a breeze from the south does on a rainy day in spring. The floor was neither of the strange grass I had seen before, nor of the grillwork I had already come to hate, but polished wood, deeply entombed in clear varnish. The walls, which had been of a dark and deathly grey in the crew's quarters, were white here, and once or twice I passed padded seats that stood with their backs toward the walls. The passageway turned and turned again, and I felt that it was rising ever so slightly, though the weight I lifted with my steps was so slight I could not be certain. There were pictures on the walls, and some of these pictures moved. Once a picture of our ship, as it might have been limned by someone far distant. I could not help but stop to look, and I shuddered to think how near I had come to seeing it so. Another turn, but one that proved not to be a turn, only the termination of the passageway in a circle of doors. I chose one at random, and stepped into a narrow gangway, so dark, after the white passage, that I could hardly see more than the lights overhead. A few moments later I realized that I had passed a hatch, the first I had seen since re-entering the ship, still not wholly free from the fear that had gripped me when I saw that terrible and beautiful picture. I took out my necklace as I strode along, and made certain it had not been damaged. The gangway turned twice and divided, then twisted like a serpent. A door swung open as I passed, releasing the aroma of roast meat. A voice, the thin and mechanical voice of the lock, said, "Welcome back, master." I looked through the doorway and saw my own cabin. Not, of course, the cabin I had taken in the crew's quarters, but the stateroom I had left to launch the leaden coffer into the great light of the new universe, aborning only a watch or two before. Chapter 5. The Hero and the Hierodules. The steward had brought my meal, and finding me not in my stateroom, had left it on the table. The meat was still warm under its bell. I ate it ravenously, and with it new bread and salt butter, celeriac and salsify, and red wine. Afterward I undressed, washed myself, and slept. He woke me, shaking me by my shoulder. It was odd, but when I, the Autarch of Urth, had boarded the ship, I had scarcely noticed him, though he brought my meals and willingly saw to various little wants. No doubt it was that very willingness which had unjustly wiped him from my attention. Now that I myself had been a member of the crew, it was as though he had turned to show another face. It looked down at me now, blunt-featured, yet intelligent, the eyes bright with suppressed excitement. "Someone wishes to see you, Autarch," he murmured. I sat up. "Someone you felt you should wake me for?" "Yes, Autarch." The captain, perhaps. Was I to be censured for going on deck? The necklace had been provided for emergency use, but it seemed unlikely. "No, Autarch. Our captain's seen you, I'm sure. 3 Hierodules, Autarch." "Yes," I fenced for time. "Is that the captain's voice I hear sometimes in the corridors? When did he see me? I don't recall seeing him." "I've no idea, Autarch. But our captain's seen you, I'm sure. Often, probably. Our captain sees people." Indeed. I was pulling on a clean shirt as I digested the hint that there was a secret ship within this ship, just as the secret house was within the House Absolute. It must interfere with his other work. "I don't believe it does, Autarch. They're waiting outside. Could you hurry?" I dressed more slowly after that, of course. To draw the belt from my dusty trousers, I had to remove my pistol and the knife that Gunnie had found for me. The steward told me I would not need them, so I wore them, feeling absurdly as though I were going to inspect a reconstituted formation of demi-lances. The knife was nearly long enough to be called a sword. It had not occurred to me that the 3 might be Ossipego, Barbatus, and Famulus. As far as I knew, I had left them far behind on Earth, and they had most certainly not been in the pinnace with me, though of course they possessed their own craft. Now here they were, disguised, and badly, as human beings, just as they had been at our first encounter in Baldander's castle. Ossipego bowed as stiffly as ever, Barbatus and Famulus as gracefully. I returned their greetings as well I could, and suggested that if they wished to speak to me, they were welcome in my stateroom, apologizing in advance for its disorder. "We cannot come inside," Famulus told me, "however much we would. The room to which we bring you is not too far away." Her voice, as always, was like the speaking of a lark. Barbatus added, "Cabins like yours are not as safe as we might wish," in his masculine baritone. "Then I will go wherever you lead me," I said. "Do you know, it's truly cheering to see you three again. Yours are faces from home, even if they are false faces." "You know us, I see," Barbatus said as we started down the corridor. "But the faces beneath these are too horrible for you, I fear." The corridor was too narrow for us to go four abreast. He and I walked side by side, Famulus and Ossipego side by side behind us. It has taken me a long time to lose the despair that seized me at that moment. "This is the first time?" I asked. "You have not met me before?" Famulus trilled, "Though we do not know you, yet you know us, Severian. I saw how pleased you looked when first you came into our sight. Often we have met, and we are friends." "But we will not meet again," I said. "It's the first time for you, who will travel backward through time when you leave me, and so it's the last time for me. When we first met, you said welcome. There is no greater joy for us than greeting you, Severian. And you were saddened at our parting. I remember it very well. I remember everything very well, as you had better know at once. How you leaned over the rail of your ship to wave to me as I stood upon the roof of Baldander's tower in the rain." "Only Ossipego here has memory like yours," Famulus whispered. "But I shall not forget." "So it's my turn to say welcome now, and mine to be sad because we're parting. I've known you three for more than 10 years, and I know that the hideous faces beneath those masks are only masks themselves. Famulus took hers off the first time we met, though I did not understand then that it was because she had done so often before. I know that Ossipego is a machine, although he is not so agile as Sidero, who I am beginning to believe must be a machine too." "That name means iron," Ossipego said, speaking for the first time, "though I do not know him. And yours means bone-grower. You took care of Barbatus and Famulus when they were small, saw to it that they were fed and so on, and you've remained with them ever since. That's what Famulus told me once." Barbatus said, "We are come," and opened the door for me. In childhood one imagines that any door unopened may open upon a wonder, a place different from all the places one knows. That is because, in childhood, it has so often proved to be so. The child, knowing nothing of any place except his own, is astonished and delighted by novel sights that an adult would readily have anticipated. When I was only a boy, the doorway of a certain mausoleum had been a portal of wonder to me, and when I had crossed its threshold I was not disappointed. On this ship I was a child again, knowing no more of the world around me than a child does. The chamber into which Barbatus ushered me was as marvellous to Severian the man, to the Autarch Severian, who had Thekla's life, and the old Autarchs, and 100 more to draw upon, as the mausoleum had been to the child. I am tempted to write that it appeared to be under water, but it did not. Rather, we seemed immersed in some fluid that was not water, but was to some other world what water was to earth. Or perhaps that we were under water indeed, but water so cold it would have been frozen in any lake of the Commonwealth. All this was merely an effect of the light, I believe, of the freezing wind that wandered, nearly stagnating, through the chamber, and of the colours, tintings of green shaded with blue and black, viridian, beryline, and aquamarine, with tarnished gold and yellowed ivory here and there shining sullenly. The furnishings were not of furniture as we understand it. Mottled slabs of seeming stone that yielded to my touch leaned crookedly against 2 walls and were scattered across the floor. Tattered streamers hung suspended from the ceiling, and because they were so light, and the attraction of our ship hardly felt, seemed in need of no suspension. So far as I could judge, the air was as dry here as in the corridor, yet the ghost of an icy spray beat against my face. "Is this strange place your stateroom?" I asked Barbatus. He nodded as he removed his masks, revealing a face that was at once handsome, inhuman, and familiar. "We have seen the chambers your kind makes. They are as disturbing to us as this must be to you, and since there are 3 of us—" "2," Autarch said. "It does not matter to me." "I am not offended. I'm delighted. It's the greatest of privileges for me to see how you live, when you live as you wish." Famulimus's falsely human face was gone, revealing some huge-eyed horror with needle teeth. She pulled that away as well, and I saw, for one last time, as I then believed, the beauty of a goddess not born of woman. "How fast we learn, Barbatus, that these poor folk will meet who hardly know what we know best, no courtesy as guests." If I had attended to what she said, it would have made me smile. As it was, I was far too busy still in looking about that strange cabin. At last I said, "I know your race was formed by the Hierogrammates to resemble those who once formed them. Now I see, or think I see, that you were once inhabitants of lakes and pools, kelpies, such as our country folk talk of." "On our home, as on yours," Barbatus said, "life rose from the sea. But this chamber has no more received its impression from that dim beginning than your own have received theirs from the trees where your forebears capered." Autarch rumbled, "It is early to begin a quarrel." He had not removed his disguise, I suppose because it did not render him less comfortable, and in fact I have never seen him do so.
"Barbatus, he speaks well," Famulimus sang. Then to me, "You leave your world, Severian. Like you, we 3 leave ours. We climb the stream of time. You are swept down that stream. This ship thus bears us both. For you, the years are gone, when we will counsel you. For us they now begin. We greet you now, Autarch, with counsel we have brought. To save your race's son, one thing is needful only, that you must serve Tzadkiel."
"Who is that?" I asked. "And how do I serve him? I've never heard of him." Barbatus snorted. "Which is less than surprising, since Famulimus was not supposed to give you that name. We will not use it again. But he, the person Famulimus mentioned, is the judge appointed to your case. He is a Hierogrammate, as is to be expected. What do you know of them?" "Very little, beyond the fact that they are your masters." "Then you know very little indeed. Even that is wrong. You call us Hierodules, and that is your word and not ours, just as Barbatus, Famulimus, and Autarch are your words we have chosen because they are not common and describe us better than your other words would. Do you know what Hierodule means, this word of your own tongue?" "I know that you are creatures of this universe, shaped by those of the next to serve them here, and that the service they desire of you is the shaping of our race, of humanity, because we are the cognates of those who shaped them in the ages of the previous creation."
Famulimus trilled, "Hierodule is holy slave. How could Hierodules be holy? Did we not serve the Increate? Our master is he and he only."
Barbatus added, "You've commanded armies, Severian. You're a king and a hero, or at least you were, up until you left your world. Then, too, you may rule again, should you fail. You must know that a soldier doesn't serve his officer, or at least that he shouldn't. He serves his tribe, and receives instructions from his officer." I nodded. "The Hierogrammates are your officers, then. I understand. I possess my predecessor's memories, as you perhaps do not yet realize, so I know that he was tried as I will be, and that he failed. It's always seemed to me that what was done to him, returning him unmanned to watch our Earth grow worse and worse, to take responsibility for everything, and yet know that he had failed in the one attempt that might have set everything right, was cruel indeed." Famulus' face was almost always serious. Now it seemed more serious than ever.
His memories, Severian? Have you no more than memories?
For the first time in many years I felt the blood rise in my cheeks. I lied, I said. I am he, just as I am Tzadkiel. You three have been my friends when I had few, and I should not lie to you, though so often I must lie to myself.
Famulus sang, Then you must know that all are scourged alike, and yet the nearer to success, the worse the pain each feels. That is a law we cannot change.
Outside in the gangway, not far distant, someone screamed. I started toward the door, and the scream ended on the gurgling note that signals that the throat has filled with blood. Barbatus snapped, Wait, Severian, and Autarch moved to block the door.
Famulus chanted urgently, I have but one thing more to tell. Tzadkiel is just and kind. Though you may suffer much, remember so.
I turned on her. I could not help it. I remember this. The old Autarch never saw his judge. I didn't recall the name because he had striven so to forget it, but we recall everything now, and it was Tzadkiel. He was a kinder man than Severian, a more just person than Tzadkiel. What chance does Urth stand now? Though I do not know whose hand it was, Tzadkiel's perhaps, or one of the dim figures behind the old Autarch, a hand was on my pistol. No more do I know whom it would have shot unless it was myself. It never left the holster, for Autarch seized me from behind, pinning my arms in a grip of steel.
It is Tzadkiel who will decide, Famulus told me. Urth stands such chance as you provide.
Somehow Autarch opened the door without releasing me, or it may be that it opened itself at some command I did not hear. He whirled me around and thrust me out into the gangway. Chapter 6. A Death and the Dark. It was the steward. He lay face down in the gangway, the worn soles of his carefully polished boots not 3 cubits from my door. His neck had been nearly severed. A clasp knife, still closed, lay beside his right hand. For 10 years I had worn the black claw I had pulled from my arm beside Ocean. When first I ascended to the autarchy, I had often tried to use it, always without result. For the past 8 years I had scarcely given it a thought. Now I took it from the little leathern sack Dorcas had sewn for me in Thrax, touched the steward's forehead with it, and sought to do again whatever it had been that I had done for the girl in the jackal, the man-ape beside the falls, and the dead Ulan. Although I have no wish to do so, I will try to describe what happened then. Once when I was a prisoner of Hierodules, I was bitten by a blood-bat. There was very little pain, but a sensation of lassitude that grew more seductive every moment. When I moved my foot and startled the bat from its feast, the wind of its dark wings had seemed the very exhalation of death. That was but the shadow, the foretaste, of what I felt then in the gangway. I was the core of the universe, as we always are to ourselves, and the universe tore like a client's rotten rags and fell in soft grey dust to nothing. For a long time I lay trembling in the dark. Perhaps I was conscious. Surely I was not aware of it, nor of anything except red pain everywhere and such weakness as the dead must feel. At last I saw a spark of light. It came to me that I must be blind, and yet, if I saw that spark, there was some hope, however slight. I sat up, though I was so shaken and weak that it was agony. The spark appeared again, an infinitesimal flash, less than the gleam that sunlight summons from the point of a needle. It lay in my hand, but was extinct before I realized it, long gone before I could move my stiff fingers and discover them slippery with my blood. It had come from the claw, that hard, sharp black thorn that had pricked my arm so long ago. I must have clenched my fist. I had driven the claw into the second joint of the first finger until its point had pierced the skin a second time from within, impaling it like a fishhook. I jerked it out, hardly conscious of the pain, and pushed it back into its sack, still wet with my blood. By then I was sure again that I was blind. The smooth surface on which I lay seemed no more than the floor of the gangway. The panelled wall that my groping fingers discovered once I clambered to my feet might easily have been its wall. Yet the gangway had been well lit. Who would have carried me elsewhere to this dark place and made my whole body an agony to me? I heard the moaning of a human voice. It was my own, and I clamped my jaw to silence it. In my youth, when I had travelled from Nessus to Thrax with Dorcas, and from Thrax to Orithyia largely alone, I had carried flint and steel to kindle fires. Now I had none. I searched my mind and my pockets for something that would give light, but I could hit on nothing better than my pistol. Drawing it, I drew breath, too, to shout a warning, and only then thought to cry out for help. There was no reply. I listened, but could hear no footfall. After making certain the pistol was still at its lowest setting, I resolved to use it. I would fire a single shot. If I could not see its violet flame, I would know that I had lost my sight. I would consider then whether I wished to lose my life as well, while I retained the necessary desperation, or whether I would seek out whatever treatment the ship might offer. And yet I knew even then that although we, might choose to perish, we could not. What other hope had Earth? With my left hand I touched the wall so that I might align the barrel with the gangway. With the other I raised my pistol to shoulder height, as a marksman does who shoots at a distance. A pinprick of light shone before me, like red Verthandi seen through clouds. The sight startled me so much that, though it was my injured finger that jerked back the trigger, I was hardly aware of it. Energy split the dark. In the violet glare I saw the steward's body, the half-open door of my stateroom, beyond it a writhing shape and the flash of steel. Darkness returned instantly, but I was not blind. Sick, yes, aching in every limb. I felt I had been spun about by a whirlwind and dashed against some pillar, but not blind. Not blind. Rather, the ship was plunged in darkness, as if in night. Again I heard the groan of a human voice, but this voice was not my own. Someone had been in the corridor, after all, someone who had meant to take my life, since what I had glimpsed had surely been the blade of some weapon. The diminished beam had seared him as the diminished beams of the Hierodules' pistols had once seared Baldander's. This had been no giant, I thought, but he still lived as Baldander's had lived, and it might be that he was not alone. Stooping, I groped with my free hand until I found the body of the steward, climbed over it like a crippled spider, and at last managed to creep through the door of my stateroom and bolted behind me. The lamp by whose light I had recopied my manuscript was as dark as the gangway lights, but as I fumbled the escritoire to find it, I touched a stick of wax and remembered there was a golden candle, too, for melting the wax, a candle that lit itself at the pressing of a stud. This ingenious device had been stored with the wax in a pigeonhole, so that to think of it should have been to lay my hand upon it. It was not there, but I soon found it among the litter on the writing-board. Its clear yellow flame shot up at once. By its light I saw the ruin of my stateroom. My clothes had been strewn across the floor, and every seam of every garment ripped out. A sharp blade had opened my mattress from end to end. The drawers of the escritoire had been turned out, my books strewn over the room. The very bags in which my belongings had been carried on board had been slashed. My first thought was that all this had been mere vandalism, that someone who hated me, and on Earth there had been many such, had vented his fury at not finding me asleep. A little reflection convinced me the destruction had been too thorough for that. Almost at the instant I had left it, someone had entered the stateroom. Doubtless the Hierodules, whose time ran counter to the time we know, had foreseen his arrival and sent the steward for me largely to snatch me from him. Finding me gone, he had searched my belongings for something so small it might have been concealed in the collar of a shirt. Whatever he had sought, I had possessed only one treasure, the letter Master Malrubius had given me, identifying me as the legitimate Autarch of Urth. Because I had not expected my stateroom to be robbed, I had not concealed it at all, merely putting it in a drawer with some other papers I had brought from Earth. Of course, it was gone now. On leaving my stateroom, the searcher had met the steward, who must have stopped him and attempted to question him. That could not be tolerated, since the steward would have been able to describe him to me later. The searcher had drawn his weapon. The steward had tried to defend himself with a clasp knife, but had been too slow. I had heard his scream as I talked with the Hierodules, and Ossipaco had prevented me from leaving so that I would not encounter the searcher. so much seemed clear. But now came the strangest part of the whole affair. When I found the steward's body, I had tried to reanimate it, using the thorn in place of the true claw of the conciliator. I had failed, but then I had failed also on every previous occasion when I had sought to call upon whatever power I had commanded with a true claw. First, I believe, when I had touched the woman in our oubliette, who had constructed the furnishings of our room from stolen children. Those failures, however, had been no more violent than the failure of a word that is not the word of power. One pronounces the word, but the door does not open. So had I touched with a thorn, but no cure or resuscitation had taken place. This time had been quite different. I had been stunned in a fashion that had left me sick and weak still, and I had not the least notion what it was. Absurd though it may sound, that gave me hope. Something had happened at least, though it had nearly cost me my life. Whatever it had been, it had left me unconscious, and the darkness had come. Emboldened by it, the searcher had returned. Hearing my cry for help, which a well-intentioned person would have answered, he had advanced to kill me. All these thoughts took much less time than I have taken to write about them. The wind is rising now, blowing our new land, grain by grain, to the sunken commonwealth. But I will write for a little while more before I go to my bower to sleep. Write that the only useful conclusion to which they carried me was that the searcher might be lying wounded in the gangway still. If so, I might induce him to reveal his motive and confederates, assuming that he had either. Snuffing the candle, I opened the door as silently as I could and slipped out, listened for a moment, then risked relighting it. My enemy had gone, but nothing else had changed. The dead steward remained dead, his clasp knife by his hand. The gangway was empty as far as the wavering yellow light could probe it. Fearing that I would exhaust the candle, or it would betray my location, I extinguished it again. At close quarters, the hunting knife Gunnie had found for me seemed likely to be more useful than a pistol. With the knife in one hand and the other brushing the wall, I went slowly down the gangway in search of the Hierodules' stateroom. When Famulinimus, Barbatus, Ossipago, and I had gone there, I had paid no heed to either the route or the distance. But I could recall each door we had passed, and almost every step I had taken. Though it took me so much longer to return than it had to go the first time, still I knew, or at least believed I knew, precisely when I had arrived. I tapped on the door, but there was no response. Pressed to it, my ear detected no sounds from within. I knocked again more loudly, but with no more result, and at last I pounded on it with the pommel of my knife. When that too was without result, I crept through the dark to the doors on either side, though each was some distance off, and I was sure both were incorrect, and knocked at them as well. No one answered either. To return to my stateroom would be to invite assassination, and I congratulated myself heartily on having already secured a second lodging. Unfortunately, to reach it by the only route I knew, I would have to pass the door to my stateroom. When I had studied the history of my predecessors and scanned the memories of those whose persons are merged in mine, I had been struck by the number who had lost their lives in a last repetition of some hazardous action, in leading the last charge of a victory, or by risking incognito a farewell visit to some mistress in the city. Recalling the route as I did, I felt I could guess in which part of the ship my new cabin lay. I decided to proceed down the gangway, turn from it when I could, and double back, and so come eventually to my goal. I shall pass over my wanderings, which were wearying enough to me, and need not weary you, my hypothetical reader. It should be enough to say that I found a stairway to a lower level, and a gangway that seemed to run beneath the one I had left, but soon ended in another descending stair, leading to a maze of walkways, ladders, and narrow passages as dark as the pit, where the floor moved beneath my feet and the air grew ever warmer and more humid. At length this sweltering air carried to me an odor pungent and oddly familiar. I followed it as well as I could, I who have so often boasted of my memory, now sniffing along for what seemed a league at least, like a brachet, and ready almost to yelp for joy at the thought of a place I knew after so much emptiness, silence, and blackness. Then I yelped indeed, because I saw far off the gleam of some faint light. My eyes had grown so used to the dark in those watches of wandering through the entrails of the ship that, faint though the gleam shone, I could see the renitent surface under my feet and the mossy walls about me. I sheathed my knife then and ran. A moment later, circular habitats surrounded me, and 100 strange beasts. I had returned to the menagerie, where the apports were imprisoned. The gleam proceeded from one of their enclosures. I made my way to it, and saw that the creature within was none other than the shaggy thing I had helped to capture. He stood upon his hind legs, with his forelegs braced against the invisible wall that contained him, and a phosphorescent glow rippled along his belly and shone strongly from his hand-like forepaws. I spoke to him as I might have to some favourite cat upon returning from a journey, and he seemed to welcome me as a cat might, pressing his furry body to the unseen wall and mewing, regarding me with beseeching eyes. An instant later his little mouth split in a snarl, and his eyes glared like a demon's. I would have started back from him, but an arm circled my neck, and a blade flashed toward my chest. I caught the assassin's wrist and stopped the knife without a thumb's width to spare, then struggled to crouch and throw him over my head. I have been called a strong man, but he was too strong for me. I could lift him readily enough. On that ship I could have lifted a dozen men, but his legs clamped my waist like the jaws of a trap. I bent to throw him, but I succeeded only in throwing us both to the ground. Frantically I twisted to get away from his knife. Nearly in my ear he screamed with pain. Our fall had brought us inside the habitat, and the shaggy animal's teeth had fastened on his hand. Chapter 7. A Death in the Light. By the time I had recovered myself enough to rise, the assassin was gone. A few bloodstains, nearly black in the light of the golden candle, remained in the circle ruled by my shaggy friend. He himself sat upon his haunches, with his hind legs folded in an oddly human way beneath him, his light extinguished, licking his paws and smoothing the silky hair around his mouth with them. "Thank you," I said, and he cocked his head attentively at the sound. The assassin's knife lay not far off, a big, broad-bladed, rather clumsy bolo, with a worn handle of some dark wood. He had been a common sailor, then, in all probability. I kicked it away, and called to mind his hand as I had glimpsed it, a man's hand, large, strong, and rough, but with no identifying marks, so far as I had seen. A missing finger or two would have been convenient, but it was at least possible that he had those now. A sailor with a badly bitten hand. Had he followed me so far, through the dark, down so many stairs and ladders, along so many twisted passages? It seemed unlikely. He had come upon me here by accident, then seized his opportunity, and acted. A dangerous man. It seemed better to me to search for him at once, than to wait until he had time to recover himself and concoct some tale to explain his injured hand. If I could discover his identity, I would make it known to the officers of the ship, and if there was not time for that, or they would take no action, I would kill him myself. Holding the golden candle high, I started up the stairs to the crew's quarters, knitting plans much faster than I walked. The officers, the captain the dead steward had mentioned, would refurnish my stateroom or assign another to me. I would have a guard posted outside, not so much to protect me, for I intended to stay there no more than I had to in order to keep up appearances, as to give my enemy something to strike at. Then Between one breath and the next, every light in that part of the ship came on. I could see the unsupported metal stair on which I stood, and through the twining black metal of its treads the pale greens and yellows of the vivarium. To my right, radiance from indistinct lamps lost itself in nacreous mist. The distant wall at my left shone grey-black with damp, a dark tarn turned on edge. Above there might have been no ship at all, but a clouded sky besieged by a circling sun. It lasted no longer than a breath. I heard distant shouts as sailors here and there called the attention of their mates to what could not in any case be missed. Then a darkness fell that seemed more terrible than before. I climbed 100 steps. Light flickered as though every lamp were as tired as I, then went out again. 1,000 steps, and the flame of the golden candle shrunk to a dot of blue. I extinguished it to save what little fuel remained, and climbed on in the dark. Perhaps it was only because I was leaving the depths of the ship and ascending toward that uppermost deck which confined our atmosphere, but I felt chilled. I tried to climb more quickly to warm myself by the exertion, and found I was unable to do so. Haste only made me stumble, and the leg that had been laid open by some Asian infantrymen at the third battle of Orithia drew the rest toward the grave. For a time I was afraid I would not recognize the tier that held my cabin and Gunny's, but I left the stair without thought, kindled the golden candle for an instant only, and heard the creaking of hinges as the door swung open. I had shut the door and found the bunk before I sensed that I was not alone. I called out, and the voice of Idis, the white-haired sailor, answered me in a tone of mingled fear and interest. I asked, "What are you doing here?" "Waiting for you. I hoped you would come. I don't know why, but I thought you might. You weren't with the others down there." When I said nothing, he added, "Working, I mean. So I slipped away myself and came here." "To my cabin? The lock shouldn't have let you in." "But you didn't tell it not to. I described you, and it knows me, you see. My own cabin's near here. I told it the truth, that I only wanted to wait for you." I said, "I'll order it to admit no one but myself." "It might be wise to make exceptions for your friends." I told him I would consider it, actually thinking that he would certainly not be such an exception. Gunny, perhaps. "You have a light. Wouldn't it be nicer if you used it?" "How do you know I've got one?" "Because when the door opened, there was a light outside for a moment. It was something you were holding, wasn't it?" I nodded, then realized he could not see me in the dark, and said, "I prefer not to exhaust it." "All right. I was surprised, though, when you didn't use it to find that bed." I remembered where it was well enough. The fact was that I had refrained from lighting the golden candle as a matter of self-discipline. I was tempted to use it to see whether Idis had been burned or bitten. But reason told me the assassin who had been burned would be in no condition to make a second attempt on my life, and that the one who had been bitten could hardly have reached the iron stair in the air-shaft far enough ahead of me to have climbed it unheard. "Would you mind if I talked to you? When we met earlier and you spoke of your home world, I wanted to, very much." "I'd like to," I told him, "if you wouldn't mind answering a few questions." What I would really have liked was a chance to rest. I was still far from recovered, but an opportunity to gain information was not to be squandered. "No," Ida said, "not a bit. I'd very much enjoy answering your questions, if you'll answer mine." Seeking an innocuous way to begin, I took off my boots and stretched myself upon the bunk, which complained of me softly. "Then what do you call the tongue we're speaking?" I began. "The way we're talking now? Why, ship, of course." "Do you know any other languages, Idis?" "No, not I. I was born on board, you see. That was one of the things I wanted to ask you about. How life is different for someone from a real world. I've heard a lot of stories from the crew, but they're just ignorant seamen. I can tell that you're a person who thinks." "Thank you. Having been born here, you've had a lot of chances to visit real worlds. Have you found many where they spoke ship?" "To tell the truth, I haven't taken shore leave as often as I could have. My appearance, you've probably noticed." "Answer my question, please." "They speak ship on most worlds, I suppose." Idis's voice sounded a trifle nearer than it had, I thought. "I see. On Earth, what you call ship is spoken only in our Commonwealth. We hold it a more ancient tongue than the others, but up until now I've never been sure that was true." I decided to steer the talk to whatever had plunged everything in darkness. "This would be a great deal more satisfying if we could see each other, wouldn't it?" "Oh, yes. Won't you use your light?" "In a moment, perhaps." "Do you think they'll get the ship's lights working again soon?" "They're trying to fix it so the most important parts have lights now," Ida said. "But this isn't an important part." "What went wrong?" I could practically see his shrug. "Something conductive must have fallen across the terminals of one of the big cells, but no one can find out what it was. Anyway, the plates burned through. Some cables, too, and that shouldn't have happened. And all the other sailors are working there? Most of my gang. I was certain he was nearer now, no more than an L from the bunk. A few got off for other things. That was how I got away. Severian, your home world, is it beautiful there? Very beautiful, but terrible too. Possibly the loveliest things of all are the ice isles that sail up like argosies from the south. They're white and pale green, and they sparkle like diamonds or emeralds when the sun strikes them. The sea around them looks black, but it's so clear you can see their hulls far down in the pelagic deeps. Idas's breath hissed ever so faintly. Hearing it, I drew my knife as quietly as I could. And each rears like a mountain against the royal blue sky, dusted with stars. But nothing can live on those ice isles. Nothing human. Idas, I'm getting sleepy. Perhaps you'd better go. I'd like to ask you much, much more. And so you will, another time. Severian, do men touch each other sometimes on your world? Clasp hands as a sign of friendship? They do that on a lot of worlds. And on mine, too, I said, and shifted the knife to my left hand. Let's clasp hands, then, and I'll go. All right, I told him. Our fingertips touched, and at that moment the cabin light came on. He was holding a bolo, its blade below his hand. He drove it down with all his weight behind it. My right hand flew up. I could never have stopped that blow, but I managed to deflect it. The broad point went through my shirt and plunged into the mattress so near my skin that I felt the chill of the steel. He tried to jerk the bolo back, but I got his wrist, and he could not pull free of my grip. I could have killed him easily, but I ran my blade through his forearm instead, to make him let go of the hilt. He screamed, not so much from pain, I think, as from the sight of my blade thrusting from his flesh. I threw him down, and a moment later had the point of my knife at his throat. Quiet, I told him, or I'll kill you on the spot. How thick are these walls? My arm. Forget your arm. There'll be time enough to lick your blood. Answer me. Not thick at all. The walls and floors are just sheets of metal. Good. That means there's no one about. I was listening while I lay on the bunk, and I didn't hear a single step. You may wail all you want. Now stand up. The hunting knife had a good edge. I slit Idas's shirt down the back and pulled it off, revealing the budding breasts I had half suspected. Who put you on this ship, girl? Abaya? You knew. Idas stared at me, her pale eyes wide. I shook my head and cut a strip from the shirt. Here, wind your arm with this. Thank you, but it doesn't matter. My life's over anyway. I said to wind it. When I go to work on you, I don't want to get any more blood on these clothes than I have already. There will be no need to torture me. Yes, I was a slave of Abaya's. Sent to kill me so I wouldn't bring the new son? She nodded. Chosen because you were still small enough to pass as human. Who were the others? There aren't any others. I would have seized her, but she held up her right hand. I swear it by Lord Abaya. There may be others, but I don't know them. It was you who killed my steward? Yes. And searched my stateroom? Yes. But it wasn't you I burned with my pistol. Who was that? Only a hand I hired for a Chrysos. I was down the gangway when you fired. You see, I wanted to cast the body adrift, but I wasn't sure I could carry it without help and work the hatches, too. Besides— Her voice trailed away. Besides what? Besides, he'd have had to help me with other things, too, after that. Isn't that right? Now, how did you know? Please tell me. It wasn't you that attacked me at the port pens, either. Who was that? Ida shook her head as though to clear it. I didn't know you'd been attacked at all. How old are you, Idas? I don't know. 10, 13? We don't number the years, she shrugged. But you said we weren't human, and we're as human as you. We're the other people, the folk of the great lords who dwell in the sea and underground. Now, please, I've answered your question, so answer mine. How did you know? I sat on the bunk. Soon I would begin the excruciation of this lanky child. It had been a long while, perhaps before she was born, since I had been the journeyman Severian, and I would not relish the task. I was half hoping she would bolt for the door. In the first place, you didn't talk like a sailor. I once had a friend who did, so I notice when others do, though that's much too long a tale to tell now. My troubles, the murder of my steward and so on, started soon after I met you and the others. You told me at once that you'd been born on this ship, but the others talked like seamen, except for Cicero, and you didn't.
Pern and Gunnie are from Urth.
Then, too, you misdirected me when I asked the way to the galley. You meant to follow me and kill me when you could, but I found my stateroom, and that must have seemed better to you. You could wait until I was asleep and talk your way past the lock. That wouldn't have been hard, I suppose, since you're a member of the crew.
Idas nodded. I brought tools, and I told your lock I'd been sent to mend a drawer.
But I wasn't there. The steward stopped you as you were leaving. What were you looking for?
Your letter, the one that the Aquastores of Urth gave you for the hierogrammate. I found it and burned it there in your own stateroom.
Her voice held a note of triumph now. You would have found that easily enough. You were looking for something else, too, something you expected to be hidden. In a moment or two, I'm going to hurt you very badly. Unless you tell me what that was. She shook her head.
Is it all right if I sit down?
I nodded, expecting her to sit on the chest or the spare bunk, but she sank to the floor, looking like a real child at last, despite her height. A moment ago, I continued, you kept asking me to kindle my light. After the second, it wasn't hard to guess you wanted to be certain your thrust would be a clean kill. So I used the words argosy and pelagic, because Abaya's slaves employ them as passwords. Long ago, someone who thought for a moment I might be one of you showed me a card saying he was to be found on Argosy Street, and Vodulus, you may have heard of him, once told me to give a message to one who should say to me, "The pelagic argosy sights."
I never finished my quotation. On the ship, where heavy things were so light, the child fell forward very slowly, and yet it was fast enough for a soft tap when her forehead struck the floor. I am sure she must have been dead almost from the beginning of my vainglorious little speech.
Chapter 8. The Empty Sleeve. When it was too late, I moved very swiftly, turning Idas upon her back, feeling for a pulse, pounding her chest to shock her heart into renewed life, all of it perfectly useless. I found no pulse, and the reek of poison in her mouth. It must have been hidden on her person. Not in her shirt, unless she had already slipped the pellet to her lips in the darkness, to be crushed and swallowed should she fail. In her hair, perhaps, though that seemed too short to have concealed anything, or in the waistband of her trousers. From either place, she might easily have conveyed it unseen to her mouth as she staunched the blood from her arm. Recalling what had occurred when I tried to reanimate the steward, I did not dare try to revive her. I searched her body, but found almost nothing beyond 9 chrysos of gold, which I put into the pocket in the sheath. She had said that she had given a hand a chrysos to assist her. It seemed reasonable to suppose that Abaya, or whichever of his ministers had sent her out, had provided her with 10. When I cut away her boots, I found that the toes they had concealed were long and webbed. I sliced the boots to bits, searching them just as she had searched my own belongings a couple of watches earlier, but found no more than she had. As I sat on my bunk and contemplated her body, I thought it strange that I had been deceived, though certainly I had been at first, deceived not so much by Idas as by my recollection of the Undine who had freed me from the Nenuphars of Giol and accosted me at the ford. She had been a giantess. Thus I had seen Idas as a gangling youth, and not as a giant child, though Baldanders had kept a somewhat similar child, a boy and much younger, in his tower. The Undine's hair had been green, not white. Perhaps that had done most of all. I should have realized that such a true and vivid green is not found in men or beasts with hair or fur, and when it seems to occur is the effect of algae, like that in the blood of the green man at Saltus. A rope left hanging in a pond will soon enough be green. What a fool I had been! Idas's death would have to be reported, My first thought was to speak to the captain, ensuring a favorable hearing for myself by contacting him through Barbatus or Famulus. I had no more than shut the door behind me when I realized that such an introduction was impossible. Our conversation in their stateroom had been their first encounter with me. It had therefore been my last with them. I would have to reach the captain in some other way, establish my identity, and report what had occurred. Idas had said that the repairs were being carried out below, and surely there would be an officer in charge of them. Once more I descended the wind-swept steps, this time continuing beyond the caged ports into an atmosphere warmer and damper still. Absurd though it seemed, I somehow felt that my weight, which had been only slight on the tier of my cabin, diminished further as I descended. Earlier, when I had climbed the rigging, I had noticed that it dwindled as I ascended. It therefore followed that it should increase as I moved down from level to level in the bowels of the ship. I can only say that it was not so, or at least that it did not seem so to me, but the very reverse of that. Soon I heard footsteps on the stair below me. If I had learned anything during the past few watches, it was that any chance-met stranger might be bent upon my death. I halted to listen and drew my pistol. The faint clanging of metal stopped with me, then sounded again, rapid and irregular, the noises of a climber who stumbled as he ran. Once there was a clatter as of a sword or helmet dropped, and another pause before the faltering footsteps came again. I was descending towards something that some other fled. There seemed no doubt of that. Common sense told me I should flee too, and yet I lingered, too proud and too foolish to retreat until I knew the danger. I did not have to linger long. After a moment I glimpsed a man in armor below me, climbing with fevered haste. In a moment more only a landing intervened, and I could see him well. His right arm was gone, and indeed appeared to have been torn away, for tattered remnants still dangled and bled from the polished brassard. There seemed little reason to fear that this wounded and terrified man would attack me, and much more to think that he might fly if I appeared dangerous. I holstered my pistol and called to him, asking what was wrong and whether I could help him. He stopped and lifted his visored face to look at me. It was Cicero, and he was trembling. "Are you loyal?" he shouted. "To what, friend? I intend you no harm, if that's what you mean." "To the ship!" It seemed pointless to promise loyalty to what was no more than an artifact of the Hierodules, however large. But this was clearly no time to debate abstractions. "Of course," I called. "True to the death, if need be." In my heart I begged Master Malrubius, who had once tried to teach me something of loyalties, to forgive me. Cicero began to climb the steps again, a little more slowly and calmly this time, yet stumbling still. Now that I could see him better, I realized that the dark, oozing fluid I had supposed human blood was far too viscid, and a blackish green rather than crimson. The tatters I had thought shredded flesh were wires mingled with something like cotton. Cicero was an android, then, an automaton in human form such as my friend Jonas had once been. I upbraided myself for not having realized it sooner, and yet it came as a relief. I had seen blood enough in the cabin above. By this time Cicero was mounting the last steps to the landing where I stood. When he reached me, he halted, swaying. In that gruff, demanding way one unconsciously assumes in the hope of inspiring confidence, I told him to let me see his arm. He did, and I recoiled in amazement. If I merely write that it was hollow, that will sound, I fear, as if it were hollow as a bone is said to be. Rather, it was empty. The tiny wires and wisps of fibers soaked with dark liquid had escaped from its steely circumference. There was nothing at all within. "How can I help you?" I asked. "I've had no experience in treating such wounds." He seemed to hesitate. I would have said that his visored face was incapable of expressing emotion, and yet it contrived to do so by its motions, the angles at which he held it, and the play of shadow created by its features. "You must do exactly as I instruct. You will do that?" "Of course," I said. "I confess I swore not long ago that I'd some day cast you from a height as you cast me. But I won't avenge myself upon an injured man." I remembered then how much poor Jonas had wanted to be thought a man, as indeed I and many others had thought him, and to be a man, in fact. "I must trust you," he said. He stepped back, and his chest, his entire torso, opened like a great blossom of steel, and it opened upon emptiness, revealing nothing. "I don't understand," I told him. "How may I help you?" "Look." With his remaining hand he pointed to the inner surface of one of the petal-like plates that had made up that empty chest. "Do you see writing?" "Lines and symbols, yes, in many colors, but I can't read them." Then he described a certain complex symbol and the symbol surrounding it, and after some searching I discovered it. "Insert sharp metal there," he said. "Twist to the right, 1/4 turn, and no more." The slot was very narrow, but my hunting knife had a needle point, which I had wiped clean on Idas's shirt. Now I wedged this point into the place Citero had indicated, and twisted it as he had told me. The seeping of the dark liquid slowed. He described a second symbol on another plate, and while I hunted for it, I ventured to tell him I had never heard or read of any such being as he. "Hadid or Hiero could explain us to you better. I perform my duties. I do not think of such things, not often." "I understand," I said. "You complain that I pushed you off. I did it because you did not attend to my instructions. I have learned that men like you are a hazard to the ship. If they are injured, it is no more than they would do to me. How many times do you think such men have tried to destroy me?" "I have no idea," I said, still scanning the plate for the symbol he had described. "Nor do I. We sail in and out of time, then back again. There is only one ship, the captain says. All the ships we hail between the galaxies or the suns are this ship. How can I know how often they have tried or how often they have succeeded?" He was growing irrational, I thought, and then I found the symbol. When I had fitted the point of my hunting knife into the slot and turned it, the seepage of fluid dropped almost to nothing. "Thank you," Citero said. "I have been losing a great deal of pressure." I asked whether he would not have to drink new fluid to replace that he had lost. "Eventually, but now I have my strength again, and I will have full strength when you make the last adjustment." He told me where it was and what to do. "You asked how we came to be. Do you know how your own race came to be?" "Only that we were animals who lived in trees. That is what the Misties say. Not the monkeys, since the monkeys are there still. Perhaps something like the zoanthropes, though smaller. The zoanthropes always make for the mountains, I've noticed, and they climb trees in the high jungle there. At any rate, these animals communicated with one another as even cattle do, and wolves, by certain cries and motions. Eventually, through the will of the Increate, it came to be that those who communicated best survived, while those who did so poorly perished." "Is there no more?" I shook my head. "When they communicated well enough that they could be said to speak, they were men and women. Such are we still. Our hands were made to cling to branches, our eyes to see the next branch as we move from tree to tree, our mouths to speak and to chew fruit in fledglings. So are they still. But what of your own kind?" "Much like yours. If the story is true, the mates wanted shelter from the void, from destructive rays, the weapons of hostiles, and other things. They built hard coverings for themselves. They wanted to be stronger, too, for war and work on deck. Then they put the liquid you saw into us so that our arms and legs would move as they wanted, but with greater force. Into our genitors, I ought to have said. They needed to communicate, so they added talk circuits. Then more circuits, so we could do one thing as they did another. Controllers, so we could speak and act even when they could not. Until at last we spoke in storage and acted without a mate inside. Are you unable to find it?" "I'll have it in a moment," I told him. The truth was that I had found it some time before, but I had wanted to keep him talking. "Do you mean the officers of this ship wear you like clothing?" "Not often, no. The mark is like a star with a straight mark beside it." "I know," I said, debating what I might do and judging the cavity inside him. My belt, with the knife and my pistol in its holster, would never fit, I thought, but without those I might go in well enough. I told Citero, "Wait a moment, I'm having to work in a half-crouch to find this thing. These are digging into me." I slipped my belt free and laid it down, with the sheath and holstered pistol beside it. "This would be easier if you'd lie down." He did so, and more quickly and gracefully than I would have thought possible, now that he was no longer bleeding so much. "Be quick, I have no time to waste." "Listen," I told him, "if somebody were after you, he'd have been here by now, and I can't even hear anyone." While I pretended to dawdle, I was thinking furiously. It seemed a mad idea, yet it would give protection and a disguise, if it succeeded. I had worn armor often. Why not better armor? "Do you think I fled them?" I heard what Citero said, but I paid little attention to it. I had spoken a moment before of listening. Now there was something to listen to, and after listening I recognized it for what it was, the slow beating of great wings. Chapter 9. The Empty Air. My knife point had already found the slot. I twisted it as I snatched off my cloak and rolled into Cidero's open body. I did not so much as try to see what creature those wings bore until I had thrust my head, with some pain, into his, and could look out through his visor. Even then I saw nothing, or almost nothing. The air-shaft, which had been fairly clear at this depth earlier, now seemed filled with mist. Something had carried the cool upper air lower, mixing it with the warm, moist, reeking air we breathed. Something that roiled that mist now, as though 1,000 ghosts searched there. I could no longer hear the wings or anything else. I might as well have had my head locked in a dusty strong-box peeping through the keyhole. Then Cidero's voice sounded, but not in my ear. I do not know just how to describe it. I know well what it is to have another's thoughts in my mind. Thecla's came there, and the old Autarchs, before I grew one with them. This was not that. And yet it was not hearing, either, as I had known it. I can come no nearer to it than to say that there is something more that hears behind the ear, and that Cidero's voice was there, without having passed through the ear to reach it. "I can kill you." "After I repaired you?" "I have known ingratitude, but never such depths as that." His chest had closed tightly, and I struggled to get my legs into his, pushing with hands braced against the hollows of his shoulders. If I had been able to take a moment more outside, I would have removed my boots. Then it would have been easy. As it was, I felt I had already fractured both ankles. "You have no right in me." "I have every right. You were made to protect men, and I was a man in need of protection. Didn't you hear the wings? You can't make me believe there is supposed to be a creature like that loose in this ship." "They have freed the apports." "Who has?" My sound leg had at last straightened itself. My lame leg ought to have been easier, because its muscles had shrunk, but I could not summon strength enough to force it down. "The jibers." I felt myself bent forward, as one sometimes is in wrestling. Citero was sitting up. He stood, and in standing shifted my position just enough for my lame leg to straighten. It was easy, then, to thrust my left arm into his. My right entered what had been his own right arm equally easily, but emerged from the damaged brassard, protected only at the shoulder. "That's better," I said. "Wait a moment." He sprang up the stairs instead, able now to take 3 at a stride. I halted, turned, and descended again. "I will kill you for this." "For going back for my knife and pistol, I don't think you should. We may need them." I stooped and picked them up, the knife with my right hand, the pistol with my left, inside Cidero's. My belt had half fallen through the grillwork floor, but I retrieved it without difficulty, threaded sheath and holster on it, and buckled it around Cidero's waist without a thumb's width to spare. "Get out!" I fastened my cloak about his shoulders. "Citero, I've had people inside me, too, though you may not believe it. It can be pleasant and useful. Because I'm where I am, we have a right arm. You said you were loyal to the ship. So am I. Are we going to—" Something pale dropped from the pale mist. Its wings were translucent as the wings of insects, but more flexible than the wings of bats. And they were huge, so wide they wrapped the landing where we stood like the curtains of a catafalque. Suddenly I could hear again. Citero had activated the circuits that conveyed sound from his ears to mine, or perhaps he was only too distracted to prevent their functioning. However that might be, I heard the wind that roared around us from those great and ghostly wings, a hiss like the quenching of 1,000 blades. My pistol was in my hand, though I was not aware of having drawn it. I looked frantically for something, head or claws, at which to fire. There was nothing, and yet something gripped my legs, lifting me and Citero too, as a child lifts a doll. I fired at random. A rent, but oh, how small a rent, appeared in the titanic wings, its edges just defined by a narrow band burned black. The railing struck my knees. As it did, I fired again, and smelled smoke. It seemed that it was my own arm that burned. I cried out. Citero was struggling with the winged creature without my volition. He had drawn the hunting knife, and I feared for a moment he had slashed my arm, that the burning pain I felt was that which we feel when sweat is carried to a wound. I thought of turning my pistol on him, then realized that my own hand was in his. The horror of the revolutionary gripped me once more. I fought to destroy myself, and I no longer knew whether I was Severian or Cicero, Thecla to live or Thecla to die. We spun head downward. We fell. The terror of it was indescribable. Intellectually, I knew we could fall but slowly in the ship. I was even half aware that we fell no faster at the lower levels, and yet we were falling, air whistling by faster and faster, the side of the air shaft a dark blur. All of it had been a dream. How strange it seemed. I had boarded a great ship, with decks upon every side, climbed into a metal man. Now I was awake at last, lying on the icy slope of the mountain beyond Thrax, seeing 2 stars and imagining, half in dream, that they were eyes. My right arm had shifted too near the fire, but there was no fire. It was the cold, then, that made it burn so. Valeria moved me to softer ground. The deepest bell in the bell tower was ringing. The bell tower had risen by night on a column of flame, settling at dawn beside Acis. The iron throat of the great bell shouted to the rocks, and they reverberated with its echoing sound. Dorcas had played the recording Deep Bells off stage. Had I delivered my final lines? In future times, so it has long been said, the death of the old sun will destroy earth. But from its grave will rise monsters, a new people, and the new sun. Old earth will flower as a butterfly from its dry husk, and the new earth shall be called Ushas. What fanfaron! Exit Prophet. The winged woman of Father Aneri's book awaited me in the wings. Her hands she clapped once, formally, as a great lady summons her maid. As they parted, there appeared between them a point of white light, hot and flaming. It seemed to me that it was my own face, and my face a mask that stared into it. The old autarch, who lived in my mind but seldom spoke, muttered through my swollen lips, "Find another." A dozen panting breaths had passed before I understood what he had told us, that it was time to surrender this body to death, time for us, time for Severian and Thecla, time for himself and all the rest who stood in his shadow, to take a step toward the shadows ourselves. Time for us to find someone else. He lay between 2 great machines, already splattered with some dark lubricant. I bent, nearly falling, to explain what he must do. But he was dead, his scarred cheek cold to my touch, his withered leg broken, a white bone thrusting through the skin. With my fingers I closed his eyes. Someone came with hastening steps. Before they reached me, someone else was already at my shoulder, a hand behind my head. I saw the light of his eyes, smelled the musk of his hairy face. He held a cup to my lips. I tasted, hoping for wine. It was water, but cold, pure water, that tasted better than any wine to me. A throaty female voice called "Severian," and a big sailor crouched at my side. It was not until she spoke again that I realized the voice had been hers. "You're all right. I was afraid." She had no words, and kissed me instead. As she did, the hairy face kissed us both. Its kiss was quick, but hers went on and on. It left me breathless. "Gunnie," I said, when she released me at last. "Now, how are you feeling? We were afraid you were going to die." "So am I." I was sitting up now, though it was all I could do to do so. Every joint ached. My head ached worst of all, and my right arm seemed to have been thrust into a fire. The sleeve of my velvet shirt hung in rags, and the skin had been coated with a yellow ointment. "What happened to me?" "You must have fallen down the spiracle. That's where we found you. Or anyway, Zack did. He came and got me." Gunnie jerked her head toward the hairy dwarf who had held the water cup for me. "Before that, I guess you were flashed." "Flashed?" "Burned by an arc when something shorted out. Same thing happened to me. Look. She was wearing a grey work shirt. Now she pulled it down far enough for me to see that the skin between her breasts had been seared an angry red, and was smeared with the same ointment. I was working in the powerhouse. When I got burned, they sent me to the infirmary. They put this stuff on and gave me a tube to use later. I guess that's why Zack picked me. You're not up to hearing all this, are you? I suppose not. The oddly angled walls had begun to turn, circling with a slow dignity like the skulls that had swung about me once. Lie down again while I get you something to eat. Zack will keep a watch for Jibers. There don't seem to be any down this far, anyway. I felt I should ask her 100 questions. Much more, I wanted to lie down to sleep if the pain allowed it, and I was lying down and half asleep before I had time to do more than think about it. Then Gunnie had returned with a bowl and a spoon. "Atole," she said. "Eat it." It tasted like stale bread, boiled in milk, but it was warm and filling. I believe I ate most of it before I slept again. When I woke next, I was no longer so near to agony, though I was yet in pain. My missing teeth were missing still, my mouth and jaw still sore, there was a knot the size of a pigeon's egg on the side of my head, and the skin of my right arm was beginning to crack despite the ointment. It had been 10 years and more since Master Gerlos or one of the journeymen had thrashed me, and I found I was no longer so skilled at dismissing pain as once I had been. I tried to distract myself with an examination of my surroundings. The place where I lay appeared not so much a cabin as a crevice in some great mechanism, the kind of place where one finds objects that appear to have come from nowhere, but such a place magnified many times. The ceiling was 10 ells high at least, and slanted. No door preserved privacy or repelled intruders. An unobstructed passage led from a corner. I lay on a heap of clean rags near the corner, diagonally opposite. When I sat up to look around me, the hairy dwarf Gunnie called Zack appeared from the shadows and crouched beside me. He did not speak, but his posture expressed a concern for my well-being. I said, "I'm all right, don't worry," and at that he seemed to relax a bit. The only light in the chamber came through the door. I used it to examine my nurse as well as I could. He seemed to me not so much a dwarf as a small man. That is to say, there was no marked disproportion between his torso and limbs. His face was not fundamentally different from any other man's, except in being overshadowed by bushy hair and having a luxuriant brown beard, and an even more luxuriant moustache, neither of which appeared ever to have been touched by scissors. His forehead was low, his nose somewhat flat, and his chin, so far as it could be guessed at, less than prominent. But many men have such features. He was indeed a man, I should add, and then a completely naked one, save for a thick crop of bodily hair. But when he saw me glance at his crotch, he pulled a rag from the pile and knotted it about his waist like an apron. With some difficulty I got to my feet and hobbled across the room. He outraced me and planted himself in the doorway. There every line of his body reminded me of a servant I had once watched restraining a drunken exultant. It pleaded with me not to do as I intended, and simultaneously announced its owner's readiness to restrain me by force, if I tried. I was unfit for force of any sort, and as far as possible from those reckless high spirits in which we are ready to fight our friends when there are no enemies at hand. I hesitated. He pointed down the passage, drawing a finger across his throat in an unmistakable gesture. "Danger there?" I asked. "You're probably right. This ship would make some battlefields I've seen look like public gardens. All right, I won't go out." My bruised lips made it difficult to talk, but he appeared to have understood me, and after a moment he smiled. "Zack?" I asked, pointed to him. He smiled again and nodded. I touched my chest. "Severian."
"Severian."
He grinned, showing small, sharp teeth, and performed a little dance of joy. Still joyful, he took my left arm and led me back to the pile of rags. Though his hand was brown, it seemed faintly luminous in the shadows. Chapter 10. Interlude.
"You had a good rap on the head,"
Gunnie said. She was sitting beside me, watching me eat stew. "I know.
"I ought to have taken you to the infirmary, but it's dangerous out there. You don't want to be anywhere other people know about."
I nodded. "Especially me. 2 people have tried to kill me, perhaps 3. Possibly 4. She looked at me as if she suspected the fall had unsettled my wits. "I'm quite serious. One was your friend Idis. She's dead now."
"Here, have some water." "Are you saying Idis was a woman?"
"A girl, yes."
"And I didn't know it."
Gunnie hesitated.
"You're not just making it up?"
"It isn't important. The important thing is that she tried to kill me."
"And you killed him?"
"No, Idis killed herself. But there's at least one other, and perhaps more than one." "You weren't talking about them, though, Gunnie. I think you meant the people Sidero mentioned, the Jibers. Who are they?" She rubbed the skin at the corners of her eyes with her forefingers, the woman's equivalent of male head-scratching.
"I don't know how to explain it. I don't even know if I understand them myself."
I said, "Try, Gunnie, please. It may be important." Hearing the urgency in my voice, Zack abandoned his self-assigned task of watching for intruders long enough for a concerned glance.
"You know how this ship sails?"
Gunnie asked.
"Into and out of time, and sometimes to the end of the universe and farther."
I nodded, scraping the bowl.
"There are, I don't know how many of us in the crew. It may sound funny to you, but I just don't. It's so big, you see. The captain never calls us all together. It would take too long, days of walking just for all of us to get to the same place, and then there'd be nobody doing the work while we were going there and getting back."
"I understand," I told her.
"We sign on, and they take us to one part or another, and that's where we stay. We get to know the others who are already there, but there's lots of others we never see. The forecastle up from here, where my cabin is, that's not the only one. There's lots of others, hundreds and maybe thousands."
"I asked about the Jibers," I said.
"I'm trying to tell you. It's possible for somebody, anybody, to lose himself on the ship forever. And I mean forever, because the ship goes there, and it comes back, and that makes strange things happen to time. Some people get old on the ship and die, but some work a long time and never get any older and make a load of money, until finally the ship makes port on their home, and they see it's almost the same time there now as when they got on, and they get off and they're rich. Some get older for a while, then get younger."
She hesitated, afraid for a moment to speak more. Then she said,
"That's what's happened to me."
"You're not old, Gunnie," I told her. It was the truth.
"Here," she said, and taking my left hand, she laid it on her forehead. "Here I'm old, Severian. So much has happened to me that I want to forget. Not just to forget, I want to be young there again. When you drink or drug, you forget. But what those things did to you is still there, in the way you think. You know what I'm saying?"
"Very well," I told her. I took my hand from her forehead and held one of hers instead.
"But you see, because those things happen, and sailors know it and talk about it, even if most longshore people won't believe them, the ship gets people who aren't really sailors and don't want to work. Or maybe a sailor will fight with an officer and get written up for punishment. Then he'll go off and join the Jibers. We call them that because it's what you say a boat does when she makes a turn you don't want. She jibes."
"I understand," I said again.
"Some just stay in one place, I think, like we're staying here. Some travel around looking for money or a fight. Maybe just one comes to your mess, and he has some story. Sometimes so many come nobody wants to give them trouble, so you pretend they're crew, and they eat, and if you're lucky they go away."
"You're saying that they're only common seamen, then, who've rebelled against the captain?" I brought in the captain because I wanted to ask her about him later.
"No," she shook her head, "not always. The crew comes from different worlds, from other star milks, even. and maybe from other universes. I don't know about that for sure. But what's a common seaman to you and me might be somebody pretty strange to somebody else. You're from Earth, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
So am I. And so are most of the others here. They put us together because we talk the same and think the same. But if we went to another forecastle, everything might be different.
I thought I'd traveled a great deal, I told her, laughing inwardly at myself. Now I see I haven't gone quite as far as I believed.
It would take you days just to get out of the part of the ship where most of the sailors are more or less like you and me. But the jibers who move around get mixed up. Sometimes they fight each other, but sometimes they join together until there are 3 or 4 different kinds in one gang. Sometimes they pair up, and the woman has children, like Ida's. Usually the children can't have children, though. That's what I've heard.
She glanced significantly toward Zack, and I whispered, "He's one?"
I think he must be. He found you and came and got me, so I thought it would be all right to leave you with him while I went for food. He can't talk, but he hasn't hurt you, has he?
No, I told her. He's been fine. In ancient times, Gunnie, the peoples of Earth journeyed among the suns. Many came home at last, but many others stayed on that world, or this. The heterogeneous worlds must by this time have reshaped humanity to conform to their own spheres. On Earth, the Misties know that each continent has its own pattern for mankind, so that if people from one shift their abode to another, they will in a short time, 50 generations or so, come to resemble the original inhabitants. The patterns of other worlds must be yet more distinct, and yet the human race would remain human still, I think.
Don't say by this time, Gunnie told me. You don't know what the time would be if we were to stop at some sun. Severian, we've talked a lot, and you look tired. Don't you want to lie down now?
Only if you will lie down too, I said. You are as tired as I or more. You've been going around collecting food and medicine for me. Rest now, and tell me more about the jibers. The truth was that I was sufficiently better to wish to put my arm about a woman, and even to bury myself in a woman. And with many women, of whom I think Gunnie was one, there is no better way to attain intimacy than to permit them to talk, and to listen to them. She stretched herself beside me.
I've already told you about everything I know. Most are sailors gone bad. Some are their children, born on the ship and hidden till they're old enough to fight. Then, too, do you remember how we caught the apport?
Of course, I said.
Not all the apports are animals, though there's a lot more of those than anything else. Sometimes they are people, and sometimes they live long enough to get inside the ship where there's air. She paused, then giggled. You know, the others on their home worlds must wonder where they went when they were apported, especially when it's somebody important.
It seemed strange to hear so massive a woman giggle, and I, who seldom smile, smiled myself.
Some people say, too, that some jibers are taken on board with the cargo, that they're criminals who want to get away from their home worlds and have stowed aboard that way, or that they're only animals on their worlds and have been shipped as live cargo, though they're people like us. We'd only be animals on those worlds. That's what I think.
Her hair, near my face now, was piercingly fragrant, and it occurred to me that it could hardly be thus always, that she had perfumed herself for me before returning to our cranny.
Some people call them muties because so many can't talk. Maybe they have some language of their own, but they can't talk to us, and if we catch one, he has to talk by signs. But Sidero said one time that mutist means a rebel.
I said, speaking of Sidero, was he around when Zack took you to the bottom of the air shaft?
No, there was nobody there but you.
Did you see my pistol or the knife you gave me when we first met?
No, there wasn't anything there. Did you have them on when you fell?
Sidero had them. I was hoping he'd been honest enough to return them, but at least he didn't kill me. Gunnie shook her head by rolling it back and forth on the rags, a process that brought one round and blooming cheek into contact with mine.
He wouldn't. He can play rough sometimes, but I never heard that he killed anybody.
I think he must have struck me while I was unconscious. I don't think I could have hurt my mouth in the fall. I was inside him, did I tell you that? She drew away to stare at me.
Really? Can you do that?
Yes. He didn't like it, but I think that something in the way he's built kept him from trying to expel me as long as I was conscious. After we fell, he must have opened up and pulled me out with his good arm. I'm lucky he didn't break both my legs. When he got me out, he must have struck me. I will kill him for that, when we meet again.
He's only a machine,
Gunnie said softly. She slipped her hand inside my ruined shirt. I'm surprised you know that, I told her. I would have thought you'd think him a person.
My father was a fisherman, so I grew up on boats. You give a boat a name and eyes, and a lot of times it acts like a person and even tells you things. But it isn't a person, not really. Fishermen are funny sometimes, but my father used to say that you could tell when a man was really crazy, because if he didn't like his boat, he'd sink it instead of selling it. A boat has a spirit, but it takes more than a spirit to make a person.
I asked, did your father approve of your signing on this ship?
She said, he drowned first. All fishermen drown. It killed my mother. I've got back to Earth pretty often, but it was never when they were alive.
Who was Autarch when you were a child, Gunnie?
I don't know, she said. It wasn't the kind of thing we cared about.
She wept a little. I tried to comfort her, and from that we might have slipped very quickly and naturally into making love, but her burn covered most of her chest and abdomen, and though I fondled her, and she me, the memory of Valeria came between us as well. At last she said,
That didn't hurt you, did it?
No, I told her. I'm only sorry I hurt you as much as I did.
You didn't, not at all.
But I did, Gunnie. It was I who burned you in the gangway outside my stateroom, as we both know. Her hand sought her dagger, but she had discarded it when she undressed. It lay beneath her other clothing, and well out of her reach. Idas told me she'd hired a sailor to help her dispose of the corpse of my steward. She called that sailor he, but she hesitated before she said the word. You were one of her workmates, and even though you didn't know she was female, it would have been quite natural for her to seek the help of a woman, if she had no male lover.
How long have you known?
Gunnie whispered. She had not begun to sob again, but in the corner of one eye I could see a tear, large and rounded as Gunnie herself. From the first, when you brought me that gruel. Because it had been exposed, my arm had been burned by the digestive juices of the flying creature. It was the only part of me that hadn't been protected by Sidero's metal hide. And of course I thought of that at once when I regained consciousness. You said you'd been seared by a flash of energy, but such things don't discriminate. Your face and forearms, which had been exposed, were unburned. Your burns were in places that would surely have been protected by a shirt and trousers. I waited for her to speak, but she did not. In the dark, I called out for help, but no one answered. Then I fired my pistol, with the beam set low to give me light. I held it at eye level when I fired, but I couldn't see the sights, and the beam was angled down a bit. It must have hit you at the waist. When I slept, you went looking for Idas, I suppose, so you could sell me to her for another Chrysos. You didn't find her, of course. She's dead, and her body's locked in my cabin.
I wanted to answer when you called, Gunnie said, but we were supposed to be doing something secret. All I knew was that you were lost in the dark, and I thought the lights would come on again soon. Then Idas put his knife, her knife, you say, but I didn't know that, against my neck. He was right behind me, so close he didn't even get hurt when you shot me.
I said, however that may be, I want you to know that Idas had 9 Chrysos on her when I searched her body. I put them in the pocket of the sheath on that knife you found. Sidero has my knife and pistol. If you'll return them to me, you may keep the gold and welcome. Gunnie did not want to talk after that. I feigned sleep, though in fact I watched from beneath my lids to see if she would try to stab me. Instead, she rose and dressed, then crept out of the chamber, stepping over the sleeping Zack. I waited for a long time, but she did not return, and at last I slept myself. Chapter 11. Skirmish. I lay in the nothingness of sleep, and yet some part of me remained awake, floating in the gulf of unconsciousness which contains the unborn and so many of the dead. "Do you know who I am?" I did, though I could not have said how. "You are the captain." "I am. Who am I?" "Master," I said, for it seemed I was an apprentice once more. "Master, I do not understand." "Who captains the ship?" "Master, I do not know." "I am your judge. This blossoming universe has been given to my guardianship. My name is Tzadkiel." "Master," I said, "is this my trial?" "No. And it is my own trial that grows near, not yours. You have been a warrior king, Severian. Will you fight for me? Fight willingly?" "Gladly, master." My own voice seemed to echo in the dream. "Master, master, master." There was no reply beyond a booming reverberation. The sun was dead, and I was alone in the freezing dark. "Master! Master!" Zack was shaking my shoulder. I sat up, thinking for a moment that he had more speech than I had supposed. "Hush, I'm awake," I said. He parroted me. "Hush." Was I talking in my sleep, Zack? I must have been, for you to hear that word. I remember... I fell silent because he had cupped a hand to his ear. I listened, too, and heard yells and scuffling. Someone called my name. Zack was out of the door before me, not so much running as launching himself in a flat leap. I was not far behind him, and after bruising my hands on the first wall, I learned to twist myself and strike them with my feet first, as he did. A corner, and another, and we caught sight of a knot of struggling men. Another leap shot us among them, I not knowing which side was ours, or even if we had one. A sailor with a knife in his left hand sprang at me. I caught him as Master Gurlows had once taught me, and threw him against a wall, only then seeing that he was Pern. There was no time for apology or question. The dagger of an indigo giant thrust for my lungs. I struck his thick wrist with both arms, and too late saw a second dagger, its blade held beneath his other hand. It flashed up. I tried to writhe away. A struggling pair pushed me back, and I beheld the steel-hearted blue Nenufar of death. As if the laws of nature had been suspended for me, it did not descend. The giant's backward motion never stopped, fist and blade continuing backward until he himself was bent backward too, and I heard his shoulder snap and the wild scream he gave when the jagged bones tore him from within. Big though his hand was, the pommel of his dagger protruded from it. I got it in one hand, and a quillon in the other, and wrenched the weapon free, then drove it up into his rib-cage. He fell backward as a tree falls, slowly at first, his legs always stiff beneath him. Zack, hanging from his uplifted arm, tore the other dagger from him, much as I had the one I held. Each was large enough for a short sword, and we did some damage with them. I would have done more if I had not had to step between Zack and some sailor who thought him a jiber. Such fights end as suddenly as they begin. One runs, then another, and then all the rest must, being too few to fight. So it was with us. A wild-haired jiber, with the teeth of an atrox, tried to beat down my blade with a mace of pipe. I had half severed his wrist, stabbed him in the throat, and realized that save for Zack I had no comrades left. A sailor dashed past, clutching his bleeding arm. I followed him, shouting for Zack. If we were pursued, it was with little zeal. We fled down a twisting gangway and through an echoing chamber full of silent machinery, along a second gangway, tracking those we followed by fresh blood on the floors and bulkheads, and once by the body of a sailor, and into a smaller chamber where there were tools and workbenches, and 5 sailors, full of sighs and curses as they bandaged one another's wounds. "Who are you?" one asked. He menaced me with his dirk. Pern said, "I know him. He's a passenger." His right hand had been wrapped in blood-stained gauze and taped. "And this?" The sailor with a dirk pointed toward Zack. I said, "Touch him and I'll kill you." "He's no passenger," the sailor said doubtfully. "I owe you no explanation and give none. If you doubt that the two of us can kill all of you, try us." A sailor who had not spoken before said, "Enough, Modan. If the Sieur vouches for him—" "I will. I do." "That's enough, then. I saw you killing the jibers, and your hairy friend the same. How can we help you?" "You can tell me why the jibers were killing you, if you know. I've been told there are always some on the ship. They can't always be that aggressive." The sailor's face, which had been open and friendly, closed, though it seemed nothing in his expression had changed. "I've heard it tell, Sieur, that there's somebody aboard this voyage that they've been told to do for, only they can't find him." "I don't know no more than that. And if you do, you know more than me, like the hog told the butcher." "Who gives them their orders?" He had turned away. I looked around at the rest, and at last Pern said, "We don't know. If there's a captain of the jibers, we've never heard of him till now." "I see. I'd like to speak to an officer. Not just a petty officer, like Cicero, but a mate." The sailor called Modan said, "Well, bless you, Sieur. So'd we. You think we jumped all them jibers without no leader, no proper weapons? We was a work gang, 9 hands, and they jumped us. Now we're not going to work no more without we have pikes and marines posted." The others nodded their agreement. I said, "Surely you can tell me where I'd be likely to find a mate." Modan shrugged. "Forward or aft, Sieur. That's all I can say. Mostly they're in one place or the other, those being the best for navigation and observations, the instruments not being blocked off so much by your sails. One or t'other." I recalled seizing the bowsprit rigging during my wild career among the sails. "Aren't we pretty far forward here?" "That's so, Sieur." "Then how can I get farther forward?" "That way," he gestured, "and follow your nose. That's what the monkey told the elephant." "But you can't tell me precisely how I should go?" "I could, Sieur, but it wouldn't be mannerly." "Can I give you some advice, Sieur?" "That's what I've been asking for." "Stay with us till we get someplace safer. You want a mate, we'll turn you over to the right one, when we can. You go off on your own, and the jibers will kill you sure." Pern said, "Right when you come out that door, then straight along till you come to the companionway. Up and take the widest passage. Keep going." "Thank you," I said. "Come on, Zack." The hairy man nodded, and when we were outside jerked his head and announced, "Bad man." "I know, Zack. We have to find a place to hide. Do you understand? You look on this side of the corridor, and I'll look on that one. Keep quiet." He stared at me quizzically for a moment, but it was plain he understood. I had gone no more than a chain down the corridor when he pulled at my sound arm to show me a little storeroom. Although most of its space was taken up by drums and crates, there was room enough for us. I positioned the door so that a hairline crack remained for us to look through, and he and I sat down on 2 boxes. I had been sure the sailors would leave the chamber in which we had found them soon, since there was nothing there for them, once they had treated one another's wounds and caught their breath. In the event, they stayed so long that I was almost convinced we had missed them, that they had gone back to the scene of the fight, or down some branching passage that we had overlooked. No doubt they had disputed long before setting out. However it had been, they appeared at last. I touched a finger to my lips to warn Zack, though I do not think that was necessary. When all 5 had passed, and seemed likely to be 50 ells or more ahead, we crept out. I had no way of knowing how long we would have to follow them before Pern would be last among them, or if he would ever be last. In the worst case, I was prepared to pin our hopes on our courage and their fears, and take him from their midst. Fortune was with us. Pern soon lagged a few steps behind. Since succeeding to the autarchy, I have often led charges in the north. I feigned to lead such a charge now, shouting for Pandurs, who consisted exclusively of Zack, to follow. We rushed upon the sailors as though at the head of an army, flourishing our weapons, and they turned and fled as one man. I had hoped to take Pern from behind, sparing my burned arm as much as I could. Zack saved me the trouble, with a long, flying leap that sent him crashing into Pern's knees. I needed only to hold the point of my dagger at his throat. He looked terrified, as well he should. I expected to kill him when I had wrung as much information from him as I could. For the space of a breath or two, we remained listening to the retreating feet of the four who had fled. Zack had snatched Pern's knife from its sheath, and now waited with a weapon in either hand, glaring at the fallen seaman from beneath beetling brows. "You'll die at once if you try to run," I whispered to Pern. "Answer me, and you may live a while. Your right hand's bandaged. How was it hurt?" Although he lay flat on his back with my dagger against his throat, his eyes defied me. It was a look I knew well, an attitude I had seen broken again and again. "I haven't enough time to waste any on you," I told him, and I prodded him with the point just enough to draw blood. "If you won't answer, say so plainly, and I'll kill you and be done with it." "Fighting the Jibers. You were there, you saw it. I tried to get you, sure, that's true enough. I thought you were one of them. Well, that Jiber," his eyes flickered toward Zack, "with him with you, anybody would have. You aren't hurt, and no harm done." As the Viper told the sow, so a man called Jonas used to say. He was a sailor too, Pern, but as quick to lie as you are. That hand was wrapped in bandages already when Zack and I joined the fight. Take the bandages off." He did so reluctantly. The wound had been treated by a skillful leech, no doubt, at the infirmary Gunnie had mentioned. The tear in his flesh was sutured now, yet it was clear enough what sort of wound it had been. And as I bent to look at it, Zack, bending too, drew his lips back from his teeth, as I have sometimes seen tame apes do. I knew then that the wild conjecture I had been trying to dismiss was the simple truth. Zack had been the shaggy, bounding apport we had hunted in the hold. Chapter 12. The Semblance. To hide my confusion, I planted my foot on Pern's chest and barked, "Why did you try to kill me?" For some men there comes a moment when they accept the certainty of death, and so are no longer afraid. That moment came for Pern, a change as unmistakable as the opening of an eye. "Because I know you, Autarch." "You're one of my own people, then. You boarded the ship when I did." He nodded. "And Gunnie boarded with you?" "No, Gunnie's an old hand. She's not your enemy, Autarch, if that's what you're thinking." To my amazement, Zack looked at me and nodded. I said, "I know more of that than you do, Pern." As if he had not heard me, he said, "I'd been hoping she'd kiss me. You don't even know the way they do it here." "She kissed me," I told him, "when we met." "I saw it, and I saw you didn't know what she meant. On this ship every new hand's supposed to have an old one for a lover, to teach him ship's ways. A kiss is the sign." "Women have been known to kiss and kill." "Not Gunnie," Pern insisted. "Or anyhow, I don't think so." "But you'd have killed me for that? For her love?" "I signed to kill you, Autarch. Everybody knew where you were going, and that you meant to bring back the new sun if you could. Turn Earth upside down and kill everybody." So stunned was I, not just by what he said, but by his very evident sincerity, that I took a step backward. He was up in a trice. Zack lunged for him, but though Zack's long blade gashed his arm, it did not go deep. He was off like a hare. He would have had Zack after him like a hound if I had not called him back. "I'll kill him if he tries to kill me again," I said, "and you may do the same. But I won't hunt him down for doing what he believes is right." "We're both trying to save Earth, it seems." Zack stared at me for a moment, then lifted his shoulders. "Now, I want to know about you. You worry me a great deal more than Pern. You can speak." He nodded vigorously.
Zack talk.
And you understand what I say? He nodded again, though more dubiously. Then tell me the truth. Wasn't it you I helped Gunnie and Pern and the others capture? Zack stared, then shook his head and looked to one side in a fashion that showed very plainly he did not wish to continue the conversation. It was I, actually, who caught you, and I didn't kill you. I think perhaps you feel grateful for that. When Pern tried to kill me— Zack! Come back! He had bolted, as I should have guessed he would, and with my crippled leg I had no hope of overtaking him. By some freak of the ship he remained visible for a long time, appearing from one direction only to vanish in another, the soft slapping of his bare feet still audible, even when Zack himself was out of sight. I was vividly reminded of a dream in which I had seen the orphan boy with the same name as my own, wearing the clothes I had worn as an apprentice, fleeing down corridors of glass. And it seemed to me that just as little Severian, the orphan, had in some sense been playing my part in that dream, so Zack's face had taken on something of the long proportions of my own. Yet this was no dream. I was wide awake and not drugged, merely lost somewhere in the innumerable windings of the ship. What sort of creature was Zack? Not an evil one, I thought. But then how many of the millions of species on Earth can be called evil in any real sense? The Alzabo, certainly, and the blood-bats and scorpions, perhaps. The snake called Yellowbeard, and other poisonous snakes, and a few more. A dozen or two, all told, out of millions. I remembered Zack as he had been when I had seen him first in the hold, fallow-hued, with a shaggy coat that was not of hair or feathers, four-limbed and tailless, and surely headless as well. When I had seen him next in his cage, he had been covered with hair, and had possessed a blunt-featured head. I had supposed my original impression mistaken, without ever calling it clearly to mind. On Earth there are lizards that take on the coloration of the things about them, green if they are among leaves, gray among stones, and so on. They do this not in order to capture their prey, as one might think, but to escape the eyes of birds. Might it not be, I thought, that on some other world there had come into being an animal that assumed the shape of others? Its original shape, if it could be said to possess one, might have been even stranger than the four-legged, nearly spherical thing I had first seen in the hold. Predators do not prey on their own kind, as a rule. What greater assurance of safety could the prey have than the appearance of a predator? Human beings must have presented it with some severe problems, intelligence, speech, and even the distinction between hair on the head and clothing on the body. Quite possibly the shaggy, ribbon-like covering had been a first attempt at clothing, made when Zack had believed it to be an organic part of his pursuers. He had soon learned differently, and if he had not been released by the mutists with the rest, we would eventually have discovered a naked man in his enclosure. Now he was a man for practical purposes, and at large. But it was no wonder he had run from me. To escape a member of the imitated species who probed his masquerade must have been one of his deepest instincts. Pondering all this, I had been walking down the passage in which Zack had left me. It soon split into three, and I halted there for a moment, uncertain which to follow. There seemed to be no reason to prefer one to another, and I chose the left at random. I had not gone far before I noticed I was having difficulty in walking. My first thought was that I was ill, my second that I had been drugged. Yet I felt no worse than I had upon leaving the cranny where Gunnie had hidden me. I was not dizzy, and did not sense that I might fall, nor did I experience any difficulty in maintaining my balance. And yet I had begun to fall, even as these thoughts crossed my mind. It was not that I had failed to recognize that I had lost my equilibrium, but simply that I was unable to take a step quickly enough to catch my weight, although I fell very slowly indeed. My legs seemed bound by some incomprehensible force, and when I tried to stretch my arms before me, they were bound too. I could not lift them from my sides. Thus I hung in the air, unsupported and subject to the very slight attraction of the holds of the ship, but not falling, or rather falling so slowly and it seemed I should never come to rest on the dingy brown walkway of the passage. Somewhere in a more distant part of the ship a bell tolled. All this persisted without change for a long time, or at least for a time that seemed very long to me. At last I heard footsteps. They were behind me. I could not turn my head to see. Fingers reached for the long dagger. I could not move it, but I clenched my fist on the grip and resisted. There was a jolt and rushing blackness. It seemed to me that I had fallen from my warm bed of rags. I groped for it, but found only a cold floor. The floor was not uncomfortable. I lay too lightly for that. Almost I floated. Yet it was chill, so chill I might have floated in one of the shallow pools that form sometimes upon the ice of Giol, when there is a brief season of warmth, sometimes even in midwinter. I wished to lie upon my rags. If I failed to find them again, Gunnie would not find me. I groped for them, but they were not there. Seeking them, I stretched my mind. I cannot explain how. It seemed to take no effort at all to fill the whole ship with my mind. I knew the holes around which we crept as rats in a house creep through the walls encompassing its rooms. And they were mighty caverns crammed with strange goods. The mine of the man-apes had held silver bars and gold, but every hold of the ship, and there were many more than 7, was mightier by far, and the least of their treasures were of distant stars. I knew the ship, its strange mechanisms, and those stranger still that were not in truth mechanisms, or living creatures, or anything for which we have words. In it were many human beings, and many more that were not human, all sleeping, loving, working, fighting. I knew them all, but there were some I recognized, and many I did not. I knew the masts, taller by 100 times than the thickness through the hull, the great sails spread like seas, objects huge in 2 dimensions that scarcely existed in a third. Once a picture of the ship had frightened me. Now I knew her through some sense better than sight, and I surrounded her as she surrounded me. I found my bed of rags, yet I could not reach it. Pain brought me to myself. Perhaps that is what pain is for, or perhaps it is only the chain forged to bind us to the eternal present, forged in a smithy we can but guess at, by a smith we do not know. However that may be, I felt my consciousness falling in upon itself as the matter does in the heart of a star, as a building does when stone comes to stone again, as they were deep in earth in the beginning, as an urn does that is broken. Ragged figures leaned above me, many of them human. The largest of all was the raggedest of all, and that seemed strange to me until I realized that he might be unable to obtain clothing to fit him, and so continued to wear what he had worn aboard, having it patched and patched again. He seized me and pulled me erect, aided by some others, though he in no way required their help. It was the height of folly to struggle with him. They were 10 at least, and all armed, and yet I did so, striking, and being struck in a brawl I could not win. Since I had cast my manuscript into the void, it seemed that I had been chivied from place to place, never my own master for more than a few moments at a time. Now I was ready to strike at whoever sought to govern me, and if it were my fate that governed me, I would strike at that too. But it was useless. I hurt the leader, I believe, about as much as the frantic warfare of a boy of 10 would have hurt me. He pinned my arms behind me, and another tied them there with wire and prodded me to walk. So driven, I staggered along, and at last was pushed into a narrow room where there stood the Autarch Severian, by his courtiers surnamed the Great, royally attired in his yellow robe and gem-rich cape, the baculus of power in his hand. Chapter 13. The Battles. It was only an image, yet so real an image that for an instant I was ready to believe it was a second self who stood there. As I watched, he wheeled, waved with preposterous grandeur toward a vacant corner of the room, and took 2 strides. With the third he vanished, but he had no sooner done so than he reappeared at the spot where he had first been. For a long breath he remained there, Then he turned, waved once more, and strode forward. The barrel-chested leader croaked an order in a tongue I did not understand, and someone loosed the wire that bound my hands. Again my semblance stepped forward. Having relieved myself of something of the contempt I felt for him, I was able to note his dragging foot, and the arrogant angle at which he poised his head. The leader spoke again, and a little man with dirty grey hair like Hathor's told me, "He desires you to do likewise. If you do not, we will kill you." I scarcely heard him. I recalled the finery and gestures now, and without the least desire to return in memory to that time, I was captured by it, as by the devouring wings in the air-shaft. The pinnace, which I had not then known, was merely the tender of this great ship. Reared before me, its pont extended like a cobweb of silver. My Praetorians, shoulder to shoulder, for more than a league, formed an avenue at once dazzling and nearly invisible. "Get him!" Ragged men and women swirled around me. For an instant I supposed I was to be killed because I would not walk and raise my arm. I tried to call to them to wait, but there was no time for that or anything. Someone seized my collar and jerked me backward, choking. It was an error. When I reeled against him, I was too near for him to use his mace, and I drove my thumbs into his eyes. Violet light stabbed at the frenzied crowd. Half a dozen died. A dozen more, with half-ruined faces and missing limbs, screamed. The air was full of the sweet smoke of burning flesh. I wrested his mace from the man I had blinded, and laid about me. It was foolish, yet the gibers, who bolted from the room as rats fly a ferret, fared worse than I. I saw them reaped like grain. More wisely, the barrel-chested leader had thrown himself to the floor at the first shot, an ell or so from my feet. Now he sprang for me. The mace-head was a gear-wheel. It struck him where the shoulder joins the neck, with every ounce of strength I possessed behind it. I might as effectively have clubbed an arson either. Still conscious and still strong, he struck me as that animal strikes a dire wolf. The mace flew from my hands, and his weight crushed the breath from my body. There was a blinding flash. I saw his 7-fingered hands upraised, but there was between them only the stump of a neck that smouldered as stumps do where a forest has burned. He charged again, not at me, but at the wall, crashed into it and charged once more, wildly, blindly. A second shot nearly cleaved him in two. I tried to rise and found my hand slippery with his blood. An arm, immensely strong, circled my waist and lifted me. A familiar voice asked, "Can you stand?" It was Sidero, and quite suddenly he seemed an old friend. "I think so," I said. "Thank you." "You fought them." "Not successfully." I recalled my days of generalship. "Not well." "But you fought." "If you like," I said. Sailors boiled around us now, some flourishing fusils, some bloody knives. "Will you fight them again?" "Wait." He moved his own fusil in a gesture meant to silence me. "I kept the knife and the pistol. Take them now." He was still wearing my belt, with my weapons on it. Clamping the fusil under what remained of his right arm, he released the buckle and handed the whole to me. "Thank you," I repeated. I did not know what else to say, and I wondered whether he had indeed struck me unconscious, as I had supposed. The metal vizard, that was his face, provided no clues to his feelings, his harsh voice hardly more. "Rest now, eat, and we will talk later. We must fight again later." He turned to face the milling hands. "Rest! Eat!" I felt like doing both. I had no intention of fighting for Sidero, but the thought of a meal shared with comrades who would guard me while I slept was irresistible. It would be easy, so I supposed, to slip off afterward. The hands had carried rations, and we soon turned up more, the stores of the gibers whom we had killed. In a short time we were sitting down to a fragrant dinner of lentils boiled with pork, and accompanied by fiery herbs, bread and wine. Perhaps there were beds or hammocks nearby, as well as the food and the stove, but I for one was too exhausted to look for them. Though my right arm still pained me, I knew it could not do so severely enough to keep me awake. My aching head had been soothed by the wine I had drunk. I was about to stretch myself where I sat, though I wished that Sidero had preserved my cloak, too. when a strongly built sailor squatted beside me. "Remember me, Severian?" "I should," I said, "since you know my name." The fact was that I did not, though there was something familiar in his face. "You used to call me Zack." I stared. The light was dim, but even after allowance had been made for that, I could hardly believe him the Zack I had known. At last I said, "Without mentioning a matter neither of us wishes to discuss, I cannot help but remark that you appear to have changed a great deal." "It's the clothes. I took them from a dead man. I've shaved my face, too. And Gunnie has scissors. She cut off some of my hair." "Gunnie's here?" Zack indicated the direction with a motion of his head. "You want to talk to her. She'd like to talk too, I think." "No," I said. "Tell her I'll talk with her in the morning." I tried to think of something more to say, but all I could manage was, "Tell her what she did for me more than repaid any harm." Zack nodded and moved away. Mention of Gunnie had reminded me of Idas's chrysos. I opened the pocket of the sheath and glanced inside to establish that they were still there, then lay down and slept. When I woke, I hesitate to call it morning because there was no true morning. Most of the hands were already up and eating such food as remained after the feast of the night before. Cicero had been joined by 2 slender automatons, such creatures as I believe Jonas must once have been. The 3 stood some distance apart from the rest of us, talking in tones too low for me to overhear. I could not be sure if these volitional mechanisms were nearer the captain and the upper officers than Cicero, and as I was debating whether to approach them and identify myself, they left us, disappearing at once in the maze of passages. As if he had read my thoughts, Cicero walked over to me. "We can talk now," he said. I nodded, and explained that I had been about to tell him and the others who I was. "It would do no good. I called when first we met. You are not what you say. The Autarch is secure." I began to expostulate with him, but he held up his hand to silence me. "Let us not quarrel now. I know what I was told. Let me explain before we argue again. I hurt you. It is my right and duty to correct and chastise. Then I had joy of it." I asked him if he referred to his striking me when I lay unconscious, and he nodded. "I must not." He seemed about to speak further, but did not. After a moment he said, "I cannot explain." "We know what moral considerations are," I told him. "Not as we. You believe you do. We know, and yet often make mistakes. We may sacrifice men to save our own existence. We may transmit and originate instructions to men. We may correct and chastise. But we may not become as you are. That is what I did. I must repay." I told him he had already, that he had repaid me in full when he saved me from the gibers. "No. You fought and I fought. This is my payment. We go to a greater fight, perhaps the last. The gibers stole before. Now they rise to kill, to take the ship. The captain tolerated gibers for too long." I sensed how hard it was for him to speak critically of his captain, and how much he wished to turn away. "I excuse you," he said. "That is my payment to you." I asked, "You mean I don't have to join you and your seamen in the battle unless I want to?" Cicero nodded. "We will fight soon. Get away, quickly." That was, of course, what I had intended. But I could not do so now. To escape by my own cunning, in the face of danger, and by my own will, was one thing. To be ordered away from the battle like a spado was quite another. In a few moments our metal leader commanded us to fall in. When we did, the sight of my assembled comrades entirely failed to fill me with confidence. Gwassacht's irregulars had been crack troops by comparison. A few had fusils like Sidero's, and a few bore calivers like those we had used to capture Zack. It amused me to see Zack himself so armed now. A sprinkling of others had pikes or spears, most, including Gunnie, who stood some distance from me and would not look toward me, had only their knives. And yet all of them marched forward readily enough, and gave the impression they would fight, though I knew that as likely as not half or all would run at the first shot. I sought and got a position well in the rear of their straggling column, so that I could better judge the number of deserters. There seemed to be none, and most of these sailors-turned-warriors appeared to find the prospect of a pitched battle a welcome change from their usual drudging. As always in every sort of war I have known, there was delay in place of the expected fight. For a watch or more we trooped through the bewildering interior of the ship, once entering a vast echoing space that must have been an empty hold, once halting for an unexplained and unnecessary rest, twice joined by smaller parties of sailors who appeared human, or nearly so. To one who had directed armies, as I have, or taken part in battles in which whole legions withered like grass cast into a furnace, again as I have, it was a great temptation to look on our marchings and our halts with amusement. I write temptation because it was one in the formal sense of being wrong because false. The most trivial skirmish is not trivial to those who die in it, and so should not be trivial in any ultimate sense to us. Let me confess, however, that I surrendered to that temptation, as I have surrendered to many another. I was amused, and still more amused, when Sidero, plainly hoping to put me in a position of safety, created a rear guard and ordered me to take charge of it. The sailors assigned to me were obviously those he felt least able to bear themselves with credit when our ragtag force went into action. Of 10, 6 were women, and all of them women far smaller and less muscular than Gunnie. 3 of the 4 men were undersized, and, if not actually old, at least well past the zenith of their strength. I was the 4th, and only I had a weapon more formidable than a work-knife or a steel crowbar. On Sidero's orders we walked, I cannot say marched, 10 chains to the rear of the main body. Could I have done so, I would have led my 9 hands, for I was eager that any of the poor creatures who wished to desert should do it. I could not. The shifting colors and shapes, the floating light of the ship's interior still bewildered me. I would have lost all track of Sidero and the main body at once. As the best available alternative, I put the most nearly able-bodied seaman ahead of me, told him what distance to maintain, and let the rest trail along behind us if they would. I admit to speculating on whether we would so much as be aware of it should those ahead make contact with the enemy. They did not, and we were aware of it at once. Looking past my guide, I saw something leap into view, hurl a spinning, many-pointed knife, and spring at us with the heavy-shouldered bounds of a thylacosmill. Though I do not remember feeling it, the pain of my burn may have slowed my hand. By the time I had my pistol clear of the holster, the gibber was hurtling over the unlucky seaman's body. I had not increased the pistol setting, but Sidero must have. The gout of energy that struck the gibber blew him apart, pieces of his dismembered body flying by my head in a paroxysmal flock. There was no time to glory in victory, even less to aid our guide, who lay at my feet drenching the gibber's hydra-knife with blood. I had no more than stooped to look at his wound than 2 score gibers surged from a gallery. I fired 5 times as fast as I could press the trigger. A bolt of flame from some contus or war-spear roared like a furnace, splashing blue fire across the bulkhead in back of me, and I turned and ran as fast as my bad leg would permit for 100 ells, driving the remaining sailors before me. As we fled, we could hear the gibers engaging the rear of the main body. 3 pursued us. I shot them down and distributed their weapons, 2 spears and a vulge, to sailors who declared they knew how to use them. We pressed forward past a dozen or more dead, some of them gibers, some Sideros. A whistling wind sprang up behind us, nearly snatching the tattered shirt from my back. Chapter 14. The End of the Universe. The sailors were wiser than I, putting on their necklaces at once. I did not understand what had taken place until I saw them. Not far from us, the explosion of some dreadful weapon had opened the gangways to the void, and the air that had been held in this part of the ship was rushing out. As I got my necklace on, I heard the slamming of great doors, a slow, hollow booming like the war drums of Titans. No sooner did I snap the catch of my necklace than the wind seemed to vanish, though I could still hear its song and see mad swirls of dust storming off like skyrockets. Around me only a tempered breeze danced. Creeping forward, for we expected at any moment to come upon more gibers, we reached the spot. Here, if anywhere, I thought, I would be able to see enough of the structure of the ship to learn something of its design. I did not. Shattered wood, tortured metal, and broken stone mingled with substances unknown to Earth, as smooth as ivory or jade, but of outlandish colors or no color. Others suggested linen, cotton, or the rough hair of nameless animals. Beyond this layered ruin waited the sodden stars. We had lost contact with the main body, but it seemed clear the breach in the ship's hull would have to be closed as soon as possible. I signaled the 8 remaining hands of what had been the rear guard to follow me, hoping that by the time we arrived on deck we would find a repair gang at work. Had we been on Earth, the climb up the ruined levels would have been impossible. Here it was easy. One leaped cautiously, caught some twisted beam or stanchion, and leaped again, the best method being to cross the gap with each leap, which would have been madness elsewhere. We achieved the deck, though it seemed at first that we had achieved nothing. It was as unpeopled as the plain of ice I had once surveyed from the highest windows of the last house. Huge cables snaked across it. A few more trailed upward like columns, still mooring far aloft the wreckage of a mast. One of the women waved, then pointed to another mast, whole leagues away. I looked, but for a moment could see nothing but a mighty maze of sail, yard, and line. Then came a faint violet spark, wan among the stars, and from another mast an answering spark. And then something so strange that for a moment I thought my eyes had deceived me, or that I dreamed it. The tiniest fleck of silver, leagues overhead, seemed to bow to us, then very slowly to grow. It was falling, of course, but falling through no atmosphere at all, so that it did not flutter, and falling under an attraction so weak that to fall was to float. Hitherto I had led my sailors. Now they led me, swarming up the rigging of both masts, while I stood on deck, entranced by that incredible spot of silver. In a moment I was alone, watching the men and women of the command that had been mine, flying like arrows from cable to cable, and sometimes firing their weapons as they flew. Still I hesitated. One mast, I thought, must surely be held by the mutists, the other by the crew. To mount the wrong one would be to die. A second fleck of silver joined the first. The shooting away of a single sail might be an accident, but to shoot away two, one after the other, could only be intentional. If enough sails, enough masts, were destroyed, the ship would never reach its destination, and there could be only one side that wished it should not. I leaped for the rigging of the mast, from which the sails fell. I have already written that the deck recalled Master Ash's plain of ice. Now in mid-leap I saw it better. Air still rushed through the great rent in the hull where a mast had sprouted. As it hastened forth, it grew visible, a Titan's ghost, sparkling with a million tiny lights. These lights fell like snow, floating down slowly indeed, though not more slowly than a man might, leaving that mighty deck white and gleaming with frost. Then I stood again before Master Ash's window and heard his voice. "What you see is the last glaciation. The surface of the sun is dull now. Soon it will grow bright with heat, but the sun itself will shrink, giving less energy to its worlds. Eventually, should anyone come and stand upon the ice, he will see it only as a bright star. The ice he stands upon will not be that which you see, but the atmosphere of this world. And so it will remain for a very long time, perhaps until the close of the universal day." It seemed to me that he was beside me again. Even when the nearness of rigging brought me to myself once more, it seemed he flew with me, his words re-echoing in my ears. He had vanished that morning as we walked down a gorge in Orothaia, when I would have taken him to Mania of the Pellerines. On the ship I learned whence he had fled me. I learned, too, that I had chosen the wrong mast. If the ship foundered between the stars, it would matter very little whether Severian, once a journeyman torturer, once an autarch, lived or died. Instead of clinging to the rigging when I reached it, I spun myself around and leaped again, this time for the mast the jibers held. No matter how often I seek to describe those leaps, I will never paint the wonder and terror of them. One jumps as on earth, but the first instant is extended to a dozen breaths, as it is for a ball children throw. Glorying in it, one knows that should one miss every line and spar, it is destruction, as if the ball should be thrown into the sea and lost forever. Leaping, I felt all this, even with the vision of the plain of ice still before my eyes, and yet my arms were stretched before me, my legs behind, and I felt myself not so much a ball as a magical diver in some old story, who dove where he would. Without sound or warning, a new cable appeared before me, in the space between the masts, where no cable should be. A cable of fire. Another crossed it, and another, and then all vanished, as I streaked across the void where they had been. The jibers had recognized me then, and were firing from their mast. It is seldom wise to permit an enemy mere target practice. I jerked my pistol from its holster and took aim at the point from which the last bolt had come. Much earlier I told how, when I stood in the dark corridor outside my stateroom, with the dead steward at my feet, the tiny charge light at the breech of my pistol had frightened me. Now it frightened me again, for I glimpsed it just as I pulled the trigger, and there was no spark there. Nor was there any bolt of violet energy a moment afterward. If I had been as wise as I have sometimes pretended to be, I would have cast the pistol from me then, I think. As it was, I thrust it back into its holster out of habit, and hardly noticed another bolt of fire, the nearest of all, until it was past. Then no time remained for shooting or being shot at. The cables of the rigging rose on every side, and because I was yet in its lower parts, they were like the trunks of great trees. Ahead I saw the cable I would have to hold, and on it a jiber who ran along it to reach the place. At first I thought him a man like myself, though an uncommonly large and powerful one. Then, all this in much less time than is needed to write of it, I saw that he was not, for he was able to grip the cable in some way with his feet. He extended his hands toward me as a wrestler does who prepares to receive his opponent, and the long claws on those hands shone in the starlight. He had reasoned, I feel sure, that I would have to catch the cable or die, and that as I caught it he would make an end to me. I did not catch it, but dove straight at him and stopped my leap by burying my knife in his chest. I said I stopped my leap, but the truth is I nearly failed to. For a moment or two we swung about, he like a moored boat, I like a second tied to it. Blood, the same crimson I thought as human blood, welled up from around the blade and formed spheres like carbuncles, which simultaneously boiled, froze, and withered as they drifted outside his mantle of air. For a moment I feared I would lose my grip on the knife. Then I tugged at it, and, as I hoped, his ribs provided resistance enough for me to pull myself to the cable. Of course I should have mounted higher at once, but I paused for a moment to look at him, with some vague notion that the claws I had seen might be artificial, like the steel claws of the magicians, or the lucivi, with which Asia had torn my cheek, and if artificial they might be of some use to me. They were not, I thought. Rather they seemed the result of some hideous surgery performed while he was a child, as are the mutilations of the men in certain tribes among the autochthons. The claws of an Arctother had been shaped from his fingers, ugly and innocent, incapable of holding any other weapon. Before I could turn aside, my attention was caught by the humanity of his face. I had stabbed him, as I had killed so many others, without our ever exchanging a word. It had been a rule among the torturers that one should not speak to a client, nor understand anything a client chanced to say. That all men are torturers was one of my earliest insights. Here it was confirmed for me by the bare man's agony that I remained a torturer still. He had been a jiber, true, but who could say he had chosen that allegiance freely? Or perhaps he had felt that his reasons for fighting for the Gibers were as good as I had felt mine to be when I fought for Citero and a captain I did not know. With a foot braced on his chest, I bent and wrenched my knife free. His eyes opened, and he roared, though foaming blood flew from his mouth. For an instant it seemed stranger to me that I should hear him in that infinite silence than that he, who had appeared dead, should live again. But we were so near that our atmospheres joined, and I could hear the very gushing of his wound. I stabbed at his face. By ill luck the point struck the thick frontal bones of the skull. With no purchase for my feet, the thrust lacked force enough to penetrate, and drove me backward into the emptiness that surrounded us. He lunged for me, his claws tearing my arm so that we floated furiously together with a knife hanging between us, its polished, bloody blade gleaming in the starlight. I tried to snatch it, but his claws battered it, whirling into the void. My fingers caught his necklace of cylinders and jerked it free. He should have clung to me then, but perhaps he could not, with those hands. He struck me instead, and I watched him gasp for air and die as I spun away. Any triumph I might have felt was lost in remorse and the certainty that I must soon follow him in death. Remorse because I regretted his death with all the easy sincerity the mind calls up when there is no danger it will be put to the test. Certainty because it was clear from my course and the angles of the masts that I would never come nearer than I was now to any strand of rigging. I had only the vaguest idea how long the air bound by the necklaces would last. A watch or more, I thought. I had a double supply, say 3 watches at most. At the end of that time I would die slowly, gasping faster and faster as more and more of the life principle in my atmosphere became locked in a form that only trees and flowers may breathe. I remembered then how I had cast the leaden coffer that had held my manuscript into the void, and so been saved, and I tried to think of what I might cast now. To discard the necklaces was to die. I thought of my boots, but I had sacrificed boots once before, when I had stood for the first time in my life beside this all-devouring sea. I had cast the ruins of Terminus Est into Lake Diaturna. That suggested the hunting knife that had served me so ill, but it was already gone. My belt remained. On it the black leather sheath with 9 chrysos in the sheath's small compartment, and my empty pistol in its holster. I pocketed the chrysos, took off belt, sheath, pistol, and holster, whispered a prayer, and flung them away. At once I began to move faster, but not, as I had hoped I would, toward the deck or any strand of rigging. Already I was level with the top hamper of the masts to either side. Looking toward the rapidly receding deck, I saw a single bolt of violet flash between masts. Then there were no more, only the uncanny silence of the void. Soon, and with that intensity which signals our desire to escape all thoughts of death, I began to wonder why no one had shot at me, as they had when I leaped for the mast, and why no one was firing now. I rose above the top of the sternward mast, and at once all such petty puzzles were swept aside. Rising over the topmost sail, as the new sun of Earth might some day rise above the wall of Nessus, yet far, far larger and more beautiful than even the new sun can ever be, just as that smallest and uppermost sail was an entire continent of silver compared to which the mighty wall of Nessus, a few leagues in height and a few thousand long, might have been the tumble-down fence of a sheepfold, was such a sun as no one with his feet set upon grass will ever see. The birth of a new universe, the primal explosion containing every sun, because from it all suns will come, the first sun, that was the father of all the suns. How long I watched it in awe I cannot say, but when I looked again at the masts below, they and the ship seemed very far away. And then I wondered, for I recalled that when my little band of sailors had reached the rent in the hull and looked upward there, I had seen the stars. I turned my head and looked the other way. There the stars swarmed still, but it seemed to me they formed a great disk in the sky, and when I looked at the edges of that disk, I saw they were streaked and old. Since that time I have often pondered on that sight, here beside the all-devouring sea. It is said that so great a thing is the universe that no one can see it as it is, but only as it was, just as I, when I was Autarch, could not know the present condition of our Commonwealth, but only its conditions as they were when the reports I read were written. If that is so, then it may be that the stars I saw were no longer there, that the reports of my eyes were like those reports I found when we opened the suite that had once been the Autarch's in the great keep. In the middle of this disk of stars, as it at first appeared to me, shone a single blue star, larger and brighter than all the rest. It waxed even as I watched it, so that I soon understood that it could not be as remote as I had supposed. The ship, driven by light, outraced light, even as the ships upon the uneasy seas of earth, driven by the wind, had once outraced that wind, close hauled. Yet even so the blue star could be no remote object, and if it were a star of any sort, we were doomed, for we steered for its heart. Larger it grew and larger, and across its centre there appeared a single curving line of black, a line like the claw of the conciliator, as it had appeared when I had seen it first, when I had drawn it forth from my sabre-tash, and Dorcas and I had held it up to the night sky, astonished at its blue radiance. Though the blue star waxed, as I have said, that curving line of black waxed faster, until it nearly blotted out the disk, for by this time it was a disk, of blue. At last I saw it for what it was, a single cable still linking the mast that the mutists had blown away to our ship. I caught it, and from that vantage point saw our universe, which is called Bria, fade until it vanished like a dream. Chapter 15. Yesod. By all logic, I ought to have climbed down that cable to the ship, but I did not. I had caught it at a point near enough to the ship that the jibsails somewhat blocked my view, and I, whether thinking myself indestructible or already destroyed, I cannot say, climbed instead until I reached the detached mast itself, and then out upon a tilted yard to the end, and there I clung and watched. What I saw cannot truly be described, though I will attempt it. The blue star was already a disk of clear azure. I have said it was not so distant as the ghost stars, but it was truly there, as they were not, so who is to say which was farthest? As I stared at it, I became more aware of their falsity, not merely that they were not where they appeared to be, but that they did not exist at all, that they were not merely phantoms, but, like most phantoms, lies. The azure disk widened until at last I saw it streaked with wisps of cloud. Then I laughed to myself, and in laughing was suddenly aware of my danger, aware that I might perish at any moment for having done as I had done. Yet I remained where I was for some time more. Into the centre of that disk we plunged, so that for a moment there was a ring of ebony set with ghostly stars all around our ship, the diadem of Bria. Then we were through, and seemed suspended in azure light. Behind us, where once I had seen the corona lucis of the young suns, I now saw our universe, a circle no larger than an ebon moon in the sky of Yesod, a moon that soon shrank to a solitary mote, then vanished. If you, who may some day read this, retain the least respect for me, despite the manifold follies I have recounted, you must lose it now. For I am about to tell you how I started as a baby does to see a turnip ghost. When Jonas and I rode to the House Absolute, we were attacked by Hathor's notules, mirror-fetched creatures that fly like so many scraps of scorched parchment up a chimney, but for all their insubstantiality can kill. Now I, looking aft toward the vanishing of Bria, thought to see such creatures again, but of silver, not Fuligen, as the notules were. And I was struck by terror, and sought to hide myself behind the yard. A moment later I realized what they were, as you have no doubt realized already, mere tatters torn from the gossamer burden of the ruined mast and whipped to frenzy by a wind. Yet that meant there was an atmosphere here, however thin, and not the void. I looked at the ship and saw it in all its vastness bare, all its sails vanished, 10,000 masts and 100,000 spars standing like a wood in winter. How strange it was to cling there, breathing my own already outworn atmosphere, knowing but never feeling the mighty tempest that raged around me. I pulled both necklaces from my neck, and at once I was nearly torn from my perch, my ears filled with the roaring of a hurricane. And I drank in that air. Words cannot do it justice, save by saying that it was the air of Yesod, icy cold and golden with life. Never before had I tasted such air, and yet I seemed to know it. It stripped my torn shirt from my back, and sent it flapping off to join the scraps of the ruined sails, and in that instant I knew it indeed. On the evening I departed the old citadel for exile, I walked the waterway, seeing the argosies and carracks that plied the wide river road of Giol, and a wind had sprung up that sent my gild cloak billowing behind me and told me of the north. Now that wind blew again, chanting loud of new years and singing all the songs of a new world. But where? Beneath our ship I saw nothing but an azure bowl and such wisps of cloud as I had beheld while we were yet in the old and soiled universe, standing before this. After a moment or two, for it was an agony to remain inactive in that air, I gave up the puzzle and began the climb down to the ship. And then I saw it, not below where I had looked, but over my head, a vast and noble curve stretching away to either side, with white cloud flying between ourselves and it, a world all speckled over with blue and green like the egg of a wild bird. And I saw a thing stranger still, the coming of night to that new world. Like a brother of the guild, she wore a cloak of Fuligen, spreading it over all that fair world as I watched, so that I recalled she had been the mother of Noctua, in the tale I had once read Jonas from the Brown Book. That dire wolves had frisked about her heels like puppies, and she had passed behind Hesperus and Cirrus. And I wondered what made the ship fly on as it did, outracing the night, when its sails were furled and no light could urge it forward. In the air of Earth the ships of the Hierodules went where they would, and even the ship that had carried me, with Idas and Pern, though I had not known it, to this ship had initially made use of other means. Clearly this ship commanded them too, but it seemed strange her captain urged her straight on in such a way. As I climbed down I considered these things, finding it easier to consider them than to come to any conclusion. Before I reached the deck the ship herself was plunged in darkness. The wind blew unabated as though to sweep me away. It seemed to me that I should now feel the attraction of Yesod, but there was only the slight pull of the holds, as it had been in the void. At last I was so foolish as to try a short leap. The hurricane breath of Yesod caught me like a wind-blown leaf, and my leap sent me tumbling down the deck like a gymnast. I was fortunate that it did not send me crashing into a mast. Bruised and bewildered, I groped along the deck in search of a hatch. I found none, and I had reconciled myself to waiting for day, when day came, as sudden as the voice of a trumpet. The sun of Yesod was of purest white-hot gold, and it lifted itself above a dark horizon as sharply curved as the top of a buckler. For an instant it seemed to me that I heard the voices of the Gandharvas, the singers before the throne of the Pan-Creator. Then I saw far ahead of the ship, for my wanderings in search of a hatch had taken me nearly to the bow, the far spreading wings of a great bird. We rushed toward it like an avalanche, but it saw us, and with a single beat of those mighty wings rose above us, singing still. Its wings were white, its breast like frost, and if a lark of earth may be likened to a flute, the voice of this bird of Yesod was an orchestra, for it seemed to have many voices that sang all together, some high and piercingly sweet, some deeper than any drum. Cold though I was, and I felt nearly frozen, I could not but stop and listen to it. And when it was astern and out of hearing, and I could see it no longer because of the thronging masts, I looked forward again for another. There was none, but the sky was not empty. A ship of a kind new to me sailed there on wings wider than the birds, and as slender as sword-blades. We passed beneath it as we had passed beneath the bird. When we did, it folded its long wings and dove at us, so that I thought for a moment it must crash into us and perish, for it had not 1,000th part of our bulk. It passed above the top of the masts as a dart flies over the spears of an army, drew ahead of us once more, and settled on our bowsprit until it lay there as a pard stretches itself upon some slender branch to watch a trail for deer, or to bask in the sun. I waited for the crew of the smaller ship to appear, but they did not. After a moment it seemed their ship held ours more closely than I had supposed, and after a moment more, as I watched, wondering that I had been mistaken to think it a ship at all, and surely wrong to believe I had seen it hanging alone, argent against that cerulean world, or soaring above the forest of our masts. Rather it seemed a part of our own ship, of the ship on which I had now sailed, as it seemed to me, for so long, an oddly thickened bowsprit or beakhead, its wings no more than flying braces to hold it the more firmly to the bow. Soon I recalled that when the old Autarch had been brought to Yesod, just such a ship had come for him. Glorying, I raced over the deck searching for a hatch, and it was good to run in that cold and in that air, though every limping stride stung my feet. And at last I leaped up, and the wind took me again, as I had known it would, and bore me far down that immense hull before I could seize hold of a backstay that nearly tore my arms from their sockets. It was enough. In my wild flight I had caught sight of the rent through which my little command had climbed to the deck. I ran to it and plunged into the familiar warmth and errant gleams of the interior. That voice, which could never be distinctly heard, and yet could always be understood, thundered in every corridor, calling for the Epitome of Urth, and I ran on, happy for the warmth, feeling the pure air of Yesod penetrate even here, sure that my time of testing was at last at hand, or nearly so. Parties of sailors were searching the ship, but for a long while I could not make contact with them, though I could hear them all about me, and sometimes catch a glimpse of one. At last, opening a shadowy door, I stepped through onto a grill-work platform and saw in the dim radiance from overhead a vast plain of jumbled lumber and machinery, where papers spilled like banks of dirty snow and scented dust lay in pools like water. If it were not the spot from which Cedero had thrown me, it was very like it. Toward me, across this space, moved a small procession, and after a moment I realized it was a triumphal one. Many of the sailors carried lights and slashed the dimness with their beams to create fantastic patterns, while others capered or danced. Some were singing, "Away, mate, away, we'll dig no more today, for we've signed aboard on a long, long trip to the end of the sky on a big, big ship, and we won't come back till her sails rip. No, we won't come back at all," and so on. Not all those in this procession were sailors, however. I saw several beings of polished metal, and indeed, after a moment I realized that one was Cedero himself, easily identified because his arm had not been repaired. A little separated from all these were three figures new to me, a man and two women in cloaks, and ahead of them, leading the column as it seemed, a naked man, taller than any of the rest, who walked with his head bowed and his long fair hair falling over his face. At first I believed him deep in thought, for his hands seemed clasped at his back, and I had often walked so myself, pondering the manifold difficulties that beset our commonwealth. Then I saw that his wrists were bound behind him. Chapter 16. The Epitome. No longer so unlearned as I had been, I leaped off the platform, and after a long, slow fall, rather pleasant than otherwise, met the procession halfway. The prisoner did not so much as glance up. Though I could not see his face well, I saw enough to make me certain I had not seen it before. He was of the height of an exultant, at least, and I would judge half a head taller than most. His chest and shoulders were magnificently developed, as were his arms, from what I could see of them. As he trudged along, great muscles in his thighs slipped like anacondas beneath skin translucently pale. His golden hair held no trace of grey, and from it and the slenderness of his waist I judged him no more than 25, and perhaps younger. The three who followed this extraordinary prisoner could not have appeared more commonplace. All were of average height, and seemed to have reached middle age. The man wore tunic and hose under his cloak. The two women had loose gowns that ended just below the knee. None were armed. As they approached, I stepped well to one side, but only the sailors paid any attention to me. Several, though there were none I recognized, motioned for me to join them, their faces those of revellers who, in their excess of joy, summon every bystander to their celebration. I hurried over, and before I knew it, Pern had seized me by the hand. I felt a thrill of fear. He was near enough to have stabbed me twice over, but his expression held only welcome. He shouted something I could not quite hear, and slapped my back. In a moment Gunnie had pushed him to one side and kissed me as soundly as at our first meeting. "You wormy geyser," she said, and kissed me again, not so roughly this time, but longer. It was no use trying to question them in that uproar, and in truth, if they were willing to make peace, I, with no friend on board except Cicero, was more than glad they should. Our procession wound out a doorway and down a long, swooping passage that led to a part of the ship like nothing I had seen before. Its walls were insubstantial, not because they were in any way dreamlike, but because they somehow suggested that they were thinner than tissue, and might be burst in an instant, so that I was reminded of the trumpery booths and pavilions of the fair at Saltus, where I had killed Morwenna and met the Green Man. And for a moment or two I stood amid the hubbub, trying to understand why it should be so. One of the cloaked women mounted a seat and clapped her hands for quiet. Because the sailors' high spirits had not been fueled with wine, she was soon obeyed, and my riddle answered. Through the thin walls I could hear, however faintly, the rush of the icy air of Yesod. No doubt I had heard it before, without being conscious of it. "Dear friends," the woman began, "we thank you for your welcome and your help, and for all the many kindnesses all of you have shown us on board your vessel." Various sailors spoke or shouted replies, some merely good-natured, others glowing with that rustic politeness which makes the manners of courtiers seem so cheap. "Many of you are yourselves from Earth, I know. Perhaps it would be well to determine how many. May I see a show of hands? Raise one hand, please, if you were born upon the world called Earth." Nearly everyone present raised his hand. "You know that we have condemned the peoples of Earth, and why? They now feel they have earned our forgiveness and the chance to resume the places they held of old." Most of the sailors booed and jeered, including Pern, but not, as I noted, Gunnie. "And they have dispatched their Epitome to claim it for them. That he lost heart and concealed himself from us should not be counted against him or them. Rather, we consider that the sense of his world's guilt so manifested should be reckoned in their favor. As you see, we are about to take him to Yesod for his assize. Even as he will represent Earth in the dock, so must others represent it on the gradins. None of you need come, but we have your captain's permission to take from among you those who wish to come. They will be returned to the ship before it sails again. Those who do not should leave us now." A few hands slipped from the back of the crowd. The woman said, "We ask also that all those not born upon Earth leave us." A few more departed. Many of those who remained appeared hardly human to me. "All the rest of you will come with us?" There was a chorus of assent. I called, "Wait," and sought to push my way to the front, where I would be heard. Three things happened at once. Gunnie clapped her hand over my mouth, Pern pinned my arms behind me, and what I had believed only some strange chamber of our ship fell from under me. It fell sidelong, tumbling the crowd of sailors and us into a single struggling mass, and its fall was not in the least like the leaps I had made in the rigging. The hunger of a world drew us at once, and though I do not think it was as great as that of Earth, after so many days in the weak pull of the holds, it seemed great indeed. A monstrous wind shouted outside the bulkheads, and in the wink of an eye the bulkheads themselves vanished. Something, we could not tell what, kept out that wind. Something kept us from tumbling out of our little flyer like so many beetles swept from a bench, yet we were in the midst of the sky of Yesod, with only the narrow floor beneath our feet. That floor tilted and leaped like a destrier in the wildest charge of the most desperate battle ever fought. No terra tornis ever slipped down a mountain of air so swiftly as we, and at its bottom we shot upward like a skyrocket, spinning like a shaft in flight. A moment later, and we were skimming the mastheads of the ship like a swallow. Then, like a swallow indeed, we dove among them and darted between mast and mast, between cable and spar. Because so many sailors had fallen or half fallen, I could see the faces of the 3 from Yesod, who had led us into the flyer, and I was able for the first time to see the full face of their prisoner too. Theirs were calm and amused, his ennobled by the most resolute courage. I knew my own reflected my fear, and felt much as I had when the Asian pentadactyls had whirled over Guasac's Schiavoni. I felt something more as well, of which I shall write in a moment. Those who have never fought suppose that the deserter who flies the field is consumed by shame. He is not, or he would not desert. With only trifling exceptions, battles are fought by cowards afraid to run. And it was just so with me. Ashamed to reveal my terror to Pern and Gunnie, I forced my features into an expression that no doubt resembled real resolution about as much as his death mask resembles the smiling countenance of an old friend. I lifted Gunnie then, muttering some nonsense to the effect that I hoped she had not been hurt. She answered, "It was the poor boy I fell on who caught it," and I realized she was ashamed just as I was, and just as I was, determined to stand firm, though her bowels had turned to milk. As we spoke, the flyer rose above the masts again, levelled its flight, and spread its wings, so that we felt we stood upon the back of some great bird. The woman who had addressed us before said, "Now you have an adventure to recount to your shipmates when you return to your ship. There is no cause for alarm. There will be no more tricks, and you cannot fall from this craft." Gunnie whispered, "I knew what you were going to tell her, but can't you see they've found the real one?" "I am what you call the real one," I said, "and I don't know what's happening. Have I told you? No, I haven't. I carry the memories of my predecessors, and indeed you may say I am the predecessors themselves as well as myself. The old Autarch who gave me his throne went to Yesod too, went as I'm going, or rather as I thought I was going." Gunnie shook her head. I could see she pitied me. "You think you remember all that?" "I do remember it. I can recall each step of his journey. I feel the pain of the knife that unmanned him. It wasn't like this at all. He was taken from the ship with a proper respect. He endured long testing on Yesod, and at last was judged to have failed, as he judged himself to have failed." I looked to where the woman and her companion stood, hoping I had attracted their attention. Pern was beside us again. "Then you still claim you're really the Autarch?" "I was," I told him. "And yes, I will bring the new sun if I can. Will you still stab me for that?" "Not here," he said. "Probably not at all. I'm a simple man, see? I believed you. Only when they caught the real one, I knew you'd been yarning me up. Or maybe your wits are mixed. I've never killed anybody, and I wouldn't want to kill a man for yarning. Killing a Portaloon man's worse. Sure bad luck." He spoke to Gunnie as though I were not there. "You think he really believes it?" "I'm positive he does," she said. After a moment she added, "It might even be the truth. Listen to me, Severian, because I've been on board a long time. This is my second voyage to Yesod, so I guess I was in the crew when they took your old Autarch, though I never saw him and didn't get to come down till later. You know this ship moves in and out of time like a darning needle, don't you? Don't you know that by now?" I said, "Yes, I'm coming to understand so." "Then let me ask you, isn't it possible we've been carrying 2 Autarchs? You and one of your successors? Suppose you were to go back to Earth. You'd have to choose a successor sooner or later. Mightn't he be the one? Or the one he chose? And if he is, what's the use of your going through with it and losing some things you don't want to lose when it's over?" "You mean that what I do can make no difference to the future?" "Not when the future's already up at the front of this tender." We had talked as though the other sailors were not present, but it is never wholly safe to do that. One does it only with the sufferance of the ignored. One of the sailors, to whom I had paid no heed, grasped me by the shoulder and pulled me half a step toward him so that I could see better through the hyaline sides of our flyer. "Look," he said. "Look at that, will you? but for a beat of my heart I looked at him instead, suddenly aware that he who had been nothing to me was everything to himself, and I only a supernumerary to him, a lay figure, permitting him, by sharing his joy, to double it. Then I looked, because it would have seemed a species of betrayal not to, and I saw that we were turning, slowing in a wide, wide circle, above an isle set in an endless sea of blue translucent water. The isle was clearly a single hilltop that rose above the waves, and it was dressed in the green of gardens and the white of marble, and it wore a fringe of little boats. There was nothing to be seen so impressive as the wall of Nessus, or even the great keep. Yet, in its way, the isle was more impressive, because everything about it was beautiful, without exception, and there was a joy there that towered higher than the wall, as high as a thunderhead. It came to me then, seeing that isle, and the stupid and brutal faces of the men and women all about me, that there was something more I did not see. A memory rose, sent by one of those dim figures who stand, for me, behind the old Autarch, those predecessors whom I cannot see clearly and often cannot see at all. It was the figure of a lovely virgin, clothed in silks of many hues and dewed with pearls. She sang in the avenues of Nessus, and lingered by its fountains until night. No one dared to molest her, for though her protector was invisible, his shadow fell all around her, rendering her inviolate. Chapter 17. The Isle. If I were to say to you, who were born upon earth and have drawn your every breath there, that the flyer landed like a huge water-bird, you would imagine a comic splashing. It did, and yet it was not so. For on Yesod, as I saw from the sides of the flyer a moment or two after we were down, the water-birds have learned to drop onto the waves so gently and gracefully one might think the water only a cooler air to them, as it is to those little birds we see beside waterfalls, who hop into the falls to catch minnows and are as much at home there as another bird could be in a bush. So we did, settling on to the sea and folding our immense wings even as we touched it, gently rocking while it seemed we still flew. Some of the sailors talked among themselves, and perhaps Gunnie or Pern would have talked to me if I had given them the opportunity. I did not, because I desired to absorb all the wonders I might, and because I sensed that I could not speak without feeling still more keenly my duty to tell those who held another prisoner that it was myself they sought. Thus I stared out, as I believed, through the sides of our flyer, and tasted the wind, that glorious wind of Yesod, that carries the fresh purity of its saltless sea and the perfume of all its glorious gardens, and life with them, and found that the sides, which earlier could not be seen, could not now be felt, so that we rode as though on a narrow raft, with our wings for a canopy overhead, and I saw much. As was to be expected, one of the sailors pushed her companion into the water, but others farther down our long hull drew her out again, and though she complained loudly of the cold, the water was not so cold as to harm her, as I found by stooping and dabbing my hands in it. Then I cupped them, and drew up so much as they would hold, and drank of it, of the water of Yesod, and though it was chill, I was glad when some ran down my chest. For I recalled an old tale in the brown book I once carried in memory of Tzadkiel, and how it told of a certain man who, crossing a wasteland late one night, saw other men and women dancing and joined them, and how when the dance was through he went with them and bathed his face in a spring never seen by day, and drank of its water, and how his wife, counselled by a certain wise device, went to the same place a year later to the day, and there heard wild music and her husband's voice singing alone, and the sound of many dancing feet, yet saw no one, and how when she questioned that device concerning those things, she was told her husband had drunk of the waters of another world, and washed in them, and would return to her no more. Nor did he. I held myself apart from the sailors as we trooped up the white street that led from the mooring to the building at the top of the hill, doing so by walking nearer the three and their prisoner than any of them dared to. Yet I myself did not dare to tell the three who I was, though I began to do so 100 times at least, without making a sound. At last I spoke, but it was only to ask whether the trial would be held that day or the next. The woman who had addressed us glanced back at me, smiling. "Are you so eager to see his blood?" she asked. "You will not. The hierogrammate Tzadkiel does not sit in his seat of justice today, so we will have the preliminary examination only. That can be carried out in his absence, if need be." I shook my head. "I have seen much blood. Believe me, my lady, I have no itch to see more." "Then why did you come?" she inquired, still smiling. I told her the truth, though it was not the whole truth. "Because I felt it was my duty." "But tell me, suppose Tzadkiel is not in his seat tomorrow either. Will we be permitted to wait here for him? And are all of you not hierogrammates too? And do all of you speak our tongue? I was surprised to hear it on your lips." I had been walking a half-step behind her, and she, as a consequence, had spoken to me more or less across her shoulder. Now, with her smile grown wider, she dropped behind the others to link her arm in mine. "So many questions. How am I to remember them all, much less to answer them?" I was ashamed, and tried to mumble some apology, but I was so unnerved by the touch of her hand, warm and seeking, as it slipped into my own, that I could only stammer. "Nevertheless, for your sake I will try. Tzadkiel will be here tomorrow. Were you afraid you would be unable to return to your mopping and carrying soon enough?" "No, my lady," I managed. "I would remain forever if I could." Her smile faded at that. "You will remain on this isle for less than a day, all told. We, if you wish it, must do what we can with that." "I do wish it," I told her, and in fact I did. I have said she was an ordinary-looking woman of middle age, and so she was. Not tall, a few wrinkles apparent at her eyes and mouth, her hair touched at the temples with frost. Yet there was something I could not resist. Perhaps it was only the aura of the isle, so some common men find all exultant women attractive. Perhaps it was her eyes, which were large and luminous, and of the deep, deep blue of her sea, unfaded by age. Perhaps it was some third thing, sensed unconsciously. But I felt again, as I had when so much younger, I had encountered Asia, a desire so strong that it seemed more spiritual than any faith, its flesh burned away in the heat of its own yearning. "After the preliminary examination," she said. "Of course," I answered. "Of course. I am my lady's slave." I hardly knew to what I had agreed. A wide flight of white stone steps, flanked by fountains, rose before us with the airy lightness of a cloud-bank. She looked up with a bantering smile I found infinitely attractive. "If you were truly my slave, I would have you carry me up this stair, halt leg or none." "I will do it gladly," I said, and I stooped as though to pick her up. No. She had begun to climb, and as lightly as any girl. "What would your shipmates think?" "That I had been signally honored, my lady." Still smiling, she whispered, "Not that you had deserted Earth for us? But we have a moment before we reach the court, and I will answer your questions as well as I can. We are not all hierogrammates. On Earth are the children of sannyasins, holy men and women themselves. I do not speak with your tongue, nor do any of us. Neither do you speak as we do." "My lady." "You do not understand." "No." I sought for something more to say, but what she had told me seemed so absurd that no reply was possible. "I will explain after the examination. But now I must require a small service of you." "Anything, my lady." "Thank you. Then you will lead the Epitome into the dock for us." I looked at her in bewilderment. "We will examine him now, with the consent of the peoples of Earth, who have sent him to Yesod in their stead. To show it, a man or woman of Earth, who will represent his world just as he does, though in a less significant way, must conduct him." I nodded. "I'll do it for you, my lady, if you'll show me where I must take him." "Good." She turned to the man and the other woman, saying, "We have a custodian. They nodded, and she took the prisoner by the arm and pulled him over, although he could easily have resisted her, to where I waited. "We will bring your shipmates into the Hall of Justice, where I will explain what is to take place. I doubt that you need that. What is your name?" I hesitated, wondering whether she knew what the Epitome's name ought to be. "Come, is it so great a secret?" Soon I should have to confess, in any case, although I had hoped I would be able to hear the preliminary examination first, so that I would be better equipped to succeed when my own turn came. As we paused at the portico, I said, "It's Severian, my lady. Is it permitted that I ask yours?" Her smile was as irresistible as when I had first seen it. "We have no need of such things among ourselves, but now that I am known to someone who does, I will be called Epitome." She saw my doubt, and added, "Never fear, those to whom you say my name will know of whom you speak." "Thank you, my lady." "Now, take him. The arch is to your right," she pointed. "Go through there. You will find a long elliptical corridor from which you cannot stray, since it is without doors to either side. Convey him to the end, then out and into the examination chamber. Look at his hands. Do you see how they are fettered?"
"Yes, my lady."
"In the chamber you will see the ring to which his fetter is to be fastened. Lead him there and chain him. There is a sliding link, you will understand it at once, and take your place among the witnesses. When the examination is complete, wait for me. I will show you all the wonders of our isle."
Her tone made clear what she meant. I bowed and said, "My lady, I am wholly unworthy."
"Of that I shall judge. Go now. Do as I told you, and you shall have your reward."
Bowing again, I turned and took the giant's arm. I have said already that he was taller than any exultant, and so he was, nearly as tall as Baldander's. He was not so heavy, but young and vigorous, as young as I had been, I thought, on the day when I had left the citadel through the corpse door bearing Terminus Est. He had to stoop to pass beneath the arch, but he followed me, as one sees a yearling ram in the market follow the shepherd boy who has made a pet of him, and now means to sell him to some family who will wether him to fatten for a feast. The corridor was of the shape of the egg conjurers stand on end upon the table, having a high, almost pointed arch overhead, widely curved sides, and a flattened walkway. The Lady Aphata had said that no doors opened from it, and she had been correct, but there were windows on both sides. These puzzled me, because I had supposed it to wind about a courtroom in the center of the building. I looked out of them to right and left as we walked, at first with some curiosity about the Isle of Yesod, then with wonder to see it so like earth, and at last with astonishment. For snow-capped mountains and level pampas gave way to strange interiors, as though I looked from each window into a different structure. There was a wide, empty hall lined with mirrors, another even wider, where standing shelves held disordered books, a narrow cell with a high barred window and a straw-strewn floor, and a dark and narrow corridor lined with metal doors. Turning to the client, I said, "They were expecting me, that seems clear enough. I see Aedulus's cell, the oubliette under the Mattachin Tower, and so on. But they think you're me, Zack." As though my speaking of his name had broken a spell, he whirled on me, tossing his long hair back to reveal his blazing eyes. The muscles of his arms stood out as though they would burst the skin as he strained against his manacles. Almost automatically I stepped past his leg and threw him across my hip, as Master Gurlos had taught me so long ago. He fell to the white stone as a bull falls in the arena, and the crash seemed to shake that solid building, but he was on his feet again in a moment, manacled or not, and running down the corridor. Chapter 18. The Examination. I ran after him, and soon saw that, though long, his strides were clumsy. Baldander's had run better, and he was handicapped by having his arms pinioned at his back. His was not the only handicap. My lame leg seemed to have a weight tied to its ankle, and I am sure our race gave me more pain than his fall had given him. The windows, charmed perhaps, or perhaps merely cunning, crept by as I hobbled along. A few I looked through consciously, most I did not, yet they remain with me still, hidden in the dusty chamber that lies behind, or perhaps beneath, my mind. The scaffold where I once branded and decapitated a woman was there, a dark river-bank, and the roof of a certain tomb. I would have laughed at those windows if I had not been laughing at myself already, so that I would not weep. These hierogrammates who ruled the universe, and what lay beyond, had not merely mistaken another for me, but now sought to remind me, who could forget nothing, of the scenes of my life, and did so it seemed to me, less skilfully than my own memories could have. For though every detail was present, there was something subtly mistaken about each view. I could not stop, or at least I felt I could not, but at last I turned my head as I limped past one of these windows and truly studied it, as I had not any of the others. It opened into the summer-house on Abdesus's pleasure grounds, where I had questioned and at last freed Syriaca, and in that single long glance I understood at last that I saw these places not as I had seen them and remembered them, but as Syriaca, Jolenta, Asia, and so on had perceived them. I was aware, for example, when I looked into the summer-house, of a horrible yet benign presence just beyond the view framed by the window. Myself. That was the final window. The shadowy corridor had ended, and a second arch, brilliant with sunlight, rose in front of me. Seeing it, I knew with a sickening certainty, only another who had grown up in the guild could understand, that I had lost my client. I bolted through it and saw him, standing bewildered in the portico of the Hall of Justice, surrounded by a surging crowd. At the same instant he saw me, and sought to push through them toward the principal entrance. I called out for someone to stop him, but the crowd moved aside for him, and seemed purposely to obstruct me. I felt as though I were in one of the nightmares I had suffered as lictor of Thrax, and that I would wake in a moment gasping for breath, with the claw pressing my chest. A little woman dashed from the crowd and caught Zack by one arm, and he shook himself as a bull shakes to dislodge the darts in its hide. She fell, but grasped his ankle. It was enough. I laid hold of him, and though I was lame once more here, where the greedy pull of Yesod was Earth's, or nearly, I was still strong, and he still manacled. With an arm at his throat, I bent him back like a bow. At once he relaxed, and I knew, in the mysterious way we sense another's intent at times by a touch, that he would resist me no longer. I released him. "Won't fight," he said. "No more run." "All right," I told him, and stooped to raise the woman who had helped me. I recognized her then, and without much thought glanced down at her leg. It was perfectly normal, which is to say, perfectly healed. "Thank you," I muttered. "Thank you, Hannah." She was staring. "I thought you were my mistress. I don't know why." Often I have to make an effort to prevent Thekla's voice from issuing from my lips. Now I permitted it. We said, "Thank you," again, adding, "You were not mistaken," and smiling in her confusion. Shaking her head, she backed into the crowd, and I caught sight of a tall woman with dark curling hair entering the arch through which I had taken Zack. Even after so many years there could be no doubt at all. We tried to call her name. It remained in our throat, leaving us sick and silent. "Don't cry," Zack said, his deep voice somehow childlike. "Please don't. I think it will be all right." I turned to tell him I was not, and realized I was. If I had ever wept before, it was when I was so small I can scarcely remember it. Apprentices learn not to, and those who do not are tormented by the rest until death takes them. Thekla had cried at times, and had wept often in her cell. But I had just seen Thekla. I said, "I'm crying because I want so much to follow her, and we must go inside." He nodded, and at once I took him by the arm and brought him into the examination chamber. The corridor along which the Lady Aphata had sent me merely circled it, and I led Zack down a wide aisle, while the sailors watched from the banked benches on either side. There were many more places on the benches than sailors, however, so that the sailors occupied only the ones nearest the aisle. Before us was the seat of justice, a seat far grander and more austere than any judge I had ever seen had occupied upon earth. The phoenix throne was, or is, if it yet exists beneath the waters, a great gilt armchair, upon whose back is displayed an image of that bird, the symbol of immortality, worked in gold, jade, carnelian, and lapis lazuli. Upon its seat, which would have been murderously uncomfortable without it, was a cushion of velvet with golden tassels. This seat of justice of the hierogrammate Tzadkiel was as different as could be imagined, and indeed was hardly a chair at all, but only a colossal boulder of white stone, shaped by time and chance to resemble one about as much as the clouds in which we profess to see a lover's face, or the head of some paladin, resemble the persons themselves. Aphata had told me only that I would find a ring in the chamber, and for a moment or two, while Zack and I walked slowly down that long aisle, I searched for it with my eyes. It was what I had at first supposed to be the sole decoration of the seat of justice, a wrought circle of iron, held by a great iron staple driven into the stone at the termination of one armrest. I looked then for the sliding link she had mentioned. There was none, but I led Zack toward the ring anyway, certain that when we reached it someone would step forward to assist me. No one did, but when I looked at the manacle I understood, as Aphata had said I would. The link was there. When I opened it, it seemed to me it slipped back so easily that Zack himself might have loosed it with a finger. Yet united loops of chain that held each wrist, so that when I removed it, the whole affair dropped from him. I picked it up, put the chains about my own wrists, lifted my arms above my head so that I could put the ring into the link, and awaited my examination. None took place. The sailors sat gaping at me. I had supposed that someone would take Zack or he would flee. No one approached him. He seated himself on the floor at my feet, not cross-legged, as I would have sat in his place, but squatting in a way that reminded me at first of a dog, then of an atrox or some other great cat. "I am the epitome of Earth, and all her peoples," I told the sailors. It was the same speech the old Autarch had made, as I realized only after I had begun it, though his examination had been so different. "I am here because I hold them in me, men, women, and children too, poor and rich, old and young, those who would save our world if they could, and those who would rape its last life for gain." Unbidden, the words rose to the surface of my mind. "I am here also because I am by right the ruler of Earth. We have many nations, some larger than our commonwealth and stronger, but we autarchs, and we alone, think not merely of our own lands, but know our winds blow every tree and our tides wash every shore. This I have proved because I stand here, and because I stand here, I prove it is my right." The sailors listened in silence to all this, but even as I spoke I looked past them for the others, for the Lady Aphata and her companions at least. They were not to be seen. Yet there were other hearers. The crowd from the portico now stood in the doorway through which Zack and I had come. When I had finished, they filed slowly into the examination chamber, coming not down the central aisle as we had, and as the sailors doubtless had, but dividing their column left and right into two that crept between the benches and the walls. I caught my breath then, for Thecla was among them, and in her eyes I saw such pity and such sorrow as wrung my heart. I have not often been afraid, but I knew the pity and sorrow were for me, and I was frightened by the depth of them. At last she turned from me, and I from her. That was when I saw Aegelus in the crowd, and Morwenna, with her black hair and branded cheeks. With them were 100 more, prisoners from our oubliette and the vincula of Thrax, felons I had scourged for provincial magistrates and murderers I had killed for them, and 100 more besides, Asians, tall Idis, and grim-mouthed Casdo with the little Severian in her arms, Gwasakt and Erblon with our green battle flag. I bent my head, staring at the floor, while I awaited the first question. No questions came. Not for a very long time. If I were to write here how long that time seemed to me, or even how long it actually was, I would not be believed. Before anyone spoke, the sun was low in the bright sky of Yesod, and night had put long, dark fingers across the isle. With night came another. I heard the scrabble of its claws on the stone floor, then a child's voice. "Can't we go now?" The Alzebo had come, and its eyes burned in the blackness that had entered through the doorway of the examination chamber. "Are you held here?" I asked. "It is not I who hold you." Hundreds of voices cried out, saying, "Yes, we are held." I knew then that they were not to question me, but I to question them. Still I hoped it might not be so. I said, "Then go," but not one moved. "What is it I must ask you?" I asked. There was no reply. Night came indeed. Because that building was all of white stone, with an aperture at the summit of its soaring dome, I had scarcely realized it was unlit. As the horizon rose higher than the sun, the examination chamber grew as dark as those rooms the Increate builds beneath the boughs of great trees. The faces blurred and went out, like the flames of candles. Only the eyes of the Alzebo caught the fading light and shone like two red embers. I heard the sailors whispering among themselves with fear in their voices, and the soft sighing of knife blades clearing well-oiled sheaths. I called to them that there was no reason to be afraid, that these were my ghosts and not theirs. The voice of the child Severa cried, "We are not ghosts," with childish scorn. The red eyes came closer, and again there was the scrape of terrible claws on the stone floor. All the rest fidgeted in their places, so that the chamber echoed with the rustlings of their garments. I wrenched futilely at the manacles, then fumbled for the sliding link, and shouted to Zack not to try to stop the Alzebo without a weapon. Gunnie called, for I recognized her voice. "She's only a child, Severian." I answered, "She's dead. The beast speaks through her." "She's riding on its back. They're here by me." My numb fingers had found the link, but I did not open it, knowing with a sudden certainty that could not be denied that if I were to free myself now and hide among the sailors as I had planned, I would surely have failed. "Justice!" I shouted to them. "I tried to act justly, and you know that. You may hate me, but can you say I harmed you without cause?" A dark figure sprang up. Steel gleamed like the Alzebo's eyes. Zack sprang too, and I heard the clatter of the weapon as it struck the stone floor. Chapter 19. Silence. In the confusion I could not tell at first who had freed me. I only knew that they were two, one to either side, and that they took my arms when I was free and led me quickly around the seat of justice and down a narrow stair. Behind us was pandemonium, the sailors shouting and scuffling, the Alzebo baying. The stair was long and steep, but it had been constructed in line with the aperture at the apex of the dome. Faint light spilled down it, the final glimmer of a twilight yet reflected from a scattering of cloud, though Yesod's sun would appear no more until morning. At the bottom we emerged into darkness so intense that I did not realize we were outdoors, until I felt grass beneath my feet and wind on my cheek. "Thank you," I said. "But who are you?" A few paces away, Apata answered. "They are my friends. You saw them on the craft that brought you here from your ship." As she spoke, the two released me. I am tempted to write that they vanished at once, because that is how it seemed to me. But I do not think they did. Rather, perhaps, they walked away into the night without a word. Apata slipped her hand into mine as she had before. "I pledged myself to show you wonders." I drew her farther from the building. "I'm not ready to see wonders, yours or any other woman's." She laughed. Nothing is more frequently false in women than their laughter, a merely social sound like the belching of autochthons at a feast. But it seemed to me that this laughter held real merriment. "I mean what I say." The aftermath of fear had left me weak and sweating, but the wild bewilderment I felt had little or nothing to do with that. And if I knew anything at all, though I was not certain I did, it was that I did not want to begin some casual amour. "Then we will walk, away from this place you wish so much to leave, and talk together. This afternoon you had a great many questions." "I have none now," I told her. "I must think." "Why, so must we all," she said sweetly. "All the time, or nearly." We went down a long white street that meandered like a river, so that its slope was never steep. Mansions of pale stone stood beside it like ghosts. Most was silent, but from some there came the sounds of revelry, the clink of glasses, strains of music, and the slap of dancing feet. Never a human voice. When we had passed several, I said, "Your people don't speak as we do. We would say they don't speak at all." "Is that a question?" "No, it's an answer, an observation. When we were going into the examination chamber, you said you didn't speak our tongue, nor I yours. No one speaks yours." "It was meant metaphorically," she told me. "We have a means of communication. You do not use it, and we do not use the one you use." "You weave paradoxes to warn me," I said, though my thoughts were elsewhere. "Not at all. You communicate by sound, we by silence." "By gestures, you mean?" "No, by silence. You make a sound with your larynx, and shape it by the action of your palate and lips. You have been doing that for so long that you have almost forgotten you do it. But when you were very young, you had to learn to do it, as each child born to your race must. We could do it too, if we wished. Listen." I listened, and heard a soft gurgling that seemed to proceed not from her, but from the air beside her. It was as though some unseen mute had come to join us, and now made a croaking in his throat. "What was that?" I asked. "Ah, you see you have questions after all. What you heard was my voice. We call so occasionally when we are injured or in need of help." "I don't understand," I said. "Nor do I wish to. I must be alone with my thoughts." Between the mansions were many fountains and many trees, trees that seemed to me tall, strange, and lovely, even in the darkness. The waters of the fountains were not perfumed, as so many of ours were in the gardens of the House Absolute, but the scent of the pure water of Yesod was sweeter than any perfume. Flowers grew there, too, as I had seen when we had left the flyer, and as I was to see again in the morning. Most had now folded their hearts in the bowers of their petals, and only a pale moon-vine blossomed, though there was no moon. At last the street ended at the cool sea. There the little boats of Yesod were moored, just as I had seen them from above. Many men and women were there, too, men and women who went to and fro among the boats, and between the boats and the shore. Sometimes a boat put out into the dark, lapping water, and at times some new boat appeared, with sails of many colors I could scarcely make out. Only rarely was there a light. I said, "Once I was so foolish as to believe Tzadkiel alive. It was a trick to draw me to the mine of the man-apes. Aja did it, but I saw her dead brother tonight." "You do not comprehend what happened to you," Aphata told me. She sounded shamed. "That is why I am here, to explain it to you. But I will not explain until you are ready, until you ask me." "And if I never ask?" "Then I will never explain. It may be better, though, for you to know, especially if you are the new son." "Is Earth really so important to you?" She shook her head. "Then why bother with it or me?" "Because your race is important to us. It would be far less laborious if we could deal with it all at once, but you are sown over tens of thousands of worlds, and we cannot." I said nothing. "The worlds are very far apart. If one of our ships goes from one to another as fast as the starlight, the voyage takes many centuries. It does not seem so to those on the ship, but it does.
If the ship goes even faster, tacking in the wind from the suns, time runs backward, so that the ship arrives before it sails."
"That must be very inconvenient for you," I said. I was staring out over the water.
"For us, not for me personally. If you are thinking that I am in some fashion the queen or guardian of your Earth, dismiss the thought. I am not. But yes, imagine that we desire to play shamat upon a board whose squares are rafts on that sea. We move, yet even as we move, the rafts stir and slip into some new combination, and to move we must paddle from one raft to the next, which takes so long."
"Against whom do you play?" I asked.
"Entropy."
I looked around at her. "It is said that game is always lost."
"We know."
"Is Tzadkiel really alive? Alive outside myself?"
"Here?" "Yes."
"If I took her to Earth, would she be alive there?"
"That will not be permitted."
"Then I will not ask whether I can stay here with her. You have already answered that. Less than a day, all told, you said?"
"Would you stay here with her if it were possible?"
I thought about that for a moment. "Leaving Earth to freeze in the dark?" "No. Tzadkiel was not a good woman, but—"
"Not good by whose measure?" Apata asked. When I did not reply, she said, "I am truly inquiring. You may believe there is nothing unknown to me, but it is not so."
"By her own." What I was going to say, if I could find the words, was that all the exultants, except a very few, felt a certain responsibility. It used to astonish me that she, who had so much learning, cared so little about it. That was when we used to talk together in her cell. A long time afterward, when I had been Autarch for several years, I realized it was because she knew of something better, something she had been learning all her life. It was a rough ethology, but I find I can't say exactly what I mean.
"Try, please. I would like to hear it."
Tzadkiel would defend to the death anyone who could not help being dependent on her. That was why Hannah held Zack for me this afternoon. Hannah saw something of Tzadkiel in me, though she must have known I was not really Tzadkiel.
"Yet you said Tzadkiel was not good."
"Goodness is so much more than that." She knew that, too.
I paused, watching the white flashes the waves made in the darkness beyond the boats, while I tried to collect my thoughts.
What I was trying to say was that I learned it from her, that responsibility, or rather I absorbed it when I absorbed her. If I were to betray Earth for her now, I would be worse than she, not better. She wants me to be better, as every lover wants his lover to be better than he.
Apata said, "Go on."
"I wanted Tzadkiel because she was so much better than I, socially and morally, and she wanted me because I was so much better than she and her friends, just because I did something necessary. Most exultants don't on Earth. They have a great deal of power, and they pretend they're important. They tell the Autarch that they are ruling their peons, and they tell their peons they are ruling the Commonwealth. But they don't really do anything, and in their hearts they know it. They're afraid to use their power, or at least the best of them are, knowing they can't use it wisely." A few seabirds, pale birds, with huge eyes and bills like swords, wheeled overhead. After a time I saw a fish jump. "What was I talking about?" I asked.
"Why you could not leave your world to freeze in the dark."
I had remembered something else. "You said you didn't speak my language."
"I think I said I do not speak any tongue, that we have no tongues. Look."
She opened her mouth and held it up to me, but it was too dark for me to see whether she had deceived me. "How is it I hear you?" I asked.
Then I understood what it was she wished, and kissed her.
That kiss made me certain she was a woman of my own race.
"Do you know our story?" she whispered as we parted.
I told her what the Aquastor Malrubius had told me upon another night upon another beach, that in a previous Manvantara the men of that cycle had shaped companions for themselves from other races, and that at the destruction of their universe these had escaped here to Yesod, that they ruled our universe through the Hierodules, whom they themselves had shaped. Aphita shook her head when I had finished.
"There is much more than that."
I said I had never supposed there was not, but that what I had just recited was all I knew. I added, "You said that you are the children of the Hierogrammates. Who are they, and who are you?"
"They are those of whom you spoke, those who were made in your image by a race cognate to your own. As for us, we are what I have told you we are."
She ceased to speak, and when some time had passed, I said, "Go on."
"Severian, do you know the meaning of that word you used, of hierogrammate?"
I told her that someone had once told me it designated those who recorded the rescripts of the Increate.
"So much is correct." She paused again. "Possibly we are too much in awe. Those whom we do not name, the cognates I spoke of, evoke such feelings still, though of all their works only the hierogrammates remain. You say they desired companions. How could they shape companions for themselves, who were themselves ever reaching higher and higher?"
I confessed I did not know, and when she seemed disinclined to tell me more, I described the winged being I had seen in the pages of Father Ineri's book, and asked whether it had not been a hierogrammate. She said it was.
"But I will speak no more of them. You asked about us. We are their larvae. Do you know what larvae are?"
"Why, yes," I answered. "Masked spirits."
Aphita nodded. "We carry their spirit, and even as you say, until we attain to their high state, we must go masked, not with an actual mask such as those our Hierodules wear, but with the appearance of your own race, the race that our parents, the hierogrammates, first set forth to follow. Yet we are not yet hierogrammates, nor are we truly like you. You have listened to my voice for a long while now, Autarch. Listen to this world of Yesod instead, and tell me what you hear, other than my words, when I speak to you. Listen. What do you hear?"
I did not understand. I said, "Nothing." "But you are a human woman."
"You hear nothing because we speak with silence, even as you with sound. Whatever noises we find, we shape, cancelling those which are unneeded, voicing our thoughts in the remainder. That is why I led you here, where the waves murmur always, and why we have so many fountains and trees to stir their leaves in the wind from our sea."
I hardly heard her. Something vast and bright, a moon, a sun, was rising, madly shaped and drenched with light. It was as though some golden seed soared in the atmosphere of this strange world, borne aloft upon 1,000,000,000 black filaments. It was the ship, and the sun called Yesod, though the horizon was above it, struck that vast hull full, and was reflected with a light that seemed like day. "Look!" I called to Aphita, and she cried back, "Look! Look!" pointing to her mouth. I looked and saw that what I had taken for her tongue when we had kissed was but a lump of tissue protruding from her palate. Chapter 20. The Coiled Room. I cannot say how long the ship hung so in the sky. It was less than a watch, surely, and it seemed no longer than a breath. While it was there, I had eyes for nothing else. What Aphita did then I have no notion. When it was gone, I found her sitting on a rock near the water and looking at me. "I've so many questions," I said. "Seeing Thecla again put them out of my mind. But now they're there again, and there are questions about her too.
Apata said, "But you are exhausted."
I nodded to that.
"Tomorrow you must face Tzadkiel, and tomorrow is not far off. Our little world spins more quickly than your own. Its days and night must seem short to you. Will you come with me?"
"Gladly, my lady."
"You think me a queen, or something of the sort? Will it amaze you to discover I live in a single room? Look there."
I looked and saw an archway concealed among trees, only a dozen paces from the water. "Is there no tide here?" I asked.
"No. I know what that means, because I have studied the ways of your world. Thus I was chosen to bring the shipmen, and later to speak with you. But Yesod, having no companion, has no tides."
"You knew from the first that I was Autarch, didn't you? If you have studied Earth, you surely knew. Putting manacles on Zack was only a stratagem." She did not reply, even after we had reached the dark arch. Set in a white stone wall, it seemed the entrance to a tomb, but the air within was as fresh and sweet as all the air of Yesod. "You must lead me, my lady," I said. "I cannot see in this blackness." I had no sooner spoken than there was light, a dim light, like a flame reflected from tarnished silver. It came from Apata herself, and pulsed like the beating of a heart. We stood in a wide room, hung on every side with muslin curtains. Padded seats and divans were scattered upon a grey carpet. One after another the curtains were twitched aside, and behind each I saw the silent, sombre face of a man. When he had looked at us for a moment, each man let his curtain fall. "You're well guarded, my lady," I told her, "but you've nothing to fear from me." She smiled, and it was odd to see that smile lit by its own light.
"You would cut my throat in an instant, if it would save your Earth. We both know that. Or cut your own, I think."
"Yes, at least I hope so."
"But these are not protectors. My light means that I am ready to mate."
"And if I am not?"
"I will choose another while you sleep. There will be no difficulty, as you see."
She thrust aside a curtain, and we entered a wide corridor that bent to the left. Scattered about were seats such as I had seen outside, and many other objects as mysterious to me as the appliances in Baldander's castle, though they were lovely, and not terrible. Apata took one of the divans. "Does this not lead us to your chamber, my lady?"
"This is mine. It is a spiral, many of our rooms are, because we like that shape. If you follow it, you will come to a place where you may wash and be alone for a time."
"Thank you. Have you a candle to lend me?" She shook her head, but told me it would not be entirely dark. I left her and followed the spiral. Her light went with me, growing fainter and fainter, but reflected by the curving wall. At the end, which I was not long in reaching, a breath of wind suggested that what Gunnie had called a spiracle stretched from the roof to this place. As my eyes grew accustomed to the dark, I saw it as a circle of darkness less intense. Standing below it, I beheld the spangled sky of Yesod. I thought about it while I relieved myself and washed, and when I returned to Apata, who lay on one of the divans with her naked loveliness pulsing through a thin sheet, I kissed her and asked, "Are there no other worlds, my lady?"
"There are very many," she murmured. She had unbound her dark hair, which floated about her shining face, so that she seemed herself some eerie star wrapped in night.
"Here in Yesod. On Earth we see myriad suns, dim by day, bright by night. Your day sky is empty, but your night sky is brighter than ours."
"When we require them, the hierogrammates will build more. Worlds as fair as this, or more fair. Suns for them, too, should we require more suns. Thus for us they are there already. Time runs as we ask here, and we like their light."
"Time does not run as I ask." I seated myself on her divan, my aching legs stretched before me.
"Not yet," she said.
And then,
"You are lame, Autarch."
"Surely you've noticed that before?"
"Yes, but I am seeking a way to tell you that for you time will run as for us. You are lame now, but if you bring the new sun to your earth, you shall not always be so."
"You hierarchs are magicians. You're more powerful than those I once met, but magicians still. You talk of this wonder and that, but though your curses may blast, I feel your rewards are false gold that will turn to dust in the hand."
"You misunderstand us," she told me, "and though we know so much more than you, our gold is true gold, got as true gold is, often at the cost of our lives."
"Then you're lost in your own labyrinth, and no wonder. Once I had the power to cure such things, sometimes at least." And I told her of the sick girl in the jackal in Thrax, and of the Ulan on the Green Road, and of Triskele, and last of all I told her how I had found the steward dead at my door.
"If I try to unravel this for you, will you understand that I do not, no more than you yourself, know all the secrets of your Bria, although they have been my study?" "They are without end."
"I understand," I said. "But on the ship I thought we had come to the end of Bria when we came here."
"So you did. But though you may walk into a house at one door and walk out at the other, you do not know all the secrets of that house."
I nodded, watching her naked beauty pulse beneath the fabric, and wishing, if the truth be known, that it lacked so strong a hold on me.
"You saw our sea. Did you notice the waves there? What would you say to someone who told you that you saw not waves, but only water?"
"That I've learned not to argue with fools. One smiles and walks away."
"What you call time is made up of such waves, and as the waves you saw existed in the water, so time exists in matter. The waves march toward the beach, but if you were to cast a pebble into the water, new waves, 100th or 1,000th the strength of the old, would run out to sea, and the waves there would feel them."
"I understand."
"So do future things make themselves known in the past. A child who will some day be wise is a wise child, and many who will be doomed carry their dooms in their faces, so that those who can see even a short way into the future find it there and turn away their eyes."
"Aren't we all doomed?"
"No, but that is another matter. You may master a new sun. Should you, its energy will be yours to draw upon, though it will not exist unless you, and your earth, triumph here. But as the boy foreshadows the man, something of that faculty has reached you through the corridors of time. I cannot say whence you drew when you were on earth, partly from yourself, no doubt, but not all or even most can have come from you, or you would have perished. Perhaps from your world, or from its old sun. When you were on the ship there was no world and no sun near enough, so you took what could be drawn from the ship itself, and nearly wrecked it. But even that was not sufficient."
"And had the claw of the conciliator no power at all?"
"Let me see it."
She held out a shining hand. "It was destroyed long ago by the weapons of the Ancients," I told her. She made no answer, but only stared at me, and when a heartbeat had passed I saw that she was looking at my chest, where I carried the thorn in the little pouch Dorcas had sewn for me. I looked myself and saw a light, fainter far than hers, yet steady. I took out the thorn, and its golden radiance shone from wall to wall before it died away. "It has become the claw," I said. "So I saw it when I drew it from the rocks." I held it out to her. She did not look at it, but at the half-healed wound it had made.
"It was saturated with your blood," she said, "and your blood contains your living cells. I doubt that it was powerless. Nor do I wonder that the Pellerines revered it.
I left her then, and groping found my way to the beach once more, and for a long time I walked up and down the sand. But the thoughts I had there have no place here. When I returned, Aphata was waiting for me still, her silver pulsing more importunate than ever.
"Can you?"
she asked, and I told her she was very beautiful.
"But can you?" she asked again.
"We must talk first. I would be betraying my kind if I did not question you."
"Then ask," she whispered, "though I warn you that nothing I say will help your race in the test to come."
"How is it you speak? What sound is there here?"
"You must listen to my voice," she told me, "and not to my words. What do you hear?"
I did as she had instructed me, and heard the silken sliding of the sheet, the whisper of our bodies, the breaking of the little waves, and the beating of my own heart. 100 questions I had been ready to ask, and it had seemed to me that each of the 100 might bring the new sun. Her lips brushed mine, and every question vanished from my consciousness as if it had never been. Her hands, her lips, her eyes, the breasts I pressed, all wondrous. But there was more, perhaps the perfume of her hair. I felt that I breathed an endless night. Lying upon my back, I entered Yesod. Or say rather, Yesod closed about me. It was only then that I knew I had never been there. Stars in their billions spurted from me, fountains of suns, so that for an instant I felt I knew how universes are born. All folly. Reality displaced it, the kindling of the torch that whips shadows to their corners, and with them all the winged phase of fancy. There was something born between Yesod and Bria, when I met with Aphata upon that divan in that circling room, something tiny yet immense that burned like a coal conveyed to the tongue by tongues. That something was myself. I slept, and because I slept without a dream, did not know I slept. When I woke, Aphata was gone. The sun of Yesod had come through the spiracle at the narrow end of the spiral chamber. Ever fainter, its illumination was directed to me by the white walls, so that I woke in a gilded twilight. I rose and dressed, wondering where Aphata might be, but as I pulled on my boots, she entered with a tray. I was embarrassed to have so great a lady serve me, and I told her so. "Surely the noble concubines of your court have waited upon you, Autarch?" "What are they compared with you?" She shrugged. "I am not a great lady, or at least only to you, and only today. Our status is decided by our closeness to the hierogrammates, and I am not very near." She set her tray down and sat beside it. It held small cakes, a carafe of cool water, and cups of some steaming liquid that looked like milk and yet was not milk. "I cannot believe you are far from the hierogrammates, my lady." "That is merely because you think yourself and your earth so important, imagining that what I say to you and what we do now will decide her fate. It isn't so. None of it. What we will do now will have no effect, and you and your world are of importance to no one here." I waited for her to say more, and at last she said, "Except to me," and took a bite from one of the cakes. "Thank you, my lady." "And that only since you have come, though I cannot but dislike you and your earth. You care so much for her. My lady, I know you thought I desired you. It is only now that I like you enough to tell you I do not. You are a hero, Autarch, and heroes are always monsters. Come to give us news we would sooner not hear. But you are a particularly monstrous monster. Tell me, as you walked the circular hall around the examination chamber, did you study the pictures there?" "Only a few," I said. "There was the cell where Aja had been confined, and I noticed one or two others." "And how do you suppose they came to be there?" I took a cake myself, and a sip from the cup nearest me. "I have no idea, my lady. I've seen so many wonders here that I've ceased to wonder about any, save Thecla.
But you could not ask much about her, even Thecla, last night, for fear of what I might say or do, although you were ready to do so 100 times.
Would you have liked me better, my lady, if I'd questioned you about an old love while I lay with you? Yours is a strange race indeed. But since you've brought her up yourself, tell me about her. A drop of the white beverage, which I had swallowed without tasting, ran down the side of the cup. I looked around for something with which to blot it, but there was nothing.
Your hands shake.
So they do, my lady. I put down the cup, and it rattled against the tray.
Did you love her so much?
Yes, my lady. And hate her, too. I'm Thecla, and the man who loved Thecla.
Then I will tell you nothing about her. What could I tell you? Perhaps she will tell you herself, after the presentation.
If I succeed, you mean?
Would your Thecla punish you if you failed?
Apata asked, and a great joy entered my heart.
But eat. Then we must go. I told you last night that our days are short here, and you have already slept away the first part of this one.
I swallowed the cake and drained the cup. What of Urth? I said, if I fail.
She stood. Tzadkiel is just. He would not make Urth worse than she is. No worse than she would have been had you not come.
That is the future of ice, I said. But if I succeed, the new sun will come.
As though the cup had been drugged, I seemed to stand infinitely far from myself, to watch myself as a man watches a mote, to hear my own voice as a hawk hears the squeaking of a meadow mouse.
Apata had pushed aside the curtain. I followed her out into the stoa.
Through its open arch shone the fresh sea of Yesod, a sapphire flecked with white. Yes, she said, and your earth will be destroyed.
My lady!
Enough. Come with me.
Hearn was right, then. He wanted to kill me, and I should have let him.
The avenue we took was steeper than that we had descended the night before, going straight up the hillside toward the Hall of Justice, which loomed above us like a cloud. It was not you who prevented him, Apata said.
Earlier in the ship, my lady. It was he, then, last night in the dark. Someone stopped him then, or I should have died. I couldn't free myself.
Tzadkiel, she said.
Though my legs were longer than hers, I had to hurry to keep up with her. You said he wasn't here, my lady.
No, I said he did not sit in his seat of justice that day. Autarch, look about you. She halted, and I with her. Is this not a fair town?
The fairest I've ever seen, my lady. Surely 100 times more fair than any on earth.
Remember it. You may not see it again. Your world might be as fair as this, if all of you wished it so.
We climbed until we stood at the entrance to the Hall of Justice. I had imagined pushing throngs such as we had at our public trials, but the hilltop was wrapped in mourning silence. Apata turned again and pointed toward the sea.
Look, she said again. Can you see the isles?
I did. They were scattered, endlessly as it seemed, across the water, just as I had beheld them from the ship.
Do you know what a galaxy is, Autarch? A whirl of stars, uncountable, remote from all others?
I nodded.
This isle on which we stand judges the worlds of your galaxy. Each isle you see judges another. I hope, knowing that will aid you, because it is all the aid I can give you. If you do not see me again, remember that I shall see you none the less.
Chapter 21. Tzadkiel. On the previous day the sailors had been seated in the front of the examination chamber. The first thing I noticed when I entered it again was that they were not there. Those who had those places were wrapped in a darkness that seemed to emanate from them, and the sailors were by the door, and toward the sides of the room. Looking past the dark figures and down the long aisle that led to Tzadkiel's seat of justice, I saw Zack. He was seated upon that throne. Over the walls of white stone on each side of it there spread what seemed tapestries of the finest tissue, worked in a pattern of eyes and gorgeous colors. It was not until they moved that I realized they were his wings. Aphata had left me at the foot of the steps, and from that time I had been unguarded. As I stood staring at Zack, 2 sailors appeared to take my arms and lead me to him. They left me, and I stood before him with head bowed. No speech of the old autarchs came unbidden to my mind this time. There was only confusion. At last I stammered, "Zack, I've come to plead for Urth." "I know," he said. "Welcome." His voice was deep and clear, like the blowing of a golden horn far away, so that I recalled a certain foolish tale of Gabriel, who wore the war horn of heaven across his back, suspended on the rainbow. It suggested Thekla's book in which I had read it, and that, in turn, the great volume of Pavonine leather the old autarch had shown me when I had asked him the way to the garden, when he, having been told of me, supposed that I had arrived to replace him and would go to plead for Urth at once. I knew then that I had seen Tzadkiel before I helped Sidero and the rest catch him as Zack, and that the male form I saw was no more true, though no less, than the winged woman whose glance had stunned me then, and that neither was more true or less than the animal shape that had saved me when Pern had tried to kill me outside his cage. And I said, "Sieur, Zack, Tzadkiel, mighty hierogrammate, I don't understand." "Do you mean that you do not understand me? And why should you? I do not understand myself, Severian, or you. Yet I am as I am, your own race having made us so, before the apocatastasis. Were you not told that they had shaped us in their image?" I tried to speak, but I could not. At last I nodded. "The form you have now was their first, the shape they bore when they were newly sprung from the beasts. All races change, shaped by time. Are you aware of it?" I recalled the man-apes of the mine, and said, "Not always for the better." "Indeed. But the Hieros grasped their own shaping, and that we might follow them, ours as well." "Sieur." "Ask. Your final trial comes soon, and it cannot be just. Whatever reparation we can make, we will make. Now or after." My heart froze at those words. Behind me all those who sat upon the benches whispered, so that I heard their voices like the soughing of leaves in a forest, though I did not know who they were. When I could speak again, I said, "Sieur, it is a foolish question, but once I heard 2 tales of shape-changers, and in one an angel, and I think that you, sieur, are such an angel, tore open his breast and gave the power he had to change his shape to a barnyard goose. And the goose used it at once, becoming a swift salt goose forever. Last night the Lady Aphata said I might not go lame always. Sieur, was Melito instructed to tell me that story?" A little smile played at the corners of Tzadkiel's lips, recalling the way Zack used to grin at me. "Who can say? Not by me. You must understand that when a truth is known, as that has been known by so many for so many eons, it spreads abroad and changes its own shape, taking many forms. But if you are asking that I give my ability to you, I cannot. If we could bestow it at will, we would give it to our children. You have met them, and they are imprisoned still in the form you wear now. Have you another question before we proceed?" "Yes, sir, 1,000. But if I am permitted only one, why did you come aboard the ship as you did?" "Because I wished to know you. When you were a boy on your own world, did you never bend the knee to the Conciliator?" On Holy Catherine's Day, sir. And did you believe in him? Did you believe with all your being? No, sir. I felt I was about to be punished for my unbelief, and to this day I cannot say whether I was or not. Suppose you had. Did you never know of one of your own age who did? The acolytes, sir? Or at least so it was said among us, who were the torturer's apprentices. Would they not have wished to walk with him, if they could, stand beside him when he was in danger, care for him perhaps when he was ill? I have been such an acolyte, in a creation now vanished. In that, too, there was a conciliator and a new son, though we did not use those names. But now we must talk of something else, and quickly. I have many duties, some more demanding than this. Let me say plainly that we have tricked you, Severian. You have come to stand our examination, and thus we have talked of it to you, and even told you this building is our hall of justice. None of it is so. I could only stare at him. Or if you wish to put it another way, you have already passed our testing, which was an examination of the future you will create. You are the new sun. You will be returned to your earth, and the white fountain will go with you. The death agonies of the world you know will be offered to the increate, and they will be indescribable. Continents will founder, as has been said. Much that is beautiful will perish, and with it most of your race. But your home will be reborn. Although I can, as I do, write the words he used, I cannot convey his tone, or even hint at the conviction it carried. His thoughts seemed to thunder forth, raising pictures in the mind more real than any reality, so that while I imagined I saw the continents perish, I heard the crashing of great buildings, and smelled earth's bitter sea wind. An angry murmur rose behind me. "Sire," I said, "I can remember the examination of my predecessor." I felt as I had when I was the youngest of our apprentices. Tzadkiel nodded. "It was necessary that you recall it. It was for that reason he was examined." "And unmanned?" The old Autarch trembled in me, and I felt my own hands shake. "Yes. Otherwise a child would have stood between you and the throne, and your earth would have perished forever. The alternative was the death of the child. Would that have been better?" I could not speak, but his dark eyes seemed to bore into every heart that beat in mine, and at last I shook my head. "Now I must go. My son will see that you are returned to Bria and Earth, which will be destroyed at your order." His gaze left me, and I followed it to the aisle behind me, where I saw the man who had brought us from the ship. The sailors were rising and drawing their knives, yet I scarcely noticed them. The center places that had been theirs the day before held others now, figures no longer shadowed. Sweat sprang from my forehead, as blood had when I had first seen Tzadkiel, and I turned to cry out to him. He was gone. Lame leg or not, I ran, hobbling as swiftly as I could around the seat of justice, in search of the stair by which I had been led away the night before. I think it only fair to myself to say that I fled not so much from the sailors as from the faces of the others I had seen in the chamber. However that may be, the stair was gone too. I found only a smooth floor of stone slabs there, one of which was, no doubt, raised by some concealed mechanism. Now another such mechanism acted. Swiftly and smoothly Tzadkiel's throne sank as a whale that has surfaced to bask in the sun sinks back into the ice-choked southern sea. At one moment the great stone seat stood between me and the larger part of the chamber, as solid as a wall. At the next the floor was closing over its back, and a fantastic battle spread before me. The hierarch whom Tzadkiel had called his son lay sprawled in the aisle. Over him surged the sailors, their knives flashing and many bloodied. Against them stood a score or so who seemed at first as weak as children, and indeed I saw at least one child among them, but held their ground like heroes, and, when they had only their hands to fight with, fought weaponless. Because their backs were toward me, I told myself I did not know them, but I knew it for a lie.
With a roar that echoed from the walls, the Alzabo burst from this encircled band. The sailors fell back, and in an instant it was crushing a man in its jaws. I saw Aja with her poisoned sword, and Ageless too, swinging a crimsoned avern like a mace, and Baldanders, unarmed until he seized a sailor and smashed another to the floor with her, and Dorcas, Morwenna, Syriaca, and Casdo. Thecla already down, the blood that trickled from her throat stanched by a ragged apprentice. Guasacht and Erblan splashed with their spathi as though they fought from the saddle. Daria wielded a slender sabre in either hand. Somehow chained again, Pia throttled a sailor with her chain. I dashed past Merrin and found myself between Gunnie and Dr. Talos, whose flickering blade felled a man at my feet. A raging sailor charged me, and I swear it, welcomed him for his weapon, seizing his wrist, breaking his arm, and wrenching his knife away, all in a single motion. I had no time to wonder at the ease of it before I saw that Gunnie had stabbed him in the neck. It seemed that I had no sooner joined the battle than it was over. A few sailors fled from the chamber, 20 or 30 bodies lay upon the floor or over the benches. Most of the women were dead, though I saw one of the women cats licking blood from her stubby fingers. Old Winnick leaned wearily on one of the scimitars used by the Pellarine's slaves. Dr. Talos cut a dead man's robe to wipe the blade of his cane sword, and I saw that the dead man was Master Ash.
"Who are they?"
Gunnie asked. I shook my head, feeling I scarcely knew myself. Dr. Talos seized her hand and brushed its fingers with his lips.
"Allow me. I am Talos, physician, playwright, and impresario.
I no longer listened. Tzadkiel had bounded up to me with blood-smeared flews, hindquarters quivering with joy. Master Malrubius, resplendent in the fur-trimmed cloak of the guild, followed him. When I saw Master Malrubius, I knew, and he, seeing me, knew I did. At once he, with Tzadkiel, Dr. Talos, the dead Master Ash, Dorcas, and the rest, fell to silver shards of nothingness, just as he had that night on the beach after he had rescued me from the dying jungle of the north. Gunnie and I were left alone with the bodies of the sailors. Not all were corpses. One stirred and groaned. We tried to bind the wound in his chest, it was from the doctor's narrow blade, I think, with rags ripped from the dead, though blood bubbled from his mouth. After a time the hierarchs came with medicine and proper bandages, and took him away. The Lady Aphata had come with them, but she remained with us. "You said that I would not see you again," I reminded her.
"I said that you might not," she corrected me. "Had things fallen out otherwise here, you would not have."
In the stillness of that chamber of death, her voice was scarcely a whisper. Chapter 22. Descent.
"There must be many questions you want to ask,"
Aphata whispered.
"Let us go out into the portico, and I will answer them all."
I shook my head, for I heard the water music of rain through the open doorway. Gunnie touched my arm.
"Is somebody spying on us?" "No," Aphata told her. "But let us go out. It should be pleasant there, and we have only a short time now, we three."
"I can understand you well enough," I told her. "I'll stay here. Perhaps some others among these many dead will begin to moan. That would make a fit voice for you." She nodded.
"It would, indeed."
I had seated myself where Tzadkiel had crouched on the first day. She sat down beside me, no doubt so that I might hear her better. In a moment Gunnie sat too, and sheathed her dagger, having cleaned the blade on her thigh.
"I'm sorry,"
Gunnie said. "Sorry for what? Because you fought for me? I don't blame you."
"Sorry the others didn't. That the magic people had to defend you against us. Against all of us but me."
"Who were they? Did you whistle them up?"
No, I said.
Aphata?
Yes.
They were people I'd known, that's all. Some were women I'd loved. Many are dead. Thecla, Ageless, Casdo. Perhaps they're all dead now. All ghosts. Though I didn't know it.
They are unborn, Surely you know that time runs backward when the ship sails swiftly. I told you myself. They are unborn, as you are.
She spoke to Gunnie.
I said he had called them because it was from his mind that we drew them, seeking those who hated him, or at least had reason to. The giant you saw might have mastered the Commonwealth had Severian not defeated him. The blonde woman could not forgive him for bringing her back from death.
I said, I can't stop you from explaining all this, but do it elsewhere, or let me go where I need not hear it.
Apata asked, It gave you no joy?
To see them all again tricked into defending me? No, why should it?
Because they were not tricked. No more than Master Malrubius was, on any of the occasions when you saw him after his death. We found them among your memories, and let them judge. Everyone in this chamber, save yourself, saw the same things. Has it not struck you as odd that I can scarcely speak here?
I turned to stare at her, feeling I had been away and come back to hear her talk when it was of some other matter.
Our rooms are always filled with the sound of water and the sighing of the wind. This was built for you and your kind.
Gunnie said,
Before you came in, Zach, showed us that Earth had two futures. It could die and be born anew, or it could go on living for a long time before it died forever.
I've known that since I was a boy. She nodded to herself, and for a moment I seemed to see the child she had been, instead of the woman she had become.
But we haven't. We hadn't.
Her gaze left my face, and I saw her looking from corpse to corpse.
In religion, but sailors never pay much attention to that.
For want of something better to say, I said, I suppose not.
My mother did, and it was like she was crazy someplace in a corner of her mind. You know what I mean? And I think that was all it was.
I turned to Apata and began, What I want to know—
But Gunnie caught me by the shoulder, her hand large and strong for a woman's, and drew me back to her. We thought it wouldn't be for a long while yet, a long while after we were dead.
Apata whispered,
When you sign aboard that ship, you sail from the beginning to the end. All sailors know that. We didn't think about it, not until you made us. He made us see it, Zach.
I asked, And you know it was Zach?
Gunnie nodded. I was with him when they caught him. I don't think I would have known otherwise. Or maybe I would. He'd changed a lot, so I knew already he wasn't what we thought at first. I don't know.
Apata whispered,
May I tell you? He is a reflection, an imitation of what you will be.
I asked, You mean if the new sun comes?
No. I mean that it is coming, that your trial is over. You have been obsessed with it for so long, I know, and it must be difficult for you to realize that it is truly over. You have succeeded. You have saved your future.
You have succeeded, too, I said. Apata nodded.
You understand that now.
Gunnie said,
I don't. What are you talking about?
Don't you see? The hierarchs and the Hierodules, and the hierogrammates, too, have been trying to let us become what we were. What we can be. Isn't that right, my lady? That's their justice, their whole reason for being. They bring us through the pain we brought them through. And— I could not complete the thought. The words had become iron on my lips. Apata said,
You, in turn, will make us go through what you did. I think you understand. But you, she looked to Gunnie, do not. Your race and ours are perhaps no more than each other's reproductive mechanisms. You are a woman, and so you say you produce your ovum so that there will some day be another woman. But your ovum would say it produces that woman so that some day there will be another ovum. We have wanted the new sun to succeed as badly as he has wanted to himself. More urgently, in all truth. In saving your race, he has saved ours. as we have saved ours of the future by saving yours."
Epitome turned back to me.
"I told you that you had brought unwelcome news. The news was that we might indeed lose the game you and I spoke of."
I said, "I have 3 questions, my lady. Let me ask them, and I'll go, if you'll let me." She nodded. "How is it that Tzadkiel could say my examination was over, when the Aquastors had to fight and die to save me?"
"The Aquastors did not die," Epitome told me. "They live in you. As for Tzadkiel, he spoke as he did because it was the truth. He had examined the future, and found the chance high that you would bring a fresh sun to your earth, and thus save that strand of your race, so that it might produce ours in your Briotic universe. It was on that examination that everything hinged. It was over, and the result favorable to you."
Gunnie looked from Epitome to me and seemed about to speak, but she said nothing. "My second question. Tzadkiel said also that my trial could not be just, and that he would make what reparation he could. You have said that he is truthful. Did my trial differ from my examination? How was it unjust?" Epitome's voice seemed no more than a sigh.
"It is easy for those who need not judge, or judging need not toil for justice, to complain of inequity and talk of impartiality. When one must actually judge, as Tzadkiel does, he finds he cannot be just to one without being unjust to another. In fairness to those on earth who will die, and especially to the poor and ignorant people who will never understand what it is they die for, he summoned their representatives." "Us, you mean?" Gunnie exclaimed. "Yes, you shipmen. And he gave you, Autarch, those who had reason to hate you for your defenders. That was just to the shipmen, but not to you."
"I have deserved punishment often before, and not received it," Epitome nodded.
"For that reason, certain of the scenes you saw, or at least might have seen, had you troubled to look, were made to appear in the narrow passage that rings this room. Some recalled your duty. Others were meant to show you that you yourself had often meted out the harshest justice. Do you see now why you were chosen?"
"A torturer? To save the world?"
"Yes." "Take your head out of your hands. It is enough that you and this poor woman can scarcely hear me. At least permit me to hear you. You have asked the 3 questions you spoke of. Have you any more?"
"Many. I saw Dariah, and Gwasakt and Erblan. Had they reason to hate me?"
"I do not know," Epitome whispered. "You must ask Tzadkiel, or those who assisted him. Or ask yourself."
"I suppose they had. I would have displaced Erblan if I could. As Autarch, I could have promoted Gwasakt, but I did not. And I never tried to find Dariah after the battle. There were so many other things, so many important things to do." "I see why you called me a monster."
Gunnie exclaimed, "You're no monster, she is."
I shrugged. "Yet all of them fought for Earth, and so did Gunnie. That was wonderful."
"Not for the Earth you have known," Epitome whispered. "For a new Earth many will never see, except through your eyes and the eyes of others who recall them. Have you more questions?"
Gunnie said,
"I've got one. Where are my shipmates, the ones who ran and saved their lives?"
I sensed that she was ashamed for them. I said, "Their running saved ours too, very likely."
"They will be returned to the ship," Epitome told her.
"What about Severian and me?"
I said, "They'll try to kill us on the voyage home, Gunnie. Or perhaps not. If they do, we'll have to deal with them."
Epitome shook her head. "You will be returned to the ship indeed, but by a different way. Believe me, the problem will not arise."
Dark-robed hierarchs came down the aisle with travails, gathering the dead.
"They will be interred in the grounds of this building," Apata whispered. "Have we reached your last question, Autarch?"
Nearly. But look there. One of those bodies belongs to one of your own people, to Tzadkiel's son.
He will lie here as well, with those who fell with him.
But was it intended so? Did his father plan that too?
That he should die? No, but that he should risk death. What right would we have to risk your life and the lives of so many others if we would bear no risk ourselves? Tzadkiel risked death with you on the ship. Venant here.
He knew what would happen?
Do you mean Tzadkiel or Venant? Venant surely did not know what would happen, yet he knew what might happen, and he went forth to save our race as others have gone forth to save theirs. For Tzadkiel, I cannot speak.
You told me each of the isles judges a galaxy. Is Earth important to you after all? Apata rose, smoothing her white gown. Her floating hair, which had seemed uncanny to me when I had seen it first, was familiar now. I felt sure that such a dark aureole was depicted somewhere in old Rudison's illimitable gallery, though I could not quite call the proper painting to mind. She said,
"We have watched with the dead. Now they go, and it is time that we went also. It may be that from your ancient Earth, reborn, the Hierodules will come. I believe it to be so. But I am only one woman, and of no high position. I said what I did, so that you would not die despairing."
Gunnie started to speak, but Apata motioned her to silence, saying,
"Now, follow me."
We did, but she walked only a step or two to the spot where Tzadkiel's seat of justice had stood.
"Severian, take her hand,"
she told me. She herself took my free hand and Gunnie's. The stone on which we stood sank under us. In an instant the floor of the chamber of examination closed above our heads. We dropped, or so it seemed, into a vast pit filled with harsh yellow light, a pit 1,000 times wider than the square of stone. Its sides were mighty mechanisms of green and silver metals, before which men and women hovered and darted like so many flies, and across which titanic scarabs of blue and gold clambered like ants. Chapter 23. The Ship. While we fell, I could not speak. I gripped Gunnie's hand and Apata's, not because I feared they might be lost, but because I feared I might, and there was no room left in my mind for any thought but that. At last we slowed, or rather we seemed to be dropping no more rapidly. I recalled my leaps among the rigging, for it seemed that here too the insensate hunger for matter had been abated. I saw my own expression of relief upon Gunnie's face when she turned to Apata to ask where we were.
"In our world, our ship, if you are more comfortable calling it so, though it only circles our sun and requires no sails."
A door had opened in the wall of the well, and though it seemed we fell still, we did not leave this door behind. Apata drew us there into a dark and narrow corridor I blessed when I felt its firm floor beneath my feet. Gunnie managed to say, "On our ship we don't have water on deck."
"Where do you have it?"
Apata asked absently. It was not until I noticed how much stronger her voice was here that I was aware of the noise, a humming like the song of bees. How well I remembered it, and distant clatterings and clickings, as though destriers galloped down a plank road while locusts trilled unseen in trees that surely could not flourish in this place.
"Inside," Gunnie told Apata. "In tanks." "It must be terrible to go to the surface of such a world. Here it is something we look forward to very much."
A woman who looked rather like Apata was striding toward us. She travelled a great deal faster than her walk should have carried her, so that she rushed past in an instant. I turned to stare after her, suddenly reminded of the way the green man had vanished down the corridors of time. When she had passed from sight, I said, "You do not come to the surface often, do you? I should have guessed. All of you are so pale."
It is a reward for us, for working long and hard. On your earth, women who look as I do no work at all. Or so I have heard.
Gunnie said,
Some do.
The corridor divided, and divided again. We too rushed along, and it seemed to me that our path swung in a long curve, counterclockwise and descending. Aphita had said her people loved the spiral. Perhaps they favor the helix as well. Just as a wave rises abruptly before the bow of a storm-tossed carrack, double doors of tarnished argent rose before us. We halted in a way that made it seem we had never moved, save at a walk. Aphita motioned toward the doors, which groaned like clients, but would not swing back until I helped her push them. Gunnie looked up at the lintel, and, as though she read the words there, recited, "No hope for those who enter here."
No,
Aphita murmured.
every hope.
The hum and the clickings had been left behind. I asked, "Is this where I will be taught to bring the new sun?"
You will not have to be taught, she told me. You are gravid with the knowledge, and it will be born as soon as you approach the white fountain sufficiently for you to be aware of it.
I would have laughed at her figure of speech had not the utter emptiness of the chamber to which we had come stilled all amusement. It was wider than the chamber of examination, with silver walls that rose to a great arch in that curve one sees traced by a stone hurled into the air. But it was empty, utterly empty, save for us, who whispered in its doorway. Gunnie repeated, "No hope," and I realized she had been too frightened to pay heed to Aphita or me. I put an arm around her shoulders, though the gesture seemed strange, directed toward a woman who was as tall as I, and tried to comfort her, thinking all the while what a fool she would be to accept the comfort when it was clear I could do no more here than she herself. She continued,
"We used to have a sailor who said that. She was always hoping to go home, but we never landed in her time again, and after a while she died."
I asked Aphita how I came to carry such knowledge without being aware of it.
"Tzadkiel gave it to you as you slept," she said.
"You mean he came to your chamber last night?" I had spoken before I realized it would give Gunnie pain. I felt her muscles tighten as she shrugged my arm away.
"No," Aphita told me. "On the ship, I believe. I cannot tell you the precise moment."
I recalled then how Zack had bent over me in that hidden corner Gunnie had found for us. Tzadkiel become the savage that we, his paradigms, had once been.
"Come now,"
Aphita was saying. She led us forward. I had been wrong in thinking there was nothing in the chamber. There was a wide area of black upon the floor. Some of the flaking silver of the arched ceiling had fallen there where it was most visible.
"You have, both of you, those necklaces sailors carry?"
In some astonishment I felt for mine, and nodded. Gunnie did the same.
"Put them on. You will be without air soon."
Only then did I realize what that sparkling darkness was. I drew out the necklace, wondering, I confess, whether each of its linked prisms functioned still, put it on, and went forward to look. My cloak of air came with me, so that I was conscious of no wind, but I saw Gunnie's hair, tossed by a gale I could not feel, streaming before her until she had her own necklace in place, and Aphita's strange hair, which did not flutter as a human woman's does, but stood out like a banner. That blackness was the void. Yet as I walked it rose as though it sensed my approach, and before I reached it, it had become a sphere. I tried to stop. In a moment Gunnie was beside me, struggling too, and grasping my arm. The sphere was like a wall. At its center, just as I had seen it pictured on board, was the ship. I have written that I sought to stop. It was difficult, and soon I could not resist. It may be that the void held some attraction like that of a world, or perhaps it was only that the pressure of the wind on the hair held static around me was so strong that I was driven forward. Or perhaps the ship had some hold upon us both. If I dared, I would say that my destiny drew me. Yet Gunnie cannot have been drawn by the same destiny, though perhaps her quite different fate drew her toward the same place. For if it were merely the wind, or the insensate hunger of matter for matter, why was Aphita not drawn with us? I will leave it to you to explain these things. Drawn I was, and Gunnie too. I saw her flying through the void behind me, twisting and whirling as the universe twisted and whirled. Saw her just as one leaf twirling in a spring storm might see another. Somewhere behind or before us, above us or below us, was a wide circle of light, spinning, frantically spinning, a thing like Lune, if such a thing as a moon of the most brilliant white can be imagined. Gunnie fluttered across it once or twice before she was lost in the diamond-decked blackness, and once it seemed to me, and still seems when I call that frantic memory forth, that I saw Aphita's face as she leaned from that moon. With the next wild spin, it was not Gunnie who was lost, but that spot of shining white, lost somewhere among the billions of staring suns. Gunnie was not far off, and I saw her turn her head to look at me. Nor was the ship lost. It was indeed so near that I could see a sailor here and there in the rigging. Perhaps we were still falling. Surely we must have been travelling with great velocity, because the ship herself must have been hurtling from world to world. Yet all such speed was invisible, as the wind vanishes when a swift xebec scuds before a tempest on the ocean of earth. We drifted so lazily that if I had not had faith in Aphita and the Hierarchs, I would have feared that we would never reach the ship at all and be lost forever in that endless night. It was not so. A sailor sighted us, and we watched him leap from one to another of his comrades, waving and pointing until he was close enough for their cloaks of air to touch, so that he could speak. Then one who carried a burden climbed a mast near us, rising in practised leaps, until standing upon the topmost spar he took a bow and an arrow from his bundle, drew the bow, and sent the arrow hurtling toward us, trailing an interminable line of silver, no thicker than a pack-thread. The arrow passed between Gunnie and me, and I despaired of catching the line, but Gunnie was more fortunate, and when she held it, and had been pulled toward the ship some distance by the burly sailor, she cracked it as a drover snaps his whip, so that a long wave ran from her to me like a live thing, and brought the line near enough for me to snatch. I had not loved the ship when I had been a passenger, and a seaman aboard her, but now the mere thought of returning to her filled me with pleasure. Consciously I knew, as I was reeled toward the mast, that my task was far from complete, that the new sun would not come unless I brought it, and that in bringing it I would be responsible for the destruction it would cause, as well as the renewal of earth. Thus every common man who brings a son into the world must feel himself responsible for his woman's labor, and perhaps for her death, and with reason fears that the world will in the end condemn him with 1,000,000 tongues. Yet though I knew all this, my heart thought it was not so, that I, who had desired so desperately to succeed, and had bent every effort toward success, had failed, and that I would now be permitted to reclaim the Phoenix throne, as I had in the person of my predecessor, to reclaim it and enjoy all the authority and luxury it would bring, and most of all that pleasure in dealing justice and rewarding worth that is the final delight of power. All this while freed at last from the unquenchable desire for the flesh of women that has brought so much suffering to me and to them. Thus my heart was wild with joy, and I descended to that titanic forest of masts and spars, those continents of silver sail, as any shipwrecked mariner would have clambered from the sea to some flower-decked coast with friendly hands helping him ashore, and, standing with Gunnie on the spar at last, embraced the sailor as I might Roche or Drott, grinning, I am sure, like any fool, and leaped down from halyard to stay with him and his mates no more circumspectly than they, but as though all the wild elation I felt was centred not in my heart, but in my arms and legs. It was only when my final leap carried me to the deck that I discovered such thoughts were no idle metaphors. My crippled leg, which had pained me so much when I had descended from the mast after casting away the leaden coffer that held the record of my earlier life, did not pain me at all, but seemed as strong as the other. I ran my hands from thigh to knee, so that Gunnie and the sailors, who had gathered around us, believed I had injured it, and found the muscle there as abundant and firm as that of the other. I leaped for joy then, and leaping, left the deck and the others far below, and spun myself 12 times as a gambler spins a coin. But I returned to the deck sobered, for as I spun I had beheld a star, brighter than all the rest. Chapter 24. The Captain. We were soon taken below. To tell the truth, I was happy enough to go. It is difficult to explain, so much so that I am tempted to omit it altogether. Yet I think it would be easy if only you were as young as once you were. An infant in its crib does not at first know that there is a distinction between its body and the wood that surrounds it, or the rags upon which it lies. Or rather, its body seems as alien as all the rest. It discovers a foot, and marvels to find so odd a thing a part of itself. So with me. I had seen the star, and seeing it, immensely remote though it was, had known it a region of myself, absurd as the baby's foot, mysterious as his genius is to one who has only just discovered it. I do not mean that my consciousness, or any consciousness, rested in the star. At that time, at least, it did not. Yet I was aware of existence at 2 points, like a man who stands waist-deep in the sea, so that wave and wind are alike to him in that both are something less than the whole, the totality of his environment. Thus I walked with Gunnie and the sailors cheerfully enough, and held my head high, but I did not speak, or remember to take off my necklace until I observed that Gunnie and the sailors had removed theirs. What a sad shock I felt then! The air of Yesod, to which I had in a day become accustomed, left me, and an atmosphere like, and yet unlike, and inferior to, the atmosphere of Earth, rushed to fill my lungs. The first fire must have been kindled in an age now inconceivably remote. At that instant I felt as some ancient must toward the end of his lifetime, when none save the eldest recalled the pure winds of bygone mornings. I looked at Gunnie and saw that she was looking at me. Each knew what the other felt, though we did not speak of it, then or subsequently. How far we threaded the ship's mazed passages I cannot say. I was too wrapped in my own thoughts to count my strides, and it seemed to me that though time, as it existed on that ship, was not other than time as it existed upon earth, yet time upon Yesod had been otherwise, stretched to the frontier of forever, yet over in a wink. Musing on that and the star, and 100 further wonders, I plodded forward, knowing nothing of where I had been until I noticed that most of the sailors had gone, replaced by Hierodules, masked as men. I had been so far lost amid chimeric speculations that for a while I supposed that those whom I had thought sailors had always been masked Hierodules, and had been recognized as such by Gunnie from the beginning. But when I cast back my mind to the moment we first stood upon the deck again, I found it was not so, though so charming a thought. In our mean universe of Bria, extravagance is but a weak recommendation of truth. The sailors had merely slipped away unnoticed by me, and the Hierodules, taller and far more formally arrayed, had taken their places. I had only begun to study them when we halted before great doors of a shape recalling those through which Gunnie and I had passed with Aphata a watch before on Yesod. These, however, did not require my shoulder, but swung slowly and ponderously open of themselves, revealing a long vista of memorial arches, each at least 100 cubits high, down which played such light as was never seen upon any world that circled a star. Light silver, gold, and berylline by turns, flashing as though the air itself held splintered treasures. Gunnie and the remaining hands recoiled in fear at all this, and had to be driven through the doorway by the Hierodules with orders and even with blows. But I stepped inside readily enough, believing that from my years on the Phoenix throne I recognized the pomps and wonders with which we sovereigns cow poor ignorant people. The doors shut behind us with a crash. I drew Gunnie to me, telling her as well as I could that there was nothing to fear, or at least that I thought there was nothing, or little, and that if some danger arose, I would do anything I could to protect her. Overhearing me, the sailor who had shot the line to us, one of the few who remained with us, remarked, "Most that come here don't come back. This is the skipper's quarters." He himself did not seem much frightened, and I told him so. "I run with the tide. A man has to recollect that most is sent here for punishment. Once or twice she's commended a man here, instead of in front of his mates. They've come back, I believe. Not having nothing he wants hid does more to make a man brave than burnt wine, you'll find. That way he can run with the tide. I said, You have a good philosophy. It's the only one I know, which makes it easy to stick with. I'm Severian. I put out my hand. Grimkeld. I have big hands, but the hand that clasped mine was bigger and as hard as wood. For a moment we matched strength. While we walked, the tramping of our feet had grown to a solemn music, joined by instruments that were not trumpets, nor orthoclides, nor any others known to me. As our hands parted, the strange music reached a crescendo, the golden voices of unseen throats calling all about us, one to another. In an instant everyone fell silent. The winged figure of a giantess appeared, as sudden as the shadow of a bird, but towering like the green pines of the necropolis. All the Hierodules bowed at once, and a moment later so did Gunnie and I. The sailors who had come with us made their obeisance as well, pulling off their caps, bending their heads, and knuckling their foreheads, or bowing less gracefully, but even more abjectly. If Grimkeld's philosophy had protected him from fear, my memory had protected me. Tzadkiel, I felt certain, had been the captain of this ship when I had sailed upon her previously. Tzadkiel, I felt certain, was her captain now, and on Yesod I had learned not to fear him. But at that instant I looked in Tzadkiel's eyes, and saw the eyes that spangled her wings, and knew myself for a fool.
"There is a great one among you," she said,
and her voice was like the playing of 100 cithari, or the purr of the Smilodon, the cat that slew our bulls as wolves kill sheep.
"Let him step forward."
It was as difficult as anything I have done in all my lives, but I strode to the front as she had asked. She took me up as a woman lifts a puppy, holding me cupped between her hands. Her breath was the wind of Yesod, which I had thought never to feel again.
"Whence does so much power come?"
It was but a whisper, yet it seemed to me that such a whisper must shake the whole fabric of the ship. "From you, Tzadkiel," I said. "I have been your slave in another time."
"Tell me."
I tried to do so, and found, I do not know how, that each word of mine now carried the meaning of 10,000, so that when I said earth, the continents came with it, and the sea and all the islands, and the indigo sky wrapped in the glory of the old sun reigning amid his ring of stars. After 100 such words, she knew more of our history than I had known I knew, and I had reached the moment when Father Iniri and I had embraced, and I had mounted the pont to the ship of the Hierodules, which was to take me to this ship, the ship of the Hierogrammate, the ship of Tzadkiel, though I did not know it. 100 words more, and all that had befallen me on the ship and in Yesod stood shining in the air between us.
"You have undergone trials," she said. "If you wish, I can give you that which will make you forget them all. Though only by instinct, you will still bring a young son to your world."
I shook my head. "I don't want to forget, Tzadkiel. I've boasted too often that I forget nothing, and forgetting, which I have known once or twice, seems to me a kind of death."
"Say instead that death is a remembering. But even death can be kind, as you learned upon the lake. Would you rather I set you down?"
"I am your slave, as I've said. Your will is mine."
"And if it were my will to drop you?"
"Then your slave would seek to live still so that Earth might live too." She smiled and opened her hands.
"You have forgotten already what a slight thing it is to fall here."
I had, indeed, and felt a momentary terror, but to have fallen from a bed on earth would have been a more serious matter. I settled to the floor of Tzadkiel's quarters as lightly as thistledown. Even so, it was a moment or two before I collected my thoughts sufficiently to note that the others were gone, and I stood alone. Tzadkiel, who must have seen my look, whispered,
"I have sent them away. The man who rescued you will be rewarded, as will the woman who fought for you when the rest would have slain you. But it is not likely you will see either again."
She moved her right hand toward me until the tips of its fingers rested on the floor before me.
"It is expedient," she said, "that my crew think me large, and do not guess how often I move among them. But you know too much about me to be deceived in that way, and you deserve too much to be deceived in any. It would be more convenient for us now if we were of similar size."
I scarcely heard the last word. Something so astounding was taking place that all my attention was seized by it. The uppermost knuckle of her index finger was shaping itself into a face, and it was the face of Tzadkiel. The nail divided and redivided, and the whole of the first and second joints too, so that the lowest knuckle became her knees. The finger stepped away from the hand and put out arms and hands of its own, and eye-spangled wings, and the giantess behind it vanished like a flame blown out.
"I will take you to your stateroom," Tzadkiel said. She was not so tall as I.
I would have knelt, but she lifted me up.
"Come, you are fatigued, more than you know, and no wonder. There is a good bed for you there. Food will be brought to you whenever you wish it."
I managed to say, "But if you are seen—"
"We will not be seen. There are passages here that are used only by me."
Even as she spoke, a pilaster swung away from the wall. She led me through the opening it revealed and down a shadowy corridor. I remembered then that Aphata had told me her people could see in such darkness, but Tzadkiel did not pulse with light as Aphata had, and I was not so foolish as to suppose we would share the bed she had mentioned. After what seemed a long walk, dawn came. Low hills dropping below the old sun, and it seemed we were not in a corridor at all. A fresh wind stirred the grass. As the sky grew lighter, I saw a dark box set in the ground before us.
"That is your stateroom," Tzadkiel told me. "Be careful, we must step down into it."
We did so, onto something soft. Then we stepped down again, and at last onto a floor. Light flooded the room, which was much larger than my old stateroom and oddly shaped. The morning meadow from which we had come was no more than a picture on the wall behind us. The steps, the back and seat of a long settee. I went to the picture and tried to thrust my hand into it, but met solid resistance. "We have such things in the House Absolute," I said. "I see whence Father Aniri took his model, though ours are not so well contrived."
"Mount that seat confidently, and you may go through," Tzadkiel told me. "It is the pressure of a foot upon the back that dissolves the illusion. Now I must go, and you must rest."
"Wait," I said. "I won't be able to sleep unless you tell me—"
"Yes."
"I have no words. You were a finger of Tzadkiel's, and now you are Tzadkiel."
"You know our power to change shape. Your younger self encountered me in the future, as you told me only a few moments ago. The cells of our bodies shift like those of certain sea creatures on your earth, which can be pressed through a screen, yet reunite. What then prevents me from shaping a miniature and constricting the connection until it parts? I am such an atomy. When we reunite, my greater self will know all I have learned."
"Your great self held me in her hands, then vanished like any dream."
"Yours is a race of pawns," Tzadkiel told me. "You move forward only, unless we move you back to begin the game again. But not all the pieces on the board are pawns."
Chapter 25. Passion and the Passageway. Exhaustion operates strangely upon the mind. Left alone in my stateroom, I could only think that my door was unguarded now. Throughout my time as Autarch, there had always been sentries at my door, usually Praetorians. I wandered through several rooms, searching for it merely to verify that there were none now, but when I opened it at last, half-human brutes in grotesque helmets sprang to attention. I closed it again, wondering whether they were meant to keep others out or myself inside, and I wasted a few moments more, searching for some means of extinguishing the light. I was too spent, however, to keep that up for long. Dropping my clothing to the floor, I stretched myself across the wide bed. As my thoughts drifted toward that misty state we call dreaming, the light dimmed and went out. I seemed to hear footsteps, and for what seemed a long time I struggled to sit up. Sleep pressed me to my mattress, holding me as securely as any drug. At last the walker sat beside me and brushed back the hair from my forehead. Breathing her perfume, I drew her to me. Curls brushed my cheek as our lips met. When I woke, I knew I had been with Tzadkiel. Though she had not spoken, and I had not seen her face, there was no question in my mind. Odd, impossible, wonderful, I called it to myself, yet it was so. No one in this universe or any other could have deceived me so long through so much intimacy. But it was not, surely not, impossible at all. Tzadkiel's children, the mere infants she brooded upon her world in Yesod, had brought Tzadkiel back with the rest to fight the sailors. Surely it was not impossible for Tzadkiel herself to bring her again. I leaped up, then turned to see if there were not some trace, a hair or a crushed blossom left upon the pillow. I would, as I told myself, have treasured such a token always. The unfamiliar pelt with which I had covered myself was smoothly spread. No impression of a second body showed next to the one left by my own. Somewhere in those laborious writings I assembled in the clear story of the House Absolute, and even more laboriously will repeat aboard this ship at an unknown date in the future that has become my past, I have said that I have seldom felt myself alone, though I must have seemed so to the reader. In fairness to you, then, should you ever come across these writings as well, allow me to say that I did feel alone then, that I knew myself alone, though I was, as my predecessor had trained his equerries to call him, Legion. I was that predecessor, and alone, and his predecessors, each as solitary as every ruler must be until better times, or rather better men and women, shall come to earth. I was Tzadkiel, too, Tzadkiel, thinking of a mother and half-sister never to be seen again, and of the young torturer who had wept for her when she no longer had tears left for herself. Most of all was I Severian, and horribly lonely, as the last man on some derelict ship knows loneliness when he dreams of friends and wakes to find himself as solitary as ever, and goes on deck perhaps to stare at the peopled stars and the tattered sails that will never bear him to any of them. That fear gripped me, even while I sought to laugh it away. I was alone in the great suite Tzadkiel had called my stateroom. I could hear no one, and it seemed possible, as all the delirious things we dream seem possible in the moment of waking, that there was no one to hear, that Tzadkiel, for her own unfathomable reasons, had emptied the ship while I slept. I bathed in the balneary, and scraped the disturbingly unscarred face that watched me from the glass, all the while listening for a voice or a footfall. My clothes were torn and so dirty I hesitated to put them on again. The closets held clothing of many colors and many kinds, and particularly, so it seemed to me, of those kinds that can be readily adapted to masculine or feminine wear, and to any frame, all of them of the richest materials. I selected a pair of loose, dark trousers bound at the waist with a russet sash, a tunic with an open neck and large pockets, and a cloak of the true Philigian of that guild of which I am still officially a master, lined with party-colored brocade. So arrayed, I stepped at last from my door, and was saluted as before by my monstrous hostiaries. I had not been abandoned, and indeed by the time I had dressed myself the fear of it had largely left me. Yet as I walked the grand and empty gangway beyond my suite, my mind dwelt upon the thought, and from the dreamed Tzadkiel who had delighted and deserted me, it passed to Dorcas and Asia, to Valeria, and at last to Gunnie, whom I had been glad enough to take as my lover when she could be of service to me, and I had no other, and from whom I had allowed myself to be separated without a word of protest, when Tzadkiel told me she had sent the sailors away. Throughout my life I have been far too ready to abandon women who have had a claim on my loyalty. Tzadkiel, of course, until it was too late to do more than ease her death, and after Tzadkiel, Dorcas, Pia, and Daria, and at last Valeria. On this vast ship I seemed about to cast aside another, and I resolved not to do so.
I would seek out Gunnie wherever she might be, and bring her to stay with me in my stateroom until we reached Earth, and she could return, if she wished, to her fishing village and her own people. So, determined, I strode along, and my newly mended leg permitted me to walk at least as rapidly as when I had set off up the waterway that runs with Gial. But my thoughts were not wholly of Gunnie. I was conscious of the need to take note of my surroundings and the direction in which I walked, for nothing would have been easier than to lose myself aboard this vast ship, as I had done more than once on the voyage to Yesod. I was conscious, too, of something else, a bright point of light that seemed infinitely far, yet immediate. Allow me to confess here that I confused it even then with that globe of darkness which was to become a disk of light when Gunnie and I passed through it. Certainly it is impossible that the white fountain, which has saved and destroyed Earth, the roaring geyser spewing raw gases from nowhere, is the portal through which we passed. That is to say, I have always found it impossible, when I was busy in the daylit world, the world that would have perished without a new sun. But sometimes I wonder, may it not be that Yesod, seen from our universe, is as different from Yesod, seen from within, as a man seen from without is from the image he sees of himself? I know myself often foolish, and sometimes weak, lonely and frightened, too much inclined to passive good nature, and all too ready, as I have said, to desert my closest friends in pursuit of some ideal. Yet I have terrified millions. May it not be that the white fountain is a window to Yesod, after all? The gangway twisted and twisted again, and as I had before, I observed that although it seemed, if not commonplace, at least nearly so in the part I occupied, yet the length that stretched ahead of me and the length I had left behind grew stranger and stranger as my eyes traversed them, full of mists and uncanny lights. It occurred to me at last that the ship shaped herself for me as I passed, and returned herself to herself for her own uses once I was gone, just as a mother devotes herself to her child when that child is present, speaking in the simplest words and playing babyish games, but pens an epic or entertains a lover at other times. Was the ship, in fact, a living entity? That such a thing was possible I did not doubt, but I had seen little to suggest it. And if it were so, why should she require a crew? The thing might have been done more easily, and what Tzadkiel had said the night before, reckoning the time in which I had slept to have been night, suggested a simpler mechanism. If the picture could be penetrated when the weight of my foot was on the back of the settee, might it not be that the light in my stateroom gradually extinguished itself when the weight of my feet left the floor, and that these protean gangways reshaped themselves to my footfalls? I resolved to use my mended leg to defeat them. On Earth I could not have done so. But then on Earth that whole great ship would have crumbled to ruin beneath its own weight. And here on board, where I had been able to run and even to leap before, I could now outrace the wind. I dashed along. When I reached the next turning, I leaped and kicked the wall, sending myself hurtling down the gangway even as I had leaped through the rigging. In an instant I had left the passage I knew behind, and found myself among eerie angles and ghostly mechanisms, where blue-green lights flew like comets, and the walkway writhed like a worm's gut. My feet struck its surface, but not in a fresh stride. They were numb, and my legs like the loose limbs of a marionette when the curtain has fallen. I went tumbling down the gangway, which shrank to a painfully bright but diminishing dot in a field of utter darkness. Chapter 26. Gunnie and Burgundofara. At first I thought my vision blurred. I blinked and blinked again, but the faces, so much alike, would not become one. I tried to speak. "It's all right," Gunnie told me. The younger woman, who seemed not so much a twin now as a younger sister, slipped her hand under my head and put a cup to my lips. My mouth was filled with the dust of death. I sucked the water eagerly, moving it from cheek to cheek before I swallowed, feeling the tissues revive. "What happened?" Gunnie asked. "The ship changes herself," I said. Both nodded without comprehension. "She changes to suit us wherever we are. I ran too fast, or failed to touch the floor enough. I tried to sit up, and to my own astonishment succeeded. I got to a part where there wasn't any air. where there was only a gas that wasn't air, I think. Perhaps it was meant for people from some other world, or for no one at all. I don't know.
Can you stand? Gunnie asked.
I nodded. But if we had been on Earth, I would have fallen when I tried. Even on the ship, where one fell so slowly, the two women had to catch me and prop me as though I were sodden drunk. They were of the same height, which is to say each was nearly as tall as I, with wide, dark eyes and broad, pleasant faces dotted with freckles and framed in dark hair. "You're Gunnie," I muttered to Gunnie.
We both are, the younger woman told me. I signed on last voyage. She's been here for a long time, I believe. For a lot of those voyages, Gunnie agreed. In time it's forever, but less than nothing. The time here isn't the time you grew up with on Earth, Burgundofara.
Wait, I protested. I must think. Isn't there any place here where we can rest? The younger woman pointed to a shadowy archway.
That's where we were.
Through it I glimpsed falling water and many padded seats. Gunnie hesitated, then helped me in. The high walls were adorned with large masks. Watery tears dripped slowly from their eyes to splash into quiet basins, and cups like the one the younger woman had filled for me stood upon the rims. There was an angled hatch in the farther wall of the chamber. From its design I knew it opened onto a deck. When the women had seated themselves on either side of me, I told them, "You two are the same person." "So you say, and so I believe." Both nodded. "But I can't call you by the same name." "What shall I call you?"
Gunnie said, "When I was her age and I left my village to ship on here, I didn't want to be Burgundofara any more. So I got my mates to call me Gunnie. I've been sorry I did. But they wouldn't have changed it back if I'd asked them to. Just made a joke of it. So call me Gunnie, because that's who I am." She paused to take a deep breath. "And call the girl I used to be by my old name, if you will. She's not going to change it now."
"All right," I said. "Perhaps there's some better way to explain what bothers me, but I'm still weak, and I can't think clearly enough to find it. Once I saw a certain man raised from the dead." They only stared at me. I heard Burgundofara's indrawn breath. "His name was Apu Punchau. There was someone else there, too, a man called Hildegrin, and this Hildegrin wanted to stop Apu Punchau from returning to his tomb."
Burgundofara whispered, "Was he a ghost?"
"Not quite. Or at least I don't think so. Or maybe it only depends on what you mean when you say ghost. I think perhaps he was someone whose roots in time went so deep that he couldn't be wholly dead in our time, perhaps not in any. However that may be, I wanted to help Hildegrin because he was serving someone who was trying to cure one of my friends." My thoughts, still bewildered by the deathly atmosphere of the gangway, stuck on that point of friendship. Had Jolenta indeed been a friend? Might she have become one if she had recovered?
"Go on,"
Burgundofara urged me. I ran up to them, to Apu Punchau and Hildegrin. There was something I can't really call an explosion, but it was more like that, or like lightning striking, than anything else I can think of. Apu Punchau was gone, and there were two Hildegrins.
"Like us?"
"No. The same Hildegrin, twice. One who wrestled an invisible spirit, and another who wrestled me. Then the lightning struck, or whatever it was. But before that, before I had even seen the two Hildegrins, I saw Apu Punchau's face, and it was mine. Older, but mine."
Gunnie said, "You were right to want to stop somewhere. You have to tell us."
"This morning, Tzadkiel, the captain, gave me a very nice cabin. Before I went out, I washed, and I shaved with a razor I found there. The face I saw in the mirror troubled me, but I know now whose it was."
Burgundofara said, "Apu Punchau's?"
And Gunnie,
"Your own."
"There's something more I didn't tell you. Hildegrin was killed by the flash. I thought I understood that later, and I still do. There were two of me, and because there were, two Hildegrins also. But the Hildegrins had been created by division, and a man cannot be divided so and live. Or perhaps it was only that once divided he could not reunite. when there was only one Severian again.
Burgundofara nodded. Gunnie told me your name. It's a beautiful name, like a sword blade.
Gunnie motioned her to silence. Now here I am with both of you. There's only one of me, as far as I can tell. Do you see, too?
Burgundofara said, No, but don't you see that it wouldn't matter if we did? If you haven't been Apu Punchau yet, you can't die.
I told her, even I know more of time than that. I was the future Apu Punchau of what is now a decade past. The present can always change its future. Gunnie shook her head.
I think I know more about time than you do, even if you're going to bring a new sun and change the world. This man Hildegren didn't die 10 years ago, not to us here. When you get to Earth again, you may find it was 1,000 years ago, or who knows how many years ahead. Here it's not one nor the other. We're between the suns and the years, too, so there can be 2 Gunnies with no danger to anybody, or a dozen.
She paused. Gunnie had always spoken slowly, but now her words crept from her as those who still live creep from the hulk of a wreck.
Yes, I can see 2 Severians, even if they're just what I can remember. One's the Severian I grabbed one time and kissed. He's gone, but he was a handsome man in spite of his scarred face and lameness, and the gray in his hair.
He remembered your kiss, I said. He'd kissed many women, but he'd not often been kissed himself.
And the other one's the Severian who was my lover when I was a girl and newly signed. It was for his sake I kissed you then and fought for you later, the only real person fighting for you among the phantoms. I stabbed my old mates for him, even though I knew you didn't remember me. She rose. You don't know where we are. Neither of you.
Burgundofara said,
It seems to be a waiting room, but nobody's using it but us. I meant where the ship is. We're outside the circle of Dis.
I said, Once I was told by a man who knew much of the future that a woman I sought was above ground. I thought he meant merely that she was still alive. The ship's always been outside the circle of Dis.
You know what I mean. When I came on board with you, I thought we had a long voyage ahead of us. But why should they, Affata and Zack, have done that? The ship's leaving eternity now, slowing down, so the tender can find her. Until she slows down, she isn't really a ship at all. Did you know? We're like a wave or a shout going through the universe.
No, I told her, I didn't, and I can hardly believe it.
What you believe makes a difference sometimes, Gunnie said, but not every time. That's something I've learned here. Severian, I told you one time why I kept on sailing. Do you remember?
I glanced at Burgundofara. I thought perhaps, Gunnie shook her head.
To be what I was again, but myself. You must remember yourself when you really were her age. Are you the same person now?
As clearly as if he were in that chamber of tears with us, I saw the young journeyman striding along, his Philigian cloak billowing behind him and the dark cross of Terminus Est rising above his left shoulder. No, I admitted. I became another long ago, and another after that. She nodded.
So I'm going to stay here. Maybe here, when there's only one of me, it'll happen. You and Burgundofara are going back to Earth.
She turned and left us. I tried to rise, but Burgundofara pulled me down again, and I was too weak to resist.
Let Gunnie go, she said. It's already happened to you. Let her have her chance.
The door swung shut. She's you, I gasped.
Then let me have mine. I've seen what I'll be later. Is it still wrong when you do that to feel sorry for yourself?
There were tears in her eyes. I shook my head. If you don't weep for her, who will?
You are.
But not for that reason. She was a true friend, and I haven't had many. Burgundofara said,
I see now why all the faces cry. This is a hall made for crying.
A new voice murmured,
for those who come and go.
I turned to see 2 masked Hierodules, and because I was not expecting them, it took me a moment to recognize Barbatus and Famulinimus. It was Famulinimus who had spoken, and I shouted for joy. "My friends! Are you coming with us?" Famulinimus said,
"We only came to bring you here. Tzadkiel sent us for you, but you were gone, Severian. Tell me if you will see us more."
"Many times," I told her. "Goodbye, Famulinimus."
"You know our nature, that is plain. We greet you then, and say farewell."
Barbatus added, "The hatches will open when Ossipego dogs down the door. You both have amulets of air." I took mine from my pocket and put it on. Burgundofara produced a similar necklace. "Then, like Famulinimus, I greet you," Barbatus said, and stepped backward through the doorway, which closed after him. The paired doors at the end of the room opened almost at once. The tiers of the masks vanished as they fell, then dried altogether. Beyond the open doors shone the black curtain of night, hung from star to star. "We have to go," I said to Burgundofara, then realized she could not hear, and moved near enough to take her hand, at which there was no longer any need for speech. Together we left the ship, and it was only when I paused at the threshold and turned to look back that it struck me I had never known her true name, if she had one, and that 3 of the masks were the faces of Zack, Tzadkiel, and her captain. The tender waiting for us was far bigger than the little craft that had brought me to the surface of Yesod, as large as that which had carried me to the ship from Earth, and indeed I think it likely that it was the same vessel.
"Sometimes they bring the big one in a good bit closer than this,"
the hand detailed to guide us confided as we came aboard.
"Only they can't help getting between somebody's eyes and a few stars when they do. So you'll be about a day with us."
I asked her to point out Earth's sun to me, and she obliged. He was a mere dot of crimson over the rail, and all his worlds, even Dis, were invisible save as specks that darkened when they crossed his sullen face. I tried to indicate the faint white star that was a part of me, but the hand could not make it out, and Burgundofara looked frightened. Soon we walked through the portal of the tender and into the deck-house.